Good morning, Taylor Gang. Okay, y'all. So, y'all know we following Melly. And yesterday at the close of business, they were supposed to turn over the search warrant to the judge for the in-camera review. All right. Oh, cool, Glenn. Yeah, we're gonna jump back over into the trial. We're on day, and I probably should have put that on there. We're finishing up day 4. We'll jump into day 5 today. But before we kick it off, we're gonna have to talk Millie. All right. So, like I said, I know that y'all. Yeah, Malik is on my. Good morning, Jabria. Malik is on my TikTok giving people the blues over this Millie case too, y'all. Hilarious. I lost my train of thought. I really did, but it's coming back. Melly. So y'all know at the close of business on yesterday, Melly's attorneys were the judge was expecting for the state to turn over the search warrant for the in-camera review. But baby, they filed 2 motions. One of them saying that one of them was a memorandum of law stating that Melly's attorneys, Miss Liberty, had to get up off this case for several reasons. The other was a protective order of the search warrant, and basically, again, tripling down on, because we ain't gonna call it doubling, we're gonna triple down on the fact that they don't want to give up their search warrants. So y'all know, we gotta go look at these docs. So let's start with the motion for protective order, right? The fact that they don't want to turn over the search warrant. Let's start there. All right. So state's motion for protective order. All right. So this just basically laying out the facts, right? On December 27th, 2004, the defendant filed a motion hearing to determine potential conflict. In this motion, it states the defendant's attorney, Raven Liberty, was informed on December 18, 2024 by Apple that on December 13, 2023, that her Apple account information had been provided to the Broward County's Sheriff's Office to pursuant to a search warrant. So they put a search warrant out, right? Monday on January the 6th, 2025, the Honorable Court heard the defendant's motion. In addition, on January 6th, the state filed a motion for rehearing reconsideration of defendant's or tenant's motion to compel disclosure of Apple's search warrant related to attorney Raven Liberty. All right. So basically, we know. All right. On Tuesday, January the 7th, 2025, this Honorable Court entered a written order ordering the state to provide a copy of the search warrant to the defendant to determine its potential conflict over the state's objection. Over the defendant's objection, the Honorable Court ruled it would review the search warrant in the in-camera for potential redaction. So give us the search warrant. Give me the search warrant. I'm going to look at it in camera. And if I feel like there's something that needs to be redacted, I'll do so. But we know from the hearing that the judge was basically like, yeah, I don't really think we should be doing it. Like, I'm probably not going to redact anything. All right. So, pursuant to this statute, the state hereby requested this Honorable Court to enter a protective order restricting the disclosure of the search warrant, whether redacted or unredacted, to anyone outside the defense team or defendant due to the nature of the investigation and due to it still being a pending investigation at this time. Denying such a protective order would greatly impede the current investigation, allow suspects to avoid apprehension and or allow for the destruction of evidence. There are a litany of cases dealing with court requiring the state to produce information related to an ongoing investigation. They cite some case law. The court held that under Florida law, active criminal investigation information is exempt from public disclosure until the investigation is concluded under that statute. All right. And then there's just a little bit more case law to support that. And it says, as discussed in Florida versus, which is more case law, an executed search warrant and accompanying material is exempt discovery and public records pursuant to selection, renumbered selection. As such, the state requests that such a protective order preventing the I can't even get out. The dissemination and the discussion of the Apple's iCloud search warrant regarding attorney Raven Liberty with anyone outside of the defendant's team of lawyers. So to me, it just sounds like that they are just asking, like, put it under seal, which I guess they have to put it in writing, but let's make sure that this doesn't get released to anybody outside of the defense. So it sounds like they are going to turn it over to the judge for the in-camera review, but still in all, Raven doesn't have a copy of it. She has no idea what it is because the judge is going to have to look at it first. So that was the first one, right? Oh, okay, wait a minute, y'all. I didn't exit it out the thing. So just give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the other one. All right, this is the one that had us in the tizzy yesterday. All right, so in this one, all right, this just basically, I'm going to skip some of this because it kind of just reiterates some of the things that we just read in the other one. But these are just the facts of the case, right? All right. So they then go back and talk about the investigation. So in addition, on January 6, 2025, the state filed a motion for rehearing / reconsideration of defendants or tenants' motion to compel disclosure of the Apple search warrant related to Raven Liberty. Within this motion, in paragraph 11, the state mentions that regardless of the details of the investigation, Ms. Liberty has an ethical obligation to withdraw even if the defendant were to waive the conflict, and then they cite case law. The court held that if the attorney suffers from an actual conflict so severe that it impedes effective assistance, counsel should be disqualified, notwithstanding defendant's desire to waive. If the activity for which the attorney is investigated is substantially related to the charge against the defendant, disqualification is necessary, notwithstanding the defendant's waiver. All right. So on Tuesday, we know that they told them you got to turn it over. It's going to do an in-camera review. And this honorable court spoke to the defendant about how his decision alone to determine whether Miss Liberty, as his counsel, to determine if he's going to keep Miss Liberty as his counsel despite the conflict. All right. It is not the defendant's decision. The United States Supreme Court has recognized that the Sixth Amendment right to counsel is circumscribed in certain situations. They state case law. In this, explaining that the Sixth Amendment right to counsel is premised on the right that a defendant is entitled to receive a fair trial through the adversarial process, and the relationship between the counsel and defendant must give way to that right. All right. The United States Supreme Court also explicitly rejects the argument that a waiver of the conflict cures a violation of the Sixth Amendment. To the contrary, courts have a legitimate interest in ensuring the criminal trial is conducted within the ethical standards of the profession. And they cite another little statute. Therefore, the rules of professional conduct, including those rules of the State Bar Association, which govern an attorney's conduct, are of paramount importance and should assist in informing the judiciary about how to proceed. All right. At issue, there is the alleged criminal conduct involving Raven Liberty, one of Demons for attorneys. Clearly, after reviewing the search warrant in camera, there can be no doubt that an actual conflict is present, squarely involving the personal self-interest of Miss Liberty. Moreover, this alleged conduct, if true, involves multiple violations of the rules regulating the Florida bar. See another case law listing numerous rules involving dishonesty and criminal conduct as examples of unethical conduct prohibited by the Florida bar. And then they state the case law for that. Okay. The Fourth District Court of Appeals has also recognized the superior authority and insight inherent in the trial's court preview to reject a waiver of conflict. And they add in more case law. Okay. The court's authority to reject the defendant's waiver of attorney conflict based on counsel's prior representation of the state witness. In fact, the fourth noted in a footnote that if the lawyer's conflict encompasses counsel's self-interest, a waiver is precluded in that matter. And then they give more case law where the conflict is involved allegations of criminal conduct by the defendant's lawyer, regardless of whether the lawyer is ultimately found innocent. So they're saying regardless of how this investigation turns out, if they're unfounded or not, there's still a conflict. And she has to get off this case. In Fulton, The court said, second, even if the attorney is demonstrably innocent and the government witnesses allegations are plainly false, the defense is impaired because vital cross-examination becomes unavailable to the defendant. So basically, even if the defense can't cross Raven Liberty, so she cannot be a part of his counsel. Ordinarily, a witness blatantly false allegations provide a rich source of cross-examination designed to cast doubt on witnesses' credibility. But when allegations are against the defendant's attorney, the source cannot be tapped. So the court is obligated to protect the truth-seeking function of the proceedings by considering it if the defendant has effective counsel, even where defendant wishes to waive the conflict. So they basically just say, like, she gotta get off the case. And she got to get off because it's a conflict of interest. And even if our allegations are false and she's innocent, like, the defense can't cross her. They can't cross her. So she got to go. The people say she got to go. So it could be a ploy, or Miss Liberty did something that she had no business doing. They want her off the case bad, Keisha. Good morning. And I see y'all didn't y'all didn't filed into the chat. So let me give my good mornings. Good morning, Kim. Good morning, Rita. Is it Gabrielle? Good morning, Gabrielle. Good morning, Sonia. Good morning, Keisha. Because they want Miss Liberty off. They said Miss Liberty got to go. It don't matter what he say, she cannot be a part of this case. There is an ethical responsibility. And I mean, they are basically saying that she's done something that is criminal to the point that it's a violation of bar rules. Like, this is a serious allegation. I need to know what's happening. But, as of today, Raven, the defense does not have the search warrant because they are allegedly submitting it to the judge. He's going to review it in camera, and then they've asked for the judge to restrict it, put a protective order on it, seal it, so that nobody from the public can see it, so that it doesn't impact the integrity of the investigation. It's early, y'all. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to pull it together because I'm not having a good morning. But that's kind of where we get, y'all. So we're gonna keep our ear to the streets, and as more updates become available, I'm gonna bring them to you. I pronounced it correctly. Yay, Gabrielle, thank you. But because my phonics, being from St. Louis, my phonics is all off. I'd be like, did I say that right? Hold on. All right, but y'all know we are still watching the Ahmaud Arbery trial, so we are going to jump on into it. I know we are, 8 minutes before the top of the hour?
Yes.
All right, for sure. We're going to get it crazy. Good morning, Mr.
I crossed it, you would break before cross.
Yeah, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back for continuation of the evidence.
All right, for sure.
And the matter will bring the court's attention before we bring them back in for us.
I'm going to go ahead and have you step down. If you could please be back in 15 minutes for continuation. I remind you, you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. With anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you. July of 2020, and I would like to go into the things that he also did. Now, that's going to cause some issues maybe with the state, because what he did are some of the things that the court has said we can't get into. For example, some of them are not things that the court said we can't get into, but the state has now given the jury the impression that this officer didn't do anything after 3-5, and that the case wasn't getting traction, was inactive until the case was handed over to the GBI. That's simply not true. This officer did a lot more, Your Honor. In fact, on 3/12, he received documents from the coroner's office that were gateway records for the Arbery, Mr. Arbery. On 3/17, he received a report about the blood in the case, the toxicology. On 3/17, on March 12th, he got some of the Gateway behavioral records about Ahmaud Arbery. On April 1st, he got the autopsy report from the medical examiner. On May 29th, he got the full records of Gateway. And on July 14th, he got the heart blood results back that said there was positive THC. And whether he did this before the GBI got involved or later, he was still working with the GBI, dealing with some of these issues. And so it would not be accurate or fair to leave the jury with the impression that this officer ended his investigation within 12 days of the shooting. That is simply not the case. And I intend, with the court's permission, to bring the truth to light for the jury. Now, if the court says I can't do it in the way that I want to do it, then I just want to be clear about what I can and cannot do. But I believe the state has opened the door to us talking about what he's done.
Your Honor, the state's intention was once again to just smoothly transition this because nobody wanted to go into anything that took place about the real reason that everything stopped, because it's messy and irrelevant as to the guilt or innocence of these defendants. In this case, simply asking him, did you receive additional records on March 12th, March 17th, April 1st, May 29th, and July 14th? By the way, the July 29th and July 14th records came to him even though they were requested by the GBI. Is a simple way to go, oh yeah, there was some other stuff I did. This appears to be a very good strategy by the defense to try and circumvent your order and then put into play evidence that you have ruled inadmissible, such as the Gateway records, the blood toxicology, and then the additional blood and the heart blood results. So the state would object fully to going into all of this because what they want is, how do I put this nicely? What they say they want is to show that this officer did some more stuff. But what they want to do is go into stuff that you've already ruled inadmissible in order to show this officer did more stuff. It's very easy to ask one simple question. Did you receive additional documents on this date, this date, this date, this date, and this date? Because all he did was receive stuff in. He didn't actually do anything but receive documents. And it was never the state's intention by asking that question, because it's our understanding that when we asked him, he basically said, yeah, it kind of went inactive. Those were his words to the state during the interview. Is that correct?
He said lost traction, then he said inactive.
Okay, that's what he said when we interviewed him.
Yes.
So this is something that we don't feel opens the door to any of this. And if this is solely what the defense claims it is, which is, oh, this officer did do some more stuff, then it's real easy to just ask him, you received documents on this date, this date, this date, this date, this date, didn't you, as part of the investigation? It doesn't matter what the documents are, because you've already ruled that that evidence is inadmissible for other reasons. And it really doesn't have anything to do with the credibility of this officer or the investigation, because obviously Richard Dial will come in and testify that on May 8th, May 8th, he received the case and began his investigation as part of the GBI, which this officer has already also testified to. The GBI came in and took over the investigation. So we ask that you deny the motion. If you're going to grant the motion to go ahead and ask these questions, then the question should simply be, on these dates, did you receive additional documents?
We now have two affirmative presentations by the state to this jury that the case in the investigation by the Glenn County Police Department stalled and nothing happened. That was what they were told in opening by Ms. Dunikowski. And now the lead investigator on the case has been asked to testify that they weren't getting any traction and the case went inactive. And it is still, Your Honor, it's March 5th that they've established that happened. We still have the rest of the month of March. We still have the entire month of April, and we still have a week into May before the GBI gets the case. It is our responsibility to help the jury understand the total investigation done by this department. The fact that they were thorough in their investigation, the fact that they did all this work in their investigation is important to establish. I understand the court has ruled. And if the court says, yes, you can ask him what, if they got quote unquote documents or they got quote unquote records from various sources, or if you prevent us from saying what the sources are, and we just are able to establish they continue to work on this case and follow up, I suggest that that's not enough, but I still think we need to correct this. And I would just ask the court to consider, they've now done it twice, it was intentional, and that is putting us in a position we were not going to be given a fair trial.
We're in recess for at least another 10 minutes. I'll come back and I'll let you know where you are. All right, we're back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Everybody's back in place. All right. As to the opening the door, the court's not going to permit getting into the evidence that has been excluded. If defense does want to follow up on the investigation, you're welcome to ask if there were any additional documents or any additional documents that came in. It didn't sound like he went and did additional work. So just so that I understand the scope.
Well, I think what these documents reflect and what his reports reflect is that he was interacting with the medical examiner's office still, that he was interacting with the crime lab still, and that he was also working with the GBI to obtain information and pass information along to them. And he was interacting with subpoenas about, these gateway records through the coroner's office. So he was interacting with individuals, with particular agencies, and he was receiving documents and information before the GBI got involved and then after the GBI got involved. So there's several pieces of information in there, Judge. You know what I want to get into. I guess you would just be telling me I can identify the agency, I can identify the place the documents came from, or I can't. Those kind of things.
And yes and no. I mean, the court's excluded certain evidence. And so, no, we can't, for example, even if you're not going to get into the gateway documents, we're not going to talk about gateway.
Okay.
We're not going to talk about the evidence that's been excluded in the case.
So I can't say even medical records.
No, that's getting into the evidence in the
So I
case.
just want to be clear.
Talking about Arbery's medical records.
Gateway.
Those have been excluded.
Right? So I can't get into that. The lab/toxicology received reports back from toxicology from the Georgia Crime Lab. They're still interacting with the Georgia Crime
At
Lab.
this point, I've not heard of any other way that they're coming in, and they've been excluded based on the court's order. And this has not opened the door to them.
I understand. So I can't say that he received documents from the Georgia Crime Lab.
What other documents are there?
Those. Yeah.
It's just toxicology reports.
I'm sorry, Jim.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding what we're talking about. The court's, I don't want to go back and figure out all of the specific rulings
Okay,
again and how they would relate directly to these documents.
So the
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
because I'm trying to make sure there's no ambiguity in the court's order. So the court's order exists. You're now asking me what you can put in.
Right.
What I keep saying is the court's ordered.
and I want to be so specific that the record reflects what I'm not allowed to do. And I remember the court's order that said we could not get in the toxicology records. That would be the blood alcohol and the THC. And you said we can't go into that. Now what I'm asking is, can I at least say that he received documents from the crime lab?
Are there any other documents?
Let's see. He got toxicology and second toxicology. No, so if we say what the documents are, no, I guess the short answer
Because
is
right now
no.
the documents are irrelevant, so it wouldn't matter either way. So the court's deemed them irrelevant. So
Okay.
no.
And so I can't even say that he interacted with the crime lab.
I'm asking counsel that under the court's order that we not go there because I understand the only thing he could be referring to is evidence that has been excluded.
Well, we could get around it, but I hear what the court is saying. So I can't inform the jury that he interacted with the Georgia Crime Lab. And he also interacted with the coroner's office.
What was, I don't understand that comment. We can get around that?
Well,
Tell the court to
what
get around
I'm
the court's
suggesting,
ruling? I don't understand.
what I'm suggesting is the court doesn't want the jury to know that there are blood toxicology records about alcohol or THC. But I certainly could say crime lab records. I just want to show that this gentleman is doing work with state agencies about this case.
I think you missed what I said. No, you're not going to get into that because if the only crime lab records are excluded evidence, then no, that's just not relevant.
I got that. I just want to make sure that our record is clear about that. And so that's a no on receiving toxicology on 3/17. That's a no. Receiving toxicology on 7/14/20. That's a no. receiving gateway records from the coroner or giving records to the coroner, just that he's even interacting with the coroner, or that he's interacting with the coroner on 312 and that he's interacting with the coroner on 529. Will the court allow me to ask him or have him state, yes, I continue to interact with the coroner on 312 and I continue to interact with the coroner on 529?
The court's ruled. I would suggest the simple way for defense counsel to avoid violating the court's order is to simply say that there was some additional work done. He talked to some additional agencies and got some additional documents.
Okay. Additional work, additional agencies, and additional documents. That's what I'll do.
And I will be clear about it because I heard in there a statement that made me concerned when you said there's a way to get around that. I am not going to engage on prior orders that have been very clear. And so in order to avoid that, and based on where this is going, that's what I'm going to
Yes.
counsel to.
All right. So
And to perfect the record, of course, we are joining in this, but there is also one other piece of work that this investigator did, and that is that he is the individual who carried the heart blood from the autopsy to the crime lab for toxicology. That's just to complete the record of all the things that the court has ruled cannot come in, but would have otherwise been responsive to the state's question.
okay. And then Judge, the one I missed is on April 1st, he received the autopsy report from Dr. Donahue. I don't think that violates the court's order to say,
Dr. Donahue is going to be testifying.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I can tell the jury he got the autopsy report. I won't get into toxicology or won't get into the medical records from Gateway, just that he received the autopsy report on April 1st.
Sounds like that's not violative of the court's order.
Perfect. All right, I'm ready. Thank you, Judge.
Good. Yes. All right. Welcome back. You can, well, the jury's coming in. You can stay standing if you want. They're right back. I remind you that you're under oath. Yes, sir. All right. We got everybody. Yep.
You need to instruct the witness, Your Honor, that I'm asking very general questions. They're not going to include details so that we don't get more here.
Well, why not ask leading questions? Because that would prevent anything from happening.
And I wouldn't ask a question that requires a response that violates the court's order, particularly after the discussion we've had, because although there may be an inadvertent disclosure under these circumstances, the court's not going to look at inadvertent disclosure.
Yeah.
Maybe
Say exactly what
way.
the court said. Like I said, I just didn't know if we wanted to inform the witness how we were limiting his testimony. I'd be happy to do it to avoid the problem.
Or let the state do it.
No.
All right for the jury.
Thank you. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence. Mr. Sheffield.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lowry. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis McMichael. We haven't spoken yet on
No,
this case, have we?
No, sir.
Okay, but I have listened very carefully to your testimony and cross-examination, all that, and just want to bear down on a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, you are the lead investigator in this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a special designation that you have been given, which means sort of all information in this case is going to flow to you
Yes.
while you wear that designation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of doling out assignments or responsibilities, that is something that a lead investigator does.
Yes.
Once those things are completed, then you work to coordinate the receiving of all that information back to yourself,
Yes, sir.
right? Or then you review it, right?
Yes, sir.
And then that could cause you to make additional decisions on what to do next and who to tell to do those things.
Yes, sir.
It's sort of an honor to be the lead investigator. Comes with a lot of work, though, right?
Yeah. A lot of work.
A lot of work for that part. Okay. So in this particular case, how long after the shooting was it before you arrived on the scene?
I don't think very long, maybe 30 minutes to 2 hours, somewhere in there.
Okay, and when you got on scene, you began to do what a lead investigator does. You go around and you start talking to the officers on the scene to try to get an understanding of what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, you begin to formulate kind of a plan to say, all right, here's what we need to do. Now we need to follow up on this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And essentially, is it fair to say in your mind, at least within those first 30 minutes to an hour, you're trying to figure out who are these two gentlemen on the scene, Mr. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael, right?
One of them I was familiar with, Mr. Greg McMichael, just from him previously working.
You knew him previously, but you're trying to figure out what they're doing
Yes, sir.
here on that day.
Yes, sir.
And you're also trying to understand what happened to the deceased.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're trying to figure out what their intent was that day, Mr. McMichael's in specific.
Yes, sir.
Right? And you're trying to figure out what was going on with the decedent on that day, Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
What he was doing in the neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in this case, you assigned the interviews, did you not?
I did.
So you took on interviewing, as we now know, Mr. Rodney Bryan, and you assigned interviews to be done to Greg McMichael as well as Travis McMichael.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, you were talking about with the state that right around March 5th of 2020, that the case kind of went inactive, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not exactly 100% accurate because you still were involved in doing some work on the case.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah. You were involved in some, as I'll characterize it, additional work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Working with additional Georgia state agencies.
Yes, sir.
Right. And obtaining documents. Right.
Yes, sir.
And didn't stop this work at March 5th. You continued in the month of March, to do this kind of work, right?
I think so. I don't remember the times, but yeah.
Okay. But you also continued to do it into April.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, sir. I guess.
Well, do you need to go back over your notes?
I do. I didn't want to interrupt you. Would you
No.
mind handing them to me? All I've got is the transcript. It's on the table there.
Okay. What about your reports and things like that?
I was told I couldn't bring anything up, so I have nothing with me on this floor.
Do you have your reports here?
Upstairs on the 3rd floor.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to try to refresh your memory with the reports that I have of yours, unless the state wants to give you reports. Okay. I guess what we're after here, what I'm trying to understand is that, may I approach the witness here? That's the wrong person. I'm just going to show my reports. Yeah, notes on them. You don't necessarily need to read my notes, but you can just take a look at the reports. Yeah.
The last date I'm seeing on here, I don't see anything that goes into April. I see March 12th.
Okay, yeah. And now I'm going to ask you to come forward. I'm going to show you these things. Just to show you the dates, and I don't want you to read or out loud anything else. I'm just going to show you dates.
And I just want to make sure that, because they're not being tendered down, we're not looking at, the jury's behind you.
Right, that's why I'm trying to block it and
Okay,
put them
sure.
right here in front of me. Okay, so I'm just going to show you these dates.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, got that. Put that last one on. We won't talk about what it is. I'm just showing you a date. You don't have to agree with it. I'm just going to show it to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just essentially for purposes of dates, your involvement in the case continued into May and then into July. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, somewhat.
Somewhat, okay. Now, in terms of what you did in the case, I want to be able to be very specific about it, okay?
Okay.
So I like to write things down.
All right.
All right. So in terms of the work that you did, it, number one, includes going to the scene, right? You're gonna have to say yes if you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. Interviews of witnesses, yeah.
Yes.
Photographs. Agreed?
Yes.
All right. We're collecting clothing, right?
Not I.
But under your leadership
sir.
as part of the investigation, right? To do analysis on clothing, on gun shells, shotgun shells,
Yes.
doing some
that
ballistics work.
they would have went, I think, to the GBI.
Right, but it's under your leadership that you consider that this has to get done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any kind of blood collection, right?
Yes.
All right. videos from the neighborhood, that's something that you were interested in.
Yes.
right?
Objection to mischaracterization, Judge. Mr. Lowry is saying that he didn't personally do any of this, and
Yeah.
Mr. Sheffield is making it look like he did.
As the lead detective in the case, we've established, I think, that you're directing people to do and collect various forms of evidence.
Yes.
Are these the things that you're directing people to do and collect, videos from the neighborhood?
Not all the directions would have been for me. Some of it would have come from supervisors as well. Like the videos, I don't think I necessarily even had to ask for that. I think other investigators just kind of started chipping in and collecting everything that needed done.
But as you're the lead investigator, I guess then you would be aware that these things are being done.
Yes.
And you would then have looked at these things to determine what next steps to take.
Yes.
That would include obtaining records, just generally speaking.
Yes.
That would include obtaining CAD and 911 calls,
Yes.
cell phone data,
Yes.
any kind of social media, if relevant.
I don't remember any social media.
Cross that one off. We got the fibers,
Yes.
the white fibers that you talked about. We've got fingerprints,
Yes.
that you did. We've got mapping, kind of mapping out of this interaction that took place on that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You actually went to 220 Satilla to do some investigation there as well.
Yes, sir.
You work with the ME's office, that would be the medical examiner, and the coroner, right?
Yes.
Okay. And neighborhood canvas. And so the neighborhood canvas is where you go around and you ask questions of all the neighbors to figure out if they know anything.
Yes, sir.
So this is what you did, but lead detective. Okay, all right. This is what you did. Have I missed anything in terms of the type of work that you did, generally speaking?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You were asked a lot of questions about Mr. Bryan's description of his interaction with Mr. Arbery. You call that?
Yes.
And just to note a little bit of what he was describing about his interaction, there was this one thing that you noted where he yells out, "Y'all got him." Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing that Mr. Bryan told you that led you to believe that Travis or Greg even heard him say this,
That's correct.
or that there was any kind of communication with him about this, right?
Yes.
So if I put down here no communication, a T and G, you would agree with that.
Yes.
The time where he says that, Ryan says he changed direction and changed his angle. You recall that? I know he said that a couple
Several times. Yes, sir.
I'm an old science major, so I use the delta for change and about the angle. Again, no communication with Travis or Greg about this thing.
Correct.
Talking about we're still in this particular area, and for a second time he steers or does some movement when Mr. Arbery goes and steps off the road, right? So if I say steer off road, again, no communication with Travis or Greg about that.
Correct.
Now, when he says that, again, Mr. Arbery was trying to get into the truck and he pulled away from him. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to get in, pulls away. Again, no communication with Travis or Greg about that.
Correct.
Communication, I mean, no phone calls, no hand signals, nothing.
No, sir.
Essentially, then it's your understanding that Mr. Bryan says that Mr. Arbery begins to run up Holmes Road and he begins to then follow at that point. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just call that up Holmes and follow. Again, no communication by Travis or Greg about that.
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
And then when he turns around, Mr. Bryan discusses, he's turning around, he's trying to back up, and he heads back in the other direction. So let's just call this turnaround on Holmes. Again, no evidence that he was in communication with Travis or Greg.
No, sir.
You were asked a question about the white fibers on the truck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they were on that sort of plastic strip area.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put back up Exhibit 214 for you to take a look at. Talking about these white fibers.
Yes, sir.
Up here, we have a little bit more of a close-up around here.
Mr. Sheffield,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't see that spot.
All right. I'm moving this up. I got it. My 3 legs become 2. Yes. And I asked Mr. Rubin to stay in here and hold this for a moment. 35 years of practicing. And this is what he's been reduced to. Hold the pole. I think what you said about these fibers, though, is that they were located kind of above a dent.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked whether or not it appeared that those things could have happened at the same time, meaning the dent and the fibers.
Yes.
You have zero evidence to suggest to you when that dent happened, right?
I believe Mr. O'Brien said it wasn't there prior to this incident.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But you don't know when the dent was made
No, sir.
or when the fibers were made.
No, sir.
So it's hard for you to conclude that the dent and the fibers happened at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Now, you did do some print collection.
Yes.
Talked about that. I'm actually going to need this. I don't want you to stand up. Let me use the gold one.
Yeah.
The prints that you collected, obviously you were told that there was some kind of interaction between Mr. Arbery and the truck. And so then you kind of focused down on whether or not you could determine whether there were usable latent prints on the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Latent prints, we've learned a little bit about it, meaning left there on the surface. Not sure who they belong to, but they're there for collection purposes.
Yes, sir.
Right? And one of the things that you can do with prints is as you look at them, you can try to begin to get an idea of how the hand was oriented when it touched the object, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, depending on if there's multiple parts of the hand leaving impressions on something, then you might be able to tell how the hand was oriented when it touched the object.
Yes.
Right? And in this case, you've got not only a kind of a palm print, but also a thumb print. You recall that?
Objection, Judge. Mr. Lowry did not test the smudges in this case, so lack of personal knowledge to that.
He lifted the prints off the truck.
Not sure how to describe it. I mean, he said he lifted print. I've heard of palm print. Maybe we just need to clarify that.
Hey,
Picture.
I'm asking him the question.
Can you repeat it, sir? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
I'll show you. Looking here at State's Exhibit 2006. Let's start with this one. This is State's Exhibit 201. All right. As you lean into your monitor there, and you begin to see that there is a smudge here. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you see also that there is a smudge here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you took it upon yourself to collect these smudges here and here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first smudge is what appears to be a palm print.
Objection, Your Honor. He did not test these smudges to see what they were.
Have you gotten the results back from the lab about what these are?
He can't speak to that, Your
I'm
Honor.
just asking if you got the results.
Um,
Got the results back from the lab of what it is?
yeah, but I don't remember what they were. I think there was no match on either of them.
Did you say that you collected a palm print?
I don't know. I
Oh,
might
you
have.
have testified that you collected a palm print from the truck?
I might have, sir. I've been up here a while. I don't remember what I said.
Okay, fair enough. All right, but it was your understanding that these could be prints from Mr. Arbery, which is why you collected them?
Yes.
Okay. And in looking at this now, or when you were collecting it then, did you have any kind of thought as to what that might be?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance about what he thought it might be. It was tested at some point.
So we're looking at the picture for a reason. You can explain more
Yeah.
about it.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Mr. Sheffield, I thought it was some sort of palm just because it was bigger than
Okay,
fingerprints would be.
and then you took a collection of this because you thought it was
A digit of some sort.
some kind of a digit, right? Okay. Are you at any point trying to do an analysis of how that, we'll call it a suspected palm print and suspected digit got there?
Uh,
Are you trying to come to figure that out anyway?
yeah, just trying to look at it while I was there and processing it. But the only way I could, I guess, envision would be something like hand upside down. But I'm not a fingerprint expert.
Yeah.
That's just my own imagination at face value, looking at it while I was there.
All right. It's possible, or it's consistent, is it not, with your experience in collecting these types of things, that this could be a palm print and that could be, let's say, a thumbprint.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Well, I'm talking about the orientation.
I understand. It's overruled.
It could be, yes.
It could be, right? It could be that if this is the door jamb here, that the hand is like this. That's a consistent explanation. That's one explanation.
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
The larger print on the side, it looks like it's up much higher than that. I don't think it would be upright. But again, though, I'm speculating at this. That's not.
Okay, well, we're trying to get into your mind as you're trying to figure this all out.
Yeah.
Okay, but at least it could be its own independent print of a digit,
It could be.
including a thumb.
Yes.
Okay. This is a closer picture of it. This is 206. And again, do you see that when we were talking about what we think might be a palm print, and then this right here, what could be a digit print?
Yes.
See it there now, too? Okay. Did you notice when you were examining the truck, I'm going to show you again 201.
Okay.
You can look real close at it, and maybe I'll do this. Let me bring the photograph to you. You can look closely at 201, right up here at this part of the door. I want you to look at it and look back.
Okay.
Do you see what could be smudges up there as well?
I do.
Did you fingerprint or print those?
I don't remember the specific sections that I printed. If I saw it and knew it was there, I collected it.
Okay.
But I can't remember specifically if I took anything from that pillar. I think that might have been one of the photos.
You think that might be one?
Yeah.
How can you be sure whether or not you collected that or not?
I think on the fingerprint cards, it would have had sort of a legend, like a map on the car where it would have been collected.
You created those fingerprint cards?
I didn't create them. I just filled them out.
That's what I meant.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you manufacture the paper and press it and do all that stuff. All right, but this is what we're talking about here, are these smudges.
Yes.
Okay. So if you collected it, then it should be documented somewhere.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. And the information that I believe that you had in terms of making this potentially relevant to your investigation is you were testifying, I think, earlier that Mr. Bryan was saying that Mr. Arbery was coming for his door.
Yes.
Actually, on page 18, lines 10 through 13, do you still have your transcript?
It's on the corner of the table there.
Is it right here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, page 18 there for you. He's kind of describing this moment to you, right?
Yes.
He says, I probably got past him a little bit, and he comes up on me, right? And I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming for the door. Is that what he says?
Can you give me the line number you were
I
reading?
think
That?
it's 10 through 13. I probably got
Yes.
past him a little.
Yes, that's what he says.
He's coming up on me.
Yes.
He was coming for the door, and I seen his hands on right behind the door, right?
Yes.
So this informs you that these prints that we just looked at could be highly relevant to
Yes.
his claim that Mr. Arbery was trying to get into his truck.
Yes.
Did you check for prints on the other side of the truck?
I think I did a walk over it, but that was the side that Mr. Bryan indicated to me that contact was made. So I kind of focused my efforts there.
Okay. I want to ask you again, do you recall whether or not you had ever decided that that one finger smudge that we think could be a finger smudge was actually a thumbprint? Do you recall having that opinion or thinking that?
I don't recall.
Oh. Sorry. So refresh your memory with this document, see what it does. And what I'd like you to do, thank you for stepping down, is see if this refreshes your memory as the lead agent in the case about whether or not you were working to determine if that was a right thumbprint. And I want you to read it. I don't want to, to see if that clarifies anything in your memory. Don't read it, but just see if it refreshes your memory to see whether or not you were considering that could be a thumbprint or a right thumbprint specifically.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things that you considered is that this print next to this, what we could think is a palm print, could actually be the right thumb of Mr. Ahmaud Arbery.
Based on that,
If it refreshes your memory that is what you were considering.
that wasn't mine. That was just someone else's suggestion that completed that.
I got it. But
Yep.
you're a lead investigator, so one of the things that we're working through
Yes,
is
sir.
that you consider that could be his.
Objection, Your Honor. He just said that that was not his report. That was someone else's.
Just
So no personal knowledge.
Did you finish your question?
that as part of you being the lead investigator, and so I'm going to backtrack to help make it relevant, that you are relying on others to do work
Yes.
that comes back to you.
Yes.
And in the inquiry about whether or not this could be the right thumbprint, you said, I don't recall.
Yes.
I showed you a document to see if it refreshes your memory that is a subject that you were thinking and considering. Has it refreshed your memory?
Yes.
And did you consider that was the right thumbprint of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Yes, sir.
Have you already gone? Okay. Let me just get my stuff out of order.
Just briefly, Judge. So that report that was shown to you, Mr. Lowry, whose report was that?
That was Investigator Lowther's.
Did you play any role in authoring that report at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the findings in that report, were they your findings at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, whose findings were they?
Christopher Lowther.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. You're released for the day, but you are subject to recall. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm ready to move forward, but I also don't want to, that's fine. I don't want to cut a witness off too badly. So does the state have another available witness?
Yes, I believe, I have actually two, and I think they're both be short enough, well, I'm crossing my fingers, and I think they're gonna be short enough for the hour.
All right, let's go ahead and the state's next witness.
We will call Miss Kelly Parr.
I'm not sure where it went.
It was under the bar there.
Mr. Rubin, I was going to tell you to remember not to lock your knees if you're going to stand there too long.
We wanted to pass out.
There you go.
Apparently the witnesses are on the other side of the courthouse.
All right, please state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Kelly Parr, Kellieparr.
All right. And please give us the name of your parents.
Randall and Ann Parr.
All right. And are you familiar with the location of 232 Satilla Drive?
Very familiar. I grew up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hate to ask you, but what years were you there when you grew up?
Oh, no. Let's see. 69 through 85, 86. Yeah.
All right. So about 85, 86, you left the family home.
To go to college, right?
All right. Did your parents leave at that time?
No, they've been there. Well, they were there for about 50 years.
Okay. When did they eventually sell the house and move out?
Let's see, July, is that 2019 or 20? Oh gosh, I guess I need to think about that.
Was it during the pandemic or before the pandemic?
Good question. It was during, so it was 2020. That's it.
All right. So you still live in Brunswick, Lynn County?
I do, St. Simon's.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically into the fall of 2019 into the first 2 months of 2020. How often would you go over to your parents' house at 232 Satilla Drive?
Usually about once a week, usually on Sundays.
What time on Sundays would you usually go over?
Afternoon, 2, we'd stay until 7 or 8 sometimes.
Now, specifically, when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and my son, my 16-year-old son.
And were your parents at this time living alone, just the two of them at 232 Satilla Drive?
Yes.
All right, so I am going to direct your attention specifically to February 23rd of 2020, that particular Sunday. Were you at 232 Satilla Drive that day?
I was not there that day.
All right. And had you been at the house previous to that, like in the week or two beforehand?
Most likely. Like I said, we usually would go there about once a week on Sundays, so most likely.
All right. So prior to February 23rd of 2020, was there a bullet hole in your parents' front window?
No, definitely not.
All right. Now, on that particular day of February 23rd, 2020, were you talking to your dad on the phone?
I was. And I guess the reason I know that I was not out there, well, for obvious reasons, but also my son's birthday was 2 days later. We made plans to see them Tuesday instead of Sunday. So, yes, I was talking to him on the phone, and he was telling me about what he was seeing out the window. And during the conversation, he said, "Oh my God, there's a hole in the window. It's cracked." And so he kind of was shocked and then hung up and said, "I'll call you back." So, yeah.
Did you ever get over there to see the hole in the window eventually?
Eventually, I think maybe a week later or a few days later. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly.
Okay. So prior to you coming in to testify, you and I have met, we've talked.
Right.
All right. And did you get to review some photos of the house?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 105. What is the jury looking at here, State's Exhibit 105?
That's my parents' house, or formerly my parents' house.
All right. So we're looking at 106. Is that the address right there?
232 Satilla Drive, right?
What's the jury looking at there?
That's also the front of my parents' house.
And then was this the window? Window that your father was talking to you about?
Right. That's the one at the far end, the left side of the house as you're looking at it. Yeah.
This one or this one?
I believe it was the one on the end there. Yeah, that one, the left one. Right, that's the right one.
Now, when we take a look at State's Exhibit 114,
Mm-hmm.
and we see this right here, had that hole in there before?
No.
Now, when you're over on Sunday, where do you and your son and your parents generally congregate?
We usually stay in the back of the house in the family room because there's glass doors back there. It looks over the river, so we spend most of the time back there. Yeah.
Ever any time here in this front room?
Sometimes we would go in that room. I play music. I play guitar and sing, and my mom does too. So sometimes we would go in that room and sing and play so Dad could watch the TV and we wouldn't bother him.
Okay. So what I want to ask you now is, at some point in time prior to February 23rd of 2020, do you recall ever seeing a young man at the construction site that's on the way to your parents' house?
Yes, I do recall that. I'm not exactly sure when it was, if it was maybe December or January. I'm not really sure exactly when it was, but I do remember driving by, and I believe it was a Sunday, as usual, afternoon. It was still light outside, and I looked over and I saw someone in the door frame. There wasn't a door there, and he was just standing in the door frame, and we just kind of looked at each other as I drove by.
And was this young man white Black, Asian, or Hispanic?
He was a black man. He was very tall. You want me to keep going?
Well,
Describe him?
Sure, go ahead and give the jury description.
He, from what I remember, he had like, I guess they were like basketball shorts on, and I believe high top sneakers and a t-shirt. And yeah, he looked very tall. I remember thinking that because of the door frame, where the location of it over his head.
Do you remember what kind of hair he had?
Hair, I don't remember exactly. I think it was fairly short, maybe a little, I guess, medium length. It's fuzzy, but yeah.
So you were driving your car.
Hmm.
It was still light out.
Right.
Okay. Any idea what time? I mean, you're talking January, December?
It was, so it probably was getting darker at that time. So it must have been maybe 4 or 5, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still light out.
Still light out. Yeah. Not real bright, but it was definitely light out.
Okay. Now, to kind of pin this down, do you remember if it was before Christmas or after Christmas?
That's a good question. I wish I could remember, but I'm just not totally sure. I'm not sure. Yeah. Most likely after Christmas, but I feel like it was late December, early January. I'm not totally sure.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 126. Would that help with where
Yeah.
you're standing?
Right. It was in that door on the right side there, I believe.
I'm going to go ahead and put it up there so we can.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
All right. So let's look at states 126. So I'm just going to point. Was it this door?
Right. That door right there. Mhm.
Okay. And when you drove by, did you make eye contact with him?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any waving or saying hi? Or anything?
No.
Okay.
I remember having a dialogue in my head. Should I tell you about that? Like just what I thought. I thought I was driving by and I thought, what is he doing in there? And then I thought, no, Kelly, don't be racist. He's probably working on the house. And then I thought, well, no, he doesn't have a tool belt on. So I wonder what he's doing there, just the whole thing. So we were just looking at each other and I wasn't really sure. And I just, kept driving. So, but that was like a split second thought process in my head, like 1 or 2 seconds. So yeah, but no real, he didn't like hide or anything. He was just looking at me. So.
Okay. So tell me about that. So his reaction, he makes eye contact with you. What does he do?
Yeah. He just looks at me.
Okay.
Yeah. I felt like, I guess I could have waved, but I didn't,
Did he try and duck inside?
No, just looking.
Did he run away?
No. Mm-mm.
Just stood there.
Just stood there. Mm-hmm.
And you were interviewed, I just want to make sure, on May 7th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
All right. One question? A moment. I'm going to go ahead and pass you over to the defense attorneys. They may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Parr.
Hi.
Ms. Parr, my name is Bob Rubin, and I represent Travis McMichael.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As I understand it, your parents, do they still live in Satilla Shores
No, they sold their house in July 2020
and moved to Florida?
to Jacksonville. Mhm.
Okay. But you grew up there at least for a good number of years and then
I did.
went off to college and
Mhm.
eventually came back to Glenn County and lived
Right.
on the island.
Right. Exactly.
But you would go check on your parents, celebrate anniversaries, birthdays, holidays, and then just make sure that their general welfare was good.
Right. Exactly.
Very close with your parents.
Mm-hmm.
How long did they live in Satilla Shores before they moved to Florida?
I believe it was about 50 years. It's a long time.
So they're getting up there in age by 2020 in their 80s.
Right. Exactly. Mhm.
And there came a point where they and you were concerned about crime in the neighborhood.
They had told me a few things had happened, recently or before that, previous to that time,
Previous to February 23rd.
Right,
2020.
right.
And as their daughter, I assume that concerned you as well.
It did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you ask them to install any surveillance cameras or alarm system or anything like that?
They did actually have an alarm system. They didn't have cameras, but they did have an alarm system that they had been in disrepair for a long time. And then I think maybe 6 months before this happened, they did start it up again. So yeah.
Okay, and that made you feel better as their daughter?
Sure, absolutely.
So when you would go visit them over the preceding, let's say from February 23rd, 2020 back,
Mhm.
12 months, you would go during the evening and then you would go in the daytime, depending on why you were going.
Most of the time it would be in the afternoon, and then we would stay into the early evening.
Okay.
Usually.
And you'd be there, and sometimes you'd be inside celebrating with them or hanging out with them. Sometimes you'd be outside enjoying the weather,
Right,
going for a walk with them, I assume.
Mhm.
You have children,
I do. I have one son.
so sharing your son with
Right.
with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Odd
Yeah.
way to phrase
Yeah.
it. During the times that you were there in Satilla Shores at their house, walking around the neighborhood, would it be fair to say that you never saw Ahmaud Arbery jogging in the neighborhood?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think so.
And when you were interviewed by, I believe it was agents Hamilton and Carnes back in May, if you had seen Mr. Arbery prior to February 23rd, you would have told them.
Well, I did see him. I think it was him in the house, but I didn't. Yeah, right. I would have said.
You would have said, I saw him jogging.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So the one time that you did see him
Mhm.
happened to be this one time in late December and January
Mhm.
in the afternoon,
Right.
right? And you saw a man standing in the door frame without the door
Mhm.
at 220 Satilla Drive.
Right.
No tool belt.
No.
No reason you could discern from looking at him why he would be in an empty house
Right.
that was under construction.
Right. I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. In fact, you checked yourself, but it did cross your mind of
Yeah.
why is this guy in that house
Right. Right.
on was it a
I
weekend?
think it was a Sunday,
Sunday
so that's
afternoon.
why I was kind of questioning it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you checked yourself and
Hmm.
wanted to make sure
No
you
big
weren't
deal.
stereotyping or doing
Exactly. Exactly.
anything. Did you talk to your parents about that you saw this man in the house?
I don't think I did. I think I just really drove away thinking, oh, no big deal. I don't think so.
But you were aware of their concerns, not only about crime in the neighborhood, but specifically about break-ins at Mr. English's house.
Okay, let me think about that. I'm trying to think if it was specific to that house, what I had heard. I think I just had heard that it was just general things being stolen. I'm trying to think of when I actually found out about the things at that house being stolen. That's a good question. I think it was more just a general, there had been some things stolen in the neighborhood that made me concerned. I don't know that it was specific to that house.
So at the time you drove by in December, January,
Mhm.
you personally were not aware of items being stolen from Mr. English's house.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's a long time.
I'm trying to answer as truthfully as I can. I'm just trying to remember.
I understand.
Yeah.
Did you at some point, I believe it was in June of 2020, meet with Mr. Lee Wilson? He's got a mask on. Maybe you can take that off for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, it was on the phone.
What
You
would
have a
okay, I was gonna say, what would that be in reference to?
In reference to this case, did you have a
Right.
telephone conversation with
Oh,
Mr.
wow.
Wilson? Do you remember?
I can't remember. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. I know
Yeah.
you're trying.
Sorry.
When you learned about this case and the shooting incident on February 23rd, did you reach out to the Glenn County Police to tell them that you saw a man you were pretty certain was Ahmaud Arbery at that house?
I don't think I reached out. I do think somebody did call me and ask me about that, though. Now that you're saying, I think I remember talking to somebody about it, but I don't think I reached out to anybody. I think they called me because I think they talked to my dad.
Who said talk to Kelly?
Right. Who said call me. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Give me one second.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you, other defense.
No, Your Honor.
Can you read your reference date?
None from the state.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Is she also subject to recall?
Yes, everyone's.
Everyone's subject to recall. And you can, you're free to leave. You are subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good. Thank you.
From the state.
And this time the state will call Ms. Kara Richardson.
Richardson?
Yes.
And the police officers or fire department, the respective agencies will do a report based off of the audio, their observations, and the notes in these calls. So yes, that's what happens.
So say someone calls in, is someone typing this in?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the dispatcher person, are they the one who is now going, hey, EMS, you need to go here, or fire, you need to go there?
Sometimes, if we're busy. If we're busy, everybody can answer the radio, the phone and or the radio, but we try to keep the respective, particularly the police dispatchers, off the phones. But if we have an accident on 995 or something like that, where we get inundated with calls, anybody can be answering that and directing responders at the same time.
Gotcha. And you oversee this entire process?
Yes.
All right. Are you also the custodian of record for these records generated from the 911 call center?
Yes.
And within the 911 call center, how many people generally work a shift, like a daytime shift?
We have to have a minimum of 6 on the floor, but we typically have between 6 and 8.
And as part of the record keeping in the normal course of business for the Glen Brunswick 911 Center, do you keep both the written record as well as the audio file?
We do.
Okay. And the audio file is basically what? The 911 caller and the person receiving the call?
Correct. We also have audio files of radio traffic that we keep on record as well.
All right. So prior to coming to court today, have we met?
We have.
All right. And have we also kind of gone over the relevant 911 calls that were given to the GBI in regard to the investigation into the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you had the opportunity to review those calls as well as review the CAD reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And any extractions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go ahead and at this time, for expediency's sake, the state is going to tender States Exhibit 141 and 142, the 911 call from February 23rd, 2020, made by Matt Albenze.
Which one is, I'm sorry, just which one is his?
Sure. 141 and 142, 141 being the audio call for 911 for Matt Albenze on February 23rd, 2020, and 142 being the associated CAD report.
Got it. No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Next, the state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 144, being the 911 call by Greg McMichael from February 23rd, 2020, and the associated CAD report 145, 911 CAD report for Greg McMichael. In addition, States Exhibit 146, the sequential export extraction from that CAD report.
No objection.
No objection. No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence as States Exhibit 147, the 911 call made by Greg McMichael from July 13th of 2019, along with 148, the associated CAD report.
No objection.
No objection. No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 149, 150, and 151. The 911 call by Larry English from October 25th, 2019, parts 1 and 2, along with the associated CAD report at 151.
149 and 150 are the two calls on 1025.
Correct.
Okay. No objection.
51 being
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
State will tender into evidence States Exhibit 153, 154, and 155 being the 911 calls from Larry English from November 17th of 2019, along with the associated CAD report, States Exhibit 156.
Oh, I got you. 156 is three calls. Got you. Okay. No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence at States Exhibit 157, the 911 call by Larry English from November 18th, 2019, along with the associated CAD report, 158.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 159 and the associated CAD report at 160 of the 911 call by Larry English from December 1st, 2019.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
And the state will tender in at States Exhibit 161, the 911 call by Travis McMichael from January 1st of 2020, and 162, the associated CAD report.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
In addition, the state will tender into evidence at States 163, the 911 call by Travis McMichael from February 11th, 2020, and the associated CAD report as States Exhibit 164.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, so Ms. Richardson, if I live in Brunswick and or Glenn County and I call 911, how does it get to you?
If you call from most of our calls are now wireless, it'll hit off of a tower and it's supposed to route you to the appropriate PSAP. So if you live on the county line, there is a chance sometimes that you might hit Camden, but for the most part, they're routed as they should be.
All right, so if somebody is a tourist and they're out on St. Simon's Island and they want to dial 911 for something in Savannah, that's not going to work, right?
It doesn't work that way.
Okay, they're going to get 911 here in St. Simon's and or Glenn County.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, is there also a non-emergency line that can be called in order to get to basically the police to report something?
There is.
Right? And so if someone were to call that non-emergency line, would they go to the exact same dispatch location?
It depends if they're calling the 3645 number, which is our primary non-emergency number because we are a separate entity. It will go directly to us. Some of the departments will forward their calls to us after hours. So it does get forwarded to us, but for the most part, they're going to be answering their own calls during normal, their non-emergency calls during normal work hours.
So somebody calls Brunswick PD just directly, but no one's there to pick up. It could get routed to you.
Right.
Now, if somebody is, for instance, in Douglas, Georgia, okay, but they want to call about something that's happening in Glenn County, they call 911 in Douglas, they're going to get Douglas, right?
Correct.
So they need to call a non-emergency line to get to dispatch.
Right. And just to clarify, the only time that could happen is if you are on a VoIP, because VoIP will basically bring to 911 the location that you're registered at. So that's the only exception. And of course, landlines are a direct, they'll go directly to the PSAP, the respective PSAP.
All right. So if I'm on a landline and in my house in St. Simon's, that's just going to automatically tell you where I am, and that's where you're going to assume the emergency's at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So first thing I want to go ahead and take a look at is going to be States Exhibit. I'm going to have you look at 142 and 143. All right. Take a look at 143 and 142 and go ahead and tell us what the difference is between those two documents. Okay.
Okay, this is the computer. This is when we enter something into we're basically telling a story when we enter anything into CAD, which is their computer aided dispatch. And it's a chronological story of events as we are told they're unfolding or happening. So this is a CAD report, and this is going to be the script that is annotated along with.
Can you list when you say this? What's the document that you're referring to?
142, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. So 142 is the story.
It is. And 143 is going to be, I can't remember the specific name of this, but this is what comes with when we download our audio from our, I'm sorry, our recorder.
Okay.
My apologies.
That's okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take States 142 and 143 back from you.
I don't know that has a technical name, but.
So what we've got, so the jury can kind of see this, is 142.
I'm sorry, Mr. McCaskey.
Sure.
143, I don't have it listed as you tendering it.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. If I failed to tender 143, the state will tender States Exhibit 143 as a sequential export of the CAD report 142, being the recording from 141.
Yes, ma'am.
No objection. No objection.
So when we're looking here at the CAD report, we end up first with what right here? What is this? A call number? What is that?
That's your name. Oh, yes, that's a call number.
And then what's the nature?
Nature is suspicious person, activity, package,
All right.
all encompassing vehicle.
And then when we're looking down here, in this particular instance, what is the date we're looking at in States Exhibit 142?
2/23 of 2020,
And then what is the time?
13/08/24.
Is that military time?
It is.
All right. And who is our caller?
Matt.
And so when we then look down below, this is just something someone else typed in as they were speaking with Mr. Albense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then when we look at 143, which is the export, does this give us the same date and time right here?
It does.
And then what's DUR?
The duration, I believe, that's the duration of the call.
All right. And then it says it came into Glenn County, Maine. What does that mean?
So that actually that didn't come from 911 line, that came into our main line. So our non-emergency line.
Non-emergency line.
Mhm.
So then directing your attention to stage 145. Stage 145, is that the exact same call number as the previous one as well? I'll put them up so that you can see them.
Please.
So, is that the exact same call number?
It is.
Okay. So when two people end up calling in minutes apart, but it seems to be about the same incident, does it end up on the same tab report?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Unless it's hard to determine if that in fact is the same incident that's going on.
So for instance, you can have a mile apart, two car wrecks that have
Yes.
nothing to do with each other.
Right.
Okay. But in this case, we have this combined CAD report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when we look at this and we go down here, we actually have right here, what are those words?
Another caller.
All right, so just so I know, this typing is,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, so then this typing would be related to that time of day?
Yes, ma'am.
And then another call that would be related to this time of day?
Correct.
Okay, so I got a question for you here. This time and date says 13/15/48, right?
Mhm.
All right, it's being taken in by P. Parker, who's that?
Philip Parker, he's one of our,
One of your 911 people.
yes, ma'am.
All right, but when we look at State's Exhibit 146, all right, related to the specific phone call from Greg McMichael, what time do we actually have right there?
13/14/09.
And what was the duration on that?
4 minutes, 46 seconds.
Okay. Why is there a discrepancy showing this as a 13/14/09 call versus this one where it says another caller at 14/15/48?
Right. So I believe what happened, and again, they don't necessarily remember exactly what they do with the thousands of calls they process. But when that caller called in, he was naming that he was in a neighborhood. So we don't create a record of call. We can't really create a record of call without having a good idea of the location. And the location's got to go in and validate it along with the nature of call before that call is created. And I think what happened and what he believes happened is when he was trying to get where that was at, he realized, okay, this is related to this call. And so instead of going with that particular CAD event, he went ahead and put the information in the existing record of call.
Okay, so there's a time delay between the, hey, this is coming in at 13/14/09, and hey, I think it's related to this, so there's a later time when he actually types it in.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, but they got associated.
Correct.
At this time, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 144.
Hello. 911, what's the address of emergency? I'm out here at Satilla Shores. It's a black male running down the street. Where at Satilla Shores? I don't know what street we're on. Stop right there! Damn it! Stop! Charlie! Sir, hello, sir. Sir, where you at? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Stopping that at 1 minute in. The noises and voices we hear in the background of that, dun, 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 where's that from?
That's from inside the center.
Okay. Does anyone ever come back on the line in this call?
No, ma'am.
Moving forward now to State's Exhibit 145. 148 and 147. Let's take a look at 148. So what is our call number up here on State's Exhibit 148?
887230,
And what date do we have?
7/13 to 2019,
And what time?
18/14/10.
And is this Mr. Parker taking this again?
It is
And what address do we have making the 911 call?
230 Satilla Drive.
And who is the person calling?
Greg McMichael.
This time the state will publish 147.
Good Brunswick Communications, Operator 94. How may I assist you? Hey, this is Greg McMichael. I'm Chief Investigator of the DA's office. Is there anybody, supervisor available I might be able to speak to? Sure, just a moment. And are you talking the dispatch supervisor or police supervisor? Police supervisor, yeah. Anybody on duty would be fine. Okay. I wanted to make more. Okay, all right. And what was your name? Greg McMichael. Okay, and a contact number for you? 912-217-1726. They can call me back. Okay, and your address, sir? 230 Satilla Drive. We've got a lot of break-ins in this area out here, automobile break-ins. And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living under the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17. We just went up there and made contact with a real shady-looking fella. And he, possibility he may be the one that's been breaking into all these automobiles out there. I just wanted to make somebody aware that there was somebody living under there. Hello? And you want to talk to the supervisor or anything else? When they give you a call, it's going to come in as blocked unknown or unregistered, so be prepared to answer that, okay, at 912-217-1726. That's correct, yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Now, in regard to State's Exhibit 161 and 162. Looking at 162 right now. What is our call number?
989180.
And what is our date?
It is 1/1/2020,
What time?
11:05:39,
And what is the location of the call?
230 Satilla Drive.
And who's making the call?
Travis McMichael.
At this time, the state will publish State's Exhibit 161.
Brun Communications, Operator 915.
Hey, yes, I need a police officer. I got a report of I need a report of stolen stuff.
You what, sir?
I need a police officer. I need to report a stolen pistol.
Okay, and what's the address it was stolen from?
230 Satilla Drive.
It's 230 Satilla Drive, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name?
Travis McMichael.
Phone number, Mr. McMichael?
912-423-1374.
What kind of gun was it, sir?
It was a Smith & Wesson NMT 940.
And when did it get stolen?
I'm assuming about an hour ago.
Okay, where was it when it got stolen?
It was in my truck. It was in my truck on the side of the road.
Yes, sir. You on the side of the road? Yeah, right here at the house. Or actually, it's on the. Do you have the serial number for it by any chance or paperwork on it? I don't. I can get it tomorrow, but I don't have it right now. Oh man, I might have something somewhere around here right in my gun station. I might have it. I'll look for it when I go. And do you think they took it today or? I'm pretty certain this was within an hour. My father missed my truck for me. He had the truck for me. I came out an hour later, and the holster was sitting in my seat. So I know sure I'm pretty certain they stole it. Yes, sir. And what kind of truck was it stolen out of? A 2011 Ford F-150, regular gas. Did you take anything else out of your truck, sir? No, ma'am. And what color is the truck? Red. All right, I'll put it in for you to have officer come out. All right, I'll be out here with you. Yes, sir. All right, happy to do. Same to you, sir.
And then directing your attention to State's Exhibit 163 and 164. What is our call number?
1012164.
All right. And what date and time do we have?
1927-13 at February 11, 2020.
And what location?
220 Satilla Drive.
And who is making the phone call?
Travis McMichael.
And what is this address here?
That's a lat long that is affiliated with the phone, so he called 911 from his cell phone.
From his cell phone. All right. This time the state will publish State's Exhibit 163.
911, what's the address of your emergency? It's Attila Drive, 230 Attila Drive. What's going on? We had a string of burglaries. I was leaving the neighborhood, and I just caught a guy running into a house being built 2 houses down from me. When I turned around, he took off running into the house. Okay. What did he look like? It's a black male, red shirt, white shorts. And you said the house is being built? It's being built, yes, ma'am. It's vacant right now. He is in the house. What's your name and phone number, sir? Travis McMichael, 912-423-1374. All right. Where are you at now? I am sitting right across the street in my truck, watching the house. Watching the house with it right now. Right here at the okay. What kind of truck are you in? A red Ford F-150. Okay. Are you okay? Yeah. It just startled me. When I turned around and saw him and backed up, he reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not, but he looked like he was acting like he was. So, be mindful of that. Okay. Which pocket did he reach into? Left, I believe. Okay. And now, so 230 is the vacant lot address? It's my address. It's your address? It's probably okay. 8 or 226. Maybe 226? Possibly. And how many houses down is it from yours? It's 2 towards the highway. I guess he doesn't realize we're here. He's got the damn lights on right now. He's got a flashlight going through the house.
Does he? Okay. You just stay where you're at so that the officers will know.
Will do.
Okay. And I'll stay on the line with you until they get there, just in case anything changes.
Roger that.
So you said he was a black male. Did he have hair on his head? Any other features you can tell me about?
I couldn't tell.
Okay.
He just looked like short hair.
Okay. Was he tall, short?
Yeah, he was tall, about 6 foot.
Okay.
There's the neighbors. I guess one of the other neighbors saw it. There's about 4 of us over here around it right now.
Okay. So what happened when you first saw him?
He tried to sneak behind a bush. He was coming through somebody's yard, and I looked back, and he was trying to sneak behind a bush. And when I drove on by, he got behind a portalet that they had to it. And when I backed up, he looked at me. I went ahead and backed up to the road, and he reached in his pockets. I kind of watched him. He ran off into the house, and then stepped back out and went back into the house. And that's when I called y'all.
Okay.
But we've been having a lot of burglaries and break-ins around here lately, and I had a pistol stolen January 1st, actually. And I've never seen this guy before in the neighborhood. I'm kind of keeping an eye, and sure enough, there's one, through the yard, Cops. All right.
You see him?
Yep, they're pulling up, coming in hot.
Okay. You can go ahead and let me go, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Can we have 1 minute? I will go ahead and pass the witness.
Yes, ma'am. As the custodian of records for the public safety dispatch, and this may seem like an obvious question to you, is there any mechanism by which you collect or record phone calls that people make directly to officers?
There is not.
And are you aware of officers who give out their cell phone numbers to members of different Bakers, residents in those different patrol areas?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware.
Okay, so there isn't anything. If an individual were not to call the regular Glynn County PD number, non-emergency, or 911, those phone calls would not be collected in any place that you care for.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Correct.
you.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
Anything for any additional defendants?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Any redirect on that point?
No objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Is she subject to recall?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, you're free to go today. You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Maybe what I'll also do is, when I'm just explaining that we're going to do this by deposition, and it holds the same weight as testimony, that there's also going to be two.
Actually, Your Honor, having reviewed the number of 911 calls, there's going to be 7 transcripts for 7 different 911 calls, and the state will tender those exhibits, the transcripts for the record prior to that. We have a stipulation. Then I was going to tender like 149A, 150A. I've already discussed this with the defense for the record. And then, of course, probably have you inform them. There'll be these transcripts that will go back with them.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this through. So you're going to tender the transcripts before the video gets played, or you plan to do it as the video? How are we doing this?
Before the video gets played, because in order to make this sort of seamless, Mr. Camarillo will stop it before the 911 call is played. they'll receive the transcripts, and then we'll play it, then we'll pick all the transcripts up. And that way they're already in the record prior to the deposition.
Okay, that satisfies the question I had, because I was concerned if we give them all the transcripts, they're going to be reading ahead, and it's going to be distracting. Okay. All right, I think I understand that.
Yeah, we're just entering it in, and then as the day goes on, as each one's played, it's given to them and picked back up.
7 transcripts.
7 different 911 calls.
Okay. Okay, I understand that. Let me just work through the language I have then on that. All right, anything from Travis McMichael?
There you go.
From Greg McMichael.
One housekeeping issue, Your Honor, your name plate is in a direct line where we have a little more trouble seeing.
I don't have any problem taking down my nameplate. I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
You can stick it right there.
We just put it right here, Your Honor.
Yeah. Do a formal name change. Just file your petition.
Thank you, Your Honor. And besides that, nothing from us.
Michelle.
Yeah, 3, I think I'm counting correctly. 1 issue is we renew our objection for service for the record proceeding on Veterans Day. In this case, we maintain that under the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution, any distinction under OCGA 141 between Sunday and federal holidays would be unconstitutional in this context. We would note, as this court has noted in the related context of compelling jurors to serve during COVID, compelling jurors to serve on this federal holiday, we would contend is a violation of the jurors' rights, whether they have formally filed objections or not. We don't know whether they know. They can tell the court if they have an issue, like if they have daycare, but it takes on a different kind of context. We maintain that it is illegal. And in saying that, let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that this court doesn't value our veterans or value Veterans Day. We know how important that is to the court. But still, for preserving our objection, we contend that this is a notwithstanding the 1888 Supreme Court case that would be contrary to that this is not a judicial day when the court can conduct business. And more specifically, this is a federal holiday on which the court cannot compel jurors to appear and for jurors to serve, however willing they might be to do that. That was one issue. I think the court's already addressed it, but I can sit down if the court feels compelled to address it again.
I believe I've already addressed that. We're here.
We are indeed. The second issue, Your Honor, is my understanding is we're going to be taking up special agent secret statements or testimony later today. I may misunderstand.
The deposition is 4 hours with breaks. The state anticipates a 2:30 wrapping up of Larry English, and Officer Rash would be the next witness. I do not believe we will get beyond Officer Rash today into a special agency test.
Okay. I can provide the information to the court. Because the court's going to be listening to a deposition for 4 hours, the court's respectfully already heard. I wanted to bring some matters to the court's attention, anticipating Agent Secrets might testify tomorrow. Your Honor, there's an issue there with respect to the voluntariness of the statement made by Mr. Bryan. Statements in 511 and 513, Officer Secrets. Those were alluded to generally during the Jackson v. Dental hearing in this case. And much to my embarrassment, we did not follow up and actually file a brief on that subject. But I would like to apprise the court of 3 cases that
I'm actually going to object at this point in time. Your Honor, we did have a Jackson Denver hearing on this matter. At that point in time, Mr. Goff was given a number of days to file his brief so that the state could file their brief in response to that. He is not ineffective because he and I spoke, and he said, I'm not going to pursue this issue. And he didn't pursue this issue. And now, in the midst of trial, he's bringing it up again. He's not ineffective. This is strategy. This is strategic. And the state objects to it because he did have his opportunity. We had an entire hearing, and he abandoned this knowingly and intelligently as part of the strategy. To bring it up now, of course, is additional strategy, and we ask that you not indulge him in this at this time.
If I may, Your Honor, we are now in trial. It doesn't matter what the court's ruling pre-trial is on the voluntariness of defendant's statements, because the jury independently during the trial must determine whether those statements are voluntary or not. Mr. Bryan is entitled as a matter of law to a charge on the admissibility of the statement. Even if he didn't, I believe co-counsel is going to be insisting on that charge. I'm maybe presuming, but there's a pattern charge on this subject. So
I mean, the issue's out there, so I mean, the jury's going to be charged on.
Okay. So what I'm advising the court of is I think there are several cases the court may wish to bear in mind as it relates to the examination of Agent Secrets, both by the state and by the defense in this case, which obviously is going to be somewhat different than what the court's heard before. And it's going to impact the court's rulings. So if I may indulge the court with 3 citations.
Go ahead.
I've never known the court not to want to hear law. Griffin v. Strong, United States Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit, 1993. 983 F. 2nd 1540. State v. Sanders, Supreme Court of New Mexico, 2000. 129 NM 728 or 13 P3D 460.
Mr. Goff, please slow down and repeat that.
I'm so sorry. State v. Sanders, Sanders, Supreme Court of New Mexico, 2000. 129, capital N period, 728. Also reported at 13, P is in Pacific, 13 P3D 460. Last but not least, a case I'm sure the court is familiar with, Arizona v. Fulminante, Supreme Court of the United States, 499 U.S. 279, 1990. Whether threats by third parties are relevant to the jury's consideration as to the voluntariness of defendant's statements is a legitimate issue that the court will have to address. We also have the question as to whether these are truly entirely third-party threats or whether the state, whether the Georgia Bureau of Investigation fanned those flames on and prior to May 13th with their press releases. Certainly, the court might find a way to say that third-party threats are somehow not relevant, but to the extent that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation fanned the flames in this case with its press releases by former Cobb County District Attorney Dick Reynolds, then they're not necessarily third-party threats to the extent that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation aided and abetted the media storm surrounding Mr. Roddy Bryan prior to May 11th and prior to his statements on May 13th. Brings up a related issue, and I just want to make sure it's clear on the record. I filed lots of Brady motions in this case. I just want to make it clear. Our contention is under Brady v. Maryland that if there's any evidence in the possession of the state, that's not just the Cobb County District Attorney's Office. That includes the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. That includes the Attorney General's Office. That includes the Governor's Office. If there's any evidence out there that would suggest that the GBI played any role in fanning the media frenzy, fanning the flames in this case against Mr. Bryan in the days of and before the statements given to him by him to Agent Seacrest, then that is exculpatory information within the meaning of the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution as incorporated by the 14th, and under Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution of the state of Georgia. Whether Brady itself says that or not, we contend that is a good faith extension, not only of Brady, but of the Fifth Amendment authority upon which Brady is based. So we contend that all that information would be relevant. And to be fair to the state, this is not the kind of issue that comes up every day. Certainly before they begin their examination of the witnesses, I didn't want this to come up in the middle of it and have the jury shuttling in and shuttling out throughout that statement. Third issue, polygraph results. The state filed a motion prior to trial to prohibit any reference to polygraph results or I think by extension the polygraph examination itself. It was suggested at a prior hearing that the issue with respect to the admissibility of Roddy Bryan's statements was whether there was a quote unquote deal in this case that he wouldn't be prosecuted. The problem is that when Agent Seacrest starts talking about what's going on behind the scenes, Mr. Bryan passed a polygraph examination that Agent Seacrest was notified of on the morning of May 13th. And that informs a variety of issues in this case, including if the state were to assert, as I believe they have in the past, that there was a change in Mr. Bryan's demeanor from the 11th to the 13th in his statements, that would be explained by the fact that he had just provided a polygraph result confirming most of the facts that we have elicited during the trial, such that he was unarmed, such that he was not in communication with the McMichaels. In the previous hearing, I think that going back through the transcript this morning at 4 a.m., the court might not be aware that there was an issue with respect to the release of the polygraph results, which in this case, Mr. Bryan had on May 13th and had media trucks all around and withheld that information for 5 or 6 days, waiting for the GBI to release it. And I think that it's important that the court understand that background when we start getting into the examination of Agent Seacrest, because if the state isn't careful, they're going to open up some doors that perhaps they didn't intend to. And I didn't want the court to feel like you were getting ambushed, might not be the word for it, but surprised, because the tenor of the examination of Agent Seacrest at trial could be substantially different than what took place in the Jackson v. Denham hearing. I have nothing more.
From the state. I'm not sure there's a motion out there because we've already litigated the polygraph issue. As far as these cases, I haven't had an opportunity to look at the cases. So I'm not sure, but I'll give the state an opportunity.
Yes, we've already litigated the polygraph issue. The law is very firm on it. Polygraphs do not come in the state of Georgia. They only come in if the defense and the state agree and the state does not agree. With regard to Agent Seacrest, I believe what Mr. Goff is talking about is threats by third parties, and his complaint is that the GBI played any role in fanning the flames. So while those are convenient words, there isn't anything concrete there, meaning there's been no proffer that anyone from the GBI did anything. I'm not sure what fanning the flames mean. What flames? What are we talking about? News media, news coverage, Mr. Bryan's statements. So once again, GBI, any role in fanning the flames is not a legal argument. And I don't even know what he's requesting for Brady versus Maryland, because as we all know, Mr. Goff was present when his client gave his statements. He was represented by counsel who was sitting right next to him during this entire interview, all the interviews with Agent Seacrest. Agent Seacrest had been in contact with Mr. Goff before, during, and after all of these interviews. So this assertion that somehow Mr. Bryan and his statements were, his demeanor changed because of outside influences that have absolutely nothing to do with the state, nothing to do with Agent Seacrest, and the fact that he was represented by counsel, this appears to be a very empty motion, and there's nothing really at this time that the state can respond to. The state also has not had a chance to look at these cases, so I ask that this be deferred. And actually, I don't even know what he's motioning for.
I don't think there's anything. I think this is more directory than anything else. But maybe it didn't come up in the context of the polygraph, but at some point in, I've got to think through this, in the pretrial, in the motion practice pretrial, the issue of what was surrounding Mr. Bryan's statement had come up. Was that not in the polygraph? Or was, I'm sorry, not in the discussion about the voluntariness of the statement that we're discussing?
Correct. It was during the Jackson Denner hearing.
The reason I just some additional cases on that point.
The reason I raise it is because we're under no obligation. We're under no obligation to put the state on notice of anything, but we do have an obligation as officers of the court to keep the court advised as best we can. And I'm simply letting the court know that this issue during the trial could play out very differently than it did during the pretrial Jackson v. Denner hearing, and I didn't want the court to be surprised.
I understand. Thank you. All right, let's go through this transcript charge and tailor it. Me. And maybe we turn me down a little bit. Okay, I've just incorporated the prefatory language about the deposition into the charge transcript. So what I'm going to let them know is at this time, you're going to watch a recorded deposition. This is proper evidence for you to consider. During the deposition, some 911 calls will be played. I'm going to allow you to have a transcript of the recordings, and then I go into the charge itself that I read yesterday. So I'll go ahead and address it that way.
Your Honor, there's also a stipulation that's going to come in prior to the deposition. And the only thing I'd like to make sure we hash out is that the stipulation is something we all agree are the accurate dates of those 911 calls. And I know when you tell the jury, if you hear anything different, it's up to you to decide between a transcript and what you're hearing. But we want the jury to know that what the accurate dates of those 911 calls and the videos, the security cam videos that will be played during the English deposition, the accurate dates are what is on the stipulation. As the court may recall, Mr. English was understandably very squishy on remembering the dates, and that's why we agreed on the stipulation. So I just don't want those two issues to morph.
We join.
So you're entering into a stipulation on the dates of the 911 calls, dates and
It's
times?
very clear in the stipulation that we're,
Maybe I need to see it.
yes, and we've all signed it. It is going to be State's Exhibit 411. And I will hand you a copy. It is the fourth part of the stipulation there.
I believe it should be a joint exhibit, or a court exhibit, rather than a state's exhibit. That should be-
We join.
It's probably a court's exhibit. We're on 3.
I'll relabel the concept and
3. Yeah, be court's 3. So at this point, is this being tendered in, the stipulation?
yes, and I was going to read it to them this morning and tender it.
I understand there's no objection. It's a joint stipulation. Court's 3 is in.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
That's what's yours.
And attempted to enhance the audio on the cell phone video taken by William Bryan without any noticeable results. Caitlin Nguela of ROCIC in Tennessee did enhance the cell phone video taken by William Bryan and produced 2 exhibits. Both the state and the defendant stipulate to the authenticity and admission of State's Exhibit 129 containing the 2 digital files labeled stabilized _IMG _5617 and stabilized color safe levels IMG _561. The parties stipulate to the following evidence. Matthew Heath, digital forensic investigator with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, produced the following exhibits per the request of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation team and provided these exhibits to GBI Special Agent Lawrence Kelly. State's Exhibit 314, folder of 1,095 frame-by-frame photos of cell phone video taken by William Bryan. State's Exhibit 191, half-speed video of the cell phone video taken by William Bryan. State's Exhibits 221, 222, 223, and 224 contain 4 files that combine the videos from 220 Satilla Drive, 119 Satilla Drive, and 224 Satilla Drive that solely show Ahmaud Arbery's path on February 23rd, 2020. The parties stipulate that, back up, the state and the defense stipulate to the following dates for the videos provided to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation by Mr. Larry English. State's Exhibit 117 are the videos from 220 Satilla Drive recorded on February 11th, 2020. State's Exhibit 120, videos from 220 Satilla Drive recorded on February 23rd, 2020. State's Exhibit 121, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on October 25th of 2019. State's Exhibit 122, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on November 17th, 2019. State's Exhibit 123, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on November 18th, 2019. States Exhibit 124, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on December 17th, 2019. And then States Exhibit 125, a 220 Satilla Drive video. This was emailed to Georgia Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Seacrest on May 22nd of 2020. However, the date the video was taken is unknown. That completes the stipulation of the parties, Court's Exhibit number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. In addition, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence in relationship to the 911 calls that were tendered in last night with Kara Richardson. States Exhibit 149A, 150A, 153A, 154A, 155A, 157A, and 159A, which are the transcripts that relate to those 911 calls, and they're being placed into the record. They will not go out for deliberations, but they are the transcripts that the jury will be able to review during the 911 calls. So they're placed in the record. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Those are good for that purpose.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, stay ready with the deposition testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's just go ahead and make sure we're clear on who the witness is, and we can move forward.
Yes, Judge. If I may move my chair because I'll be up here for a while. The witness in this case is Larry English. The deposition took place on September 24th of 2021 here at this court. They call Larry English.
So it's with us.
His Honor, swear affirm the testimony to give to the court is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning, Mr. English. Can you hear me okay? Yes, sir. Okay, I know it's hard to see who everybody is with masks on, but my name is Paul Camarillo. I'm with the state. You and I have had a conversation before, is that correct, Eugene? Yes. Okay. All right, Mr. English, will you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, please?
Larry English, Jr., LAROY, HOYT,
Okay, thanks for being here today, sir. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about your background. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about your property at 220 Satilla Shores. We're going to talk about some of the relationships you may have with parties in that neighborhood. And we're also going to talk about some events that occurred back in 2019 and 2020 related to your property and some of your relationships, okay? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and start with your background. So what do you work? What's your occupation? If you do have a job, what is your job? And what's your general occupation?
My former occupation was a general contractor and a commercial beekeeper.
And how long you were a contractor, sir?
I'm 21 years old until 15 years ago.
Okay. And so where is your general residence where you and family live?
Coffee County.
Coffee County?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a secondary residence, sir?
Well, we're working on a place here in Brunswick, yes.
Okay. And where is that? What's the address there?
220 Satilla Drive.
Sir, do you have any children?
Yes.
And what are their ages?
13 and 17.
And are you married, sir?
Married? Yes.
For how long?
25 years.
And how old are you?
51.
Let's go ahead and talk about your property at 220 Satilla Shores. Okay, is that here in Glenn County?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and tell me the background and how you came about obtaining this property?
Some 4 5 years ago, I was diagnosed 6 or 7 years ago with an incurable disease called sarcoidosis that attacks all your vital organs. And at that time, instead of waiting until I was retired, I had to fast forward my dreams. And me and the wife would get out and ride. I have a couple of places down here in Camden County and love to fish. I love the coast. And my dream was to have a place on the water and be able to go fishing and enjoy it and be convenient. So we kept riding and we finally found this vacant lot that we thought we could afford to build a house on and be in the deep. So we acquired the lot and I hired a general contractor down here to do a turnkey job on it. And by the time we had got it dried in, we decided that I would try to finish it myself under some other circumstances that brought about the situation. So I started trying to finish it myself, and it prolonged the progression of it. But anyway, during that time, I had a couple, 2 or 3 bad health situations that gave me some setbacks, and it prolonged it. And we was an hour and a half, 2 hours away, and ended up trying to, keep an eye on things, what was going on. And that's where we ended up with a camera, surveillance camera, to see what was going on and take care of it.
Okay. About what year did you acquire it?
4, 5 years ago, I'm not sure.
Okay. In 2019, can you describe the state of completion of your residence?
In 19?
Yeah, right around 2019. Going into 2000 and early 2020.
I'm guessing somewhere along there, we was just under progress getting the foundation forward, and might have been some framework going on at that point, I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a picture up on the screen, sir, okay? And this is a still shot taken roughly in May of 2020. Okay, and I want you to look at it and tell me if this is the general state of completion of your house at 220 General Approach.
Yeah.
Mr. English, what I have on the screen for you was dated until 1/26. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
That's my home under construction at 220 Satil Drive.
And does that look as to the level of completion that was maybe in February or early 2020? Can you take a look at that and tell us?
It looked like the walls of the garage have been encapsulated in plywood since the day of, I don't know what date you're talking about, but since the day of Ahmaud. There's been more work done to it in this photo.
In this photo, okay. What's some of the differences besides the plywood? What about the garage doors?
And there's no garage doors on the front. The 2 large garage doors are not on the front, which it wasn't.
And that's similar to what it was in February 23rd for earlier that
From
year?
elevation, it looks pretty much the same. The difference is the walls have been plywooded on the inside of the garage that separates the interior of the house from the exterior of the garage.
Okay. And what about the front yard?
I think it's the same.
Okay. And so that seems to be a true and accurate representation of your house, maybe in May or roughly thereof in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. You're at this time the state tender states 1/26 in the evidence.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit. Mr. English, is this your property at 220 Satilla Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point during the construction of your home, did you have any sort of fencing around either the house or the property line itself?
No.
Okay. What about your neighbors? Did they have any fencing going up?
There's a fence on the right and the left side from, say, approximately the middle to the back of my home to the back of the property.
And if we're looking at this photograph, states 126 to the left or to the right of this photograph?
The left and the right.
Okay.
Has a fence going across the back.
All right. But nothing encapsulating the property itself?
No.
Okay. And at any point up till this photograph, did you ever have any signs like no trespassing signs or keep off the property or anything like that?
No.
Did this construction site at around this time and before this, did it have any sort of plumbing or water source or electricity or anything like that?
Yes. At this point, there was a temporary faucet to the right of that porta potty. And then at the back of the property, there's a dog and a boat horse that had a faucet back there also on the upland part of it, not down at the dock, but on the upland part before you walk down to the dock.
And what about electricity?
No, just a temporary service pole on the left corner of the property that you can't see in this photo.
And when you came to do work on this house, because you did say you took over the general contracting job of the house itself, right?
I did.
Do you remember around when you did that?
It would have been as, when the roof got put on it, it would have been a plywood stage, you fell on top of it, no windows, no doors, just plywood on the exterior walls, plywood on the top.
Okay, and was that in 2019 or 20 that you started taking over roughly?
I couldn't remember.
You couldn't remember? Okay. And when you came down to work on it, where did you stay?
I've got a camper. I've had two different campers in the backyard that you can't see in this photo.
You had electricity went through those cameras?
Yes, they come off the temporary service pole and there was a wire run to the back right there that services both roads.
Before y'all constructed this, this portion of the house, or this level of construction, when you first bought the property, what was it?
There was just a vacant lot, pretty much what you see, just a grass lot. The neighbors kept it mowed and clean, and there was an old dock there and a little small upland building that had steps that went down to the fixed dock.
And do you know anything about the use of this lot from people in the neighborhood in the past?
What I know about it, the neighbor on the right-hand side, Brad Butler, they had some kind of party once or twice a year, Christmas party or something of that nature. They would use it to park some of the overflow of their party guests. And then the left neighbor, Kenny Wade, would park boat trailers, boats, different stuff of that nature there. And I think maybe the kids might have played over there some.
At some point after you purchased the property and started doing construction on it, did you get worried about liability in any way? About people coming on and off?
Yes, once we constructed a new dock and boat hoist, I don't remember exactly what stage the home was at that point. Probably in the earlier stages. Mr. Wade contacted me and mentioned that he thought he'd seen the boys from across the street, maybe they were playing. And that concerned me for a couple of reasons. I mean, more or less for their safety rather than somebody stealing something. Because the water on that one tide is very swift, they're very dangerous. So at that point, I got some cameras put up to kind of keep an eye on.
What type of cameras were these?
They're called Blink. They notify your cell phone.
Do you remember roughly the year that you started putting these cameras up?
No.
Would it have been before 2020?
Yes.
Now tell me about these cameras. When they first started coming up, where did you first start putting them?
I first started putting them down at the dock area. The best I can recall, there might have been one on the very back of the house because we had to use a camper as a location to put the module that made the cameras work. And we only worked for so many feet away, so it focused on the dock and maybe one at the rear of the house. I'm not 100% sure. There was two stages of cameras. One, the first stage was on the dock and maybe the rear of the house.
And were the cameras themselves hooked up hardwired to anything, or were they battery operated? How did they run?
They're wireless with batteries.
Do you know how often you had to change out the batteries?
About once a year. It depends on how much action you have on it as to how long the batteries last.
And you said that the connection between the cameras and the module, I think you had mentioned you wanted to start with them closer to the module, so if they were further out, would they not connect to the module?
No, they won't. If you get too far away from the module, the cameras won't pick up.
Did the efficiency of these cameras or how well they worked, did it get adjusted by time of day, internet usage, or anything of that sort that you know of?
Repeat the question, please.
How well the cameras worked? Were they contingent on anything like internet usage or strength of internet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If it was a high usage part of the day, sometimes they wouldn't process as fast.
At some point, did these cameras go up anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
And where was that?
After we got the shell of the house completed, you have to have a 110 power source for module. After we got the structure of the house, then I had a job trailer that's a 20-foot cargo trailer that's parked next to the temporary service pole in the front yard. And from that temporary service pole, I run a 110 wire into the side of it, and we got what they call a hotspot that gives me Wi-Fi service, and we put the second set of cameras at that point. And that was on the fronts of the house. I had 3 or 4 cameras in the front of the house, and one inside the living room and one inside the garage.
How many cameras in total did you have?
I think the second package was a 5 package setup, 4 or 5. The first one was maybe 3. I'm not 100% sure. But on the house, there was 2 on the back, 2 on the front, a couple inside, and we had 2 on the dock.
once you put up these cameras, were you able to monitor your home?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And how would you be able to monitor the cameras when you were not physically on the property?
I could look at it, I could pull up on my phone and I could actually look at it manually at any point in time, or it would give me a notification on the phone if activity was going on the property, it would notify me.
If you got a notification and you looked at the phone, was there any sort of recording that would start, or how did the cameras capture any sort of footage going on at the house?
Well, when I would click on whichever one it was that would notify me, it would start, and there's a time setting on these clips. I can't remember exact time. I want to think up to 60 seconds, I think. And depending on how many seconds you had it set for, how long the clip would show. But it would start from the beginning when it was triggered until the time ran out that you had set.
And then you were able to save those, maybe download those videos somewhere?
I never saved them or downloaded them. I'm kind of low tech, and I didn't realize, but at some point, once you get so many accumulated, it starts dropping off the oldest ones and recording the newest ones.
At some point, were you able to capture any surveillance or any clips from people walking in and off?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
The first instance that we had, I was in Douglas about 9 o'clock or so, and it went off, 9 or 10 o'clock, it went off, and it showed me in the middle of the night. That was the first time that we ever recorded anything on it.
Okay. And did those clips get recorded to a cloud or an internet server somewhere?
No, they just stayed saved in my phone.
Okay, so they got saved on your phone?
Yeah. But like I say, they was only saved until numerous ones were collected, and then it would start dropping off. And I was unaware of that to begin with. I just thought it kept going continuous, but it drops off the older ones after a certain point.
Gotcha. Now, when you had people working on your house during the day, would these cameras get triggered, or were you able to shut them off if people were working? Tell me about that.
I could turn them off manually from a remote location. A lot of times I would remember to do that. A lot of times I wouldn't. Sometimes I would turn them off, and it may be 2 days before I remember to turn them back on.
And did you notice on these cameras during the daytime any sort of traffic coming and going, maybe in front of your house or around your house, anything like that?
Sometimes it would pick them up at the street, but I tried to position them where the street traffic wouldn't trigger them.
And at some point during the daytime, did you capture anybody coming in and out of your property?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
I can't remember all the situations. I mean, most of the time when I see the subcontractor show up, I know what time it was and they had showed up, and I turn them off. We got not very much daytime footage that I was concerned about.
Sure. Give me some other examples besides the subcontractors of people that would come in and off your property.
Well, one thing that popped up in my mind was,
Mr. English, what are some other examples of people coming and going on your property during the daytime?
what I was fixing to state before we were interrupted was about the kids. That's one of the main things that popped in my mind. If the kids had come over there, they'd get a couple pieces of plywood. I could see out of the corner of the camera that they was in the street, had a bicycle ramp built out of it, and that's what they were doing with it. It didn't really alarm me. I was glad to see kids out and doing something with plywood instead of on computer games. The plywood was scrap piece of plywood, 50 cents a piece. I didn't ever bring it to anybody's attention. Wasn't alarmed about it. As far as other people, I can't tell you, I can't even remember people in the daytime, other than Mr. Billy Grinder. Mr. Billy would go over there and walk his dog every day. He would walk around my property, kind of look at it and check on it. That's the only two instances during the daytime that really I can remember.
That were significant to you in some way, is that correct?
Well, that's the only thing that really pops into my mind. There might have been more instances, but it wasn't significant enough to even process it and record it in my mind.
Yes, sir. Here's my approach. Good. Mr. Ernest, I'm going to put them on the screen. State Exhibit 125. Now, you and I had a Zoom meeting maybe a month or so ago, and we went over the surveillance videos, various surveillance videos that you captured on your phone and turned over to the police. Is that right?
Right. And some of these recordings, they may have had to subpoena from the camera system.
Sure.
To get them out.
Sure.
I can't even remember what I did and didn't.
I understand.
The police.
I understand. But you and I went over some videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you and I went over some recordings of your 911 calls to the police. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is put up State Exhibit 125. This is a video you and I went over in my office. State calls Larry English. Judge, at this time stated under State Exhibit 149, he went over the surveillance videos, various surveillance videos that you captured on your phone and turned over to the police. Is that right?
Right. And some of these recordings, they may have had to suspend from the camera system.
Sure.
To get them out. Sure. I can't even remember what I did and didn't.
I understand.
To the police.
I understand. But you and I went over some videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you and I went over some recordings of your 911 calls to the police. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is put up State's Exhibit 125. This is the video you and I went over in my office. I'm going to pause it real quick. Do you recognize what this video clip is, State's Exhibit?
Yes, that's the two boys that was getting phone.
Okay. And where's this camera hanging from, sir?
The far left corner of my home in front.
And when we watch this clip and we're playing this clip, is it true and accurate representation of the surveillance video clip from your house?
You asking me if this is correct?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, State senders State's Exhibit 125 is evidence. That's video B. I'm sorry, video A, clip A.
Your Honor, patent rapidly objection to the reasons previously stated.
No objection.
No, Judge Hunter, but did you say this was clip A?
Clip A of State's Exhibit 125. For the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 125, subsection A.
For the trial record, I just played State's Exhibit 125A, resuming the deposition.
Can the streamers be able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, that's true and accurate representation of the clip that you took that day?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 125, subsection B.
For the trial record, I played State's Exhibit 125B, resuming the deposition at 2422.
And is that also from your house?
Yes.
Okay. Same two children? So those are the same two children?
Yes. Yes.
And is this a true and accurate representation of the surveillance video clip taken from your house?
Yes. Is the microphone turned off? It sounded like when I was in here first, it was on the louder.
I'm sorry. I'm turning my back to you. I'm gonna see if you can hear me from here.
Okay. Yes, that's better. That's better.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, State now tender State's Exhibit 125, subsection B into evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, no.
At some point, when you had these cameras up around the construction site, did you have folks come on your property at nighttime?
Yes.
Okay. One second. Hi, Mr. English. I'm going to walk you through some various times that you called 911, okay? And times that you may have saved surveillance clips corresponding to those particular calls, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to start with October 25th of 2019. Do you remember making a 911 call on October 25th of 2019?
Not by date.
You don't remember the date?
No.
Okay. Do you remember making 911 calls sometime around that time of year?
No, I cannot. Not by date, no.
Not by date. All right, I'm going to play you, to refresh your recollection, a clip from that day and see if you remember making that call on that particular day, okay?
Okay.
That's transcript 1. Let's go ahead and distribute those.
Sunrise Communication Operator, can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is Larry English. I'm calling from Douglas, Georgia. I have a house that we're under construction on, and I have a dog down at 220 Cecilia Drive. That's Cecilia Shores in Brunswick.
Okay.
I got a camera system there. I've got a trespasser there. So he's a colored guy. Got real curly looking hair. He's tattooed down both arms.
You recognize that voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this as one of the times that you called 911?
Yes, I believe that's the first time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
This is State's Exhibit 149. Judge, at this time stated, Senator State's Exhibit 149 is evidence.
Objection.
No objection.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to play it through, okay? And I have a question for you after, all right?
Okay.
Sunrise Communication Operator, can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is Larry English. I'm calling from Douglas, Georgia. I have a house that we're under construction on, and I have a dog down at 220 Cecilia Drive. That's Cecilia Shores in Brunswick.
Okay.
I got a camera system there. I've got a trespasser there. So he's a colored guy. Got real curly looking hair. He's tattooed down both arms. And he's over there kind of wandering around. I don't know what's going on. I was just wondering if you could send a deputy or somebody out to check him out for me, please. Hello?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. I'll click on the information and call. What was your name again?
Larry English.
Mr. English, what's the phone number that you can be reached by that?
912-218-9905.
Okay, you said it's a black male with tattoos on his arms and what else?
And he's got real curly looking, not dreadlock, but just kind of curly messed up looking hair. And the way he actually looks like he's maybe drunk or on drugs. And he's wearing shorts. And I think the sleeveless looking like maybe a t-shirt. We got a lot of tools and equipment and our camper trailer also there, a temporary camper trailer that we stay in. He's already been down on the dock running around and up on the hill around the house and all.
Okay, and you want officer to find out what he's doing and have him removed from the property?
Yes, ma'am, if you would, I would appreciate it.
Did he have a vehicle or a foot?
No, the camera was only a pickup guy that they showed him was only in the backyard, back with trucks and tractors and equipment. And I got a boat hanging on the horse down the dock, and I didn't see, I didn't know if he come up in a vehicle or not. But I called the neighbor next door, but it's just ladies next door. And I told him I'm going to go outside and try to check on it or anything. So I don't know if he's in a vehicle or bicycle or walking.
And you don't know who it is?
No, I've never seen him before. It don't look good, does it?
Okay. And was there any time lapse between the time you saw him and the time you called me?
Just maybe 5 minutes. The camera's been going off since we've been talking. It's got multiple pictures of it.
Okay. All right. Okay, we've got a We're gonna have an officer dispatch. If anything changes, or if he leaves or you see anything else, just call us back, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. What's your name again?
You can just call the number that you called and see if anybody who answers.
Okay, thank you for your help.
You're welcome, bye.
All right, Mr. English. The person you saw in that video, you said you didn't know him?
No.
Okay. You had never met him before?
No.
I've never seen him before?
No.
The cameras that you have at your property, are you able to communicate with somebody who's on the property at that time?
No.
And the night that that person was on that camera, was that the first time you saw him or did you see him prior nights?
That's the first time. The best I can recall, that's the very first time.
And in that call, you used the word plundering around. What do you mean by that?
I'm just looking around and, checking things out.
Did you ever see that person take anything that night?
No.
Did you ever see anything in his hands? Like a bag or flashlight or any sort of things on him?
No.
I think you said it looked like he may be doing drugs or drinking or was on something like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you don't know him, right?
No.
And you didn't know him that night?
No.
So you don't actually know if he was taking or using drugs. Is that correct?
No, the reason, what led to that is me and my wife both looked at the video, and when he come back up the ramp from the floating dock, down where the water runs with, looked like he was a little bit disoriented. But afterwards, that was a spur of the moment call.
Sure.
Afterwards, I get to thinking about it. When you look at these videos, it looks like there's light shining on it, but in reality, it's dark. Those are infrared recordings. After I get thinking about it, it could have been dark. Maybe he was kind of feeling his way around rather than staggering. So if that gives you the definition of why that was.
Sure. It just looked like he was maybe uneasy on his feet or something like that?
He was.
He was uneasy on his
It
feet,
looked like
maybe?
that right at the top of the ramp. I mean, the best I can remember, it kind of looked like he might have been a little bit disoriented with his foot, And that made me more concerned because it's dangerous, especially in the daytime. It's dangerous because there's no rails around the floating dock. But at night, you're in a location where you're not familiar with it, makes it even more dangerous.
Okay. And you said the camera was only showing him in the back. Do you know why when that camera was able to pick him up?
No.
Mr. English, I'm going to show you a video clip from your surveillance camera. This is State's Exhibit 121. State's Exhibit 121. It's a video you and I watched on Zoom together.
Judge, I'm going to object to the commentary that goes along with showing the exhibit. Let's just go ahead and show it.
Show the exhibit. You need to refresh his recollection.
Sure. Mr. English, do you recognize, I paused it. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this a clip of?
It looks like the clip where the gentleman's starting to go down the ramp.
Now, this used to be about a 45-second clip. And is this what you were talking about, how it would only capture a certain amount of time?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate representation of your camera?
Do what now?
Is this a true and accurate representation of the clip your camera caught?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 120. 121.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Submitted. For the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 121.
trial record, I'm playing the same exhibit through for the jury.
That's, excuse me, 121.
121.
Mr. English, can you see the mouse moving on my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm putting the mouse on what looks like some piece of metal. Can you tell us what this is?
That's a 3-foot wide aluminum walkway. It's pretty much identical to the walkway that the gentleman in the photo went down.
Okay, so there's a walkway going up, and in what direction is it going up if you're looking up to the top of the screen?
That's up into the very back of my property.
And you said that's an identical piece that was going down to the bottom left part of the screen as well?
Correct.
And where does the ramp on the bottom left part of the screen lead to?
It leads down to like approximately 10 foot by 20 foot floating dock.
A floating dock?
Yes.
Are there any rails or anything keeping people from falling off there?
No.
For the record, I'm putting the mouse on now a dark object, maybe a black object on the middle right of the screen. What is this, sir?
That's a black plastic toolbox.
Okay.
What storage box? Toolbox storage box.
And what's inside of it?
I think it may be some water hoses and fillet knives and maybe some ropes to tie the boat with and maybe fire extinguisher.
Do you remember at all what's on this part of the screen? On this to be a table of some sort?
That's a couple of chairs with boards laid over them where the wind will blow them off.
And what about this white box shape?
That's just a cheap cooler.
And I'm putting my mouse onto the right side of the screen now. What is this?
That's my boat.
Okay. How many boats do you have?
At that time, I think I had 3, 4.
And on this property, how many boats did you have down here at this time?
At that time, just that boat. There might have been a small boat tied up in the water and the float got out when then it's been tied up and taken out multiple times.
And from your recollection, was anything taken or messed with in any way during the interaction with this person on this dock?
No.
For the record, I just played through states to the 121. Mr. English, how would one get on from this part of the dock onto your boat here?
The bottom right corner of the screen, there's an opening in the handrail.
Okay.
And you can step over into a probably 10-foot wide aluminum plank that accesses the boat.
And the clear doesn't show Mr. Alder coming back up or back into the property at all, is that right?
Not that I remember.
Okay, do you remember at all where he went after that?
Not that I recall.
And Mr. English, you called 911 based on him being there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you want to happen to that person?
I wanted to, hopefully, that you would find him and talk to him, maybe tell him not to be there anymore.
Because you didn't want him on your property, right?
No.
And did you save this clip to your phone, or was it saved to your phone somewhere?
It was probably saved for X amount of days. I mean, I don't know. And maybe eventually it was sent to the camera company or something. I don't know how that worked.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with any police officers after the 911 call that night?
Well, I know I talked to him later. I can't 100% remember who it was on that certain night.
Okay. And did you end up sending this clip to the police that night?
I can't recall.
Mr. English, I'm going to put up on the screen State Exhibit 122. And I'm going to ask if you recognize what it is, correct, sir?
Okay.
State Exhibit 122A, we'll start with. And sir, you recognize,
No, it's the record, renewing my previous objection.
Mr. English, you recognize what this is a clip of?
I do.
Okay, what is a clip of?
That's of the white male and female that came onto a property in the night.
And I'm going to play it through in full for you.
For the trial record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 122A for the jurors.
For the record, State Exhibit 122A. And Mr. English, is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your camera took that night?
Could you repeat that?
Is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your camera took that night?
Two and a half, what now?
A true and accurate?
Oh, yes.
Judge, at this time, State moves to tender State Exhibit 122A into evidence.
Question is, do we have a date for this video?
11/17/19.
Well, actually, that's.
I will. Mr. English, do you remember what day this was taken?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time of year it was taken?
No.
But it is a clip from your video camera taken from your house, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, State moves to tender State 122A into evidence.
No objection. Renew the previous objection. 41403.
No objection, Your Honor.
I submit it.
Your Honor, put another clip on. This is State Exhibit 122B. We're asking if you recognize it.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that, sir?
I can tell by the black tarp on the dirt. That's the camera showing where my drive will go in the garage.
For the record, I'm pointing through State Exhibit 122B.
For the trial record, I have up State's 122B, and I'll be playing it for the jurors.
Who's going to plan the deposition?
Sir, is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your surveillance camera took?
Yes.
Do you remember what date or time that clip was taken?
No.
Do you remember roughly what time of year or month?
No.
At this time, State moves to tender State Exhibit 122B into evidence.
No objection.
No objection is before.
do you remember calling the police when you saw that video? Do what? Do you remember calling the police when you saw that video?
I think I did. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I did.
If I play you a clip of the 911 call, 911 call of that night, will you fresh recollection?
Yes.
The record, I'm going to play Stacy Exhibit 153A.
Operator 90. Yes, sir. I need to report somebody's home picked up on property at 220 Satilla Drive in Brunswick. 220 Satilla Drive? Yes, we've had some issues with officer reaction. I think he's on vacation. There's somebody there now. I can't see.
Okay.
Just to be clear.
That was just the front door. It was. It'll pass.
Couple lawyers though.
Okay. I will require time for morning break.
Since we have handed these out, let's go ahead and get through this 911 call, and then we'll take a morning break. You could-
Some two miles and showed a male and female, white female couple there that went under the garage.
Did that refresh your recollection if you called the police that night for that couple?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember making that call?
Yes.
Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
Do you believe that to be a true and accurate representation of your voice for the 911 call?
Yes.
Does this time state police code Stacy Exhibit 153A, is that evidence?
Okay. Same, okay.
Number 1620, Stacy Exhibit 153A.
We had some stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago there. Okay, all right, sir. And what is your phone number? 912-218-9905. Okay. And what's your name, sir? Larry English. Gary English? Larry with a L. Oh, okay, yes, sir, sorry about that. All right. And they're there now? Well, just a few minutes ago, I'm guessing that my camera shows them going under the garage, and that's the location where the stuff was stolen last time. The camera hadn't went back off, so I don't think they went to the back or they come out from under the garage. I don't know if that's where they're at right now. Okay. All right, sir. Well, we got, I think they got a baseball cap, look like he had a baseball cap on, and I think it was maybe nothing else. All right, do you know any more about what the wedding over inside the baseball cap? No, I can, it kind of looked like maybe he had a belt or something on the wooden buckle. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, like a black strap or something on his waist, and my camera suggests black and white, so I don't know exactly what color the clothes was. Okay, so he's kind of a slender male, and he was, I'm guessing maybe he's in the neighborhood of 6 foot tall, and the lady was a little bit shorter. Okay. All right, sir, were you able to see what the white female was wearing? No, not really. I got a video of it. If you got my cell phone number, I can forward you a video of it. Okay, so whenever you said he went under the garage, you mean they like went under the garage door? Well, it's not a garage door. They're now inside of construction. So the camera shows that anybody walking into the garage area, walking into the house, and show them walking into the large garage doors. So it's like, is the garage raised up or something? I'm just trying to understand. It's just open where there should be a garage door, but the garage door hasn't been installed yet. Okay. Other than that, they went through. It's on the back of the house, facing the street. Okay, so it has the door this way, it's on it? Right. Okay, and you don't know if they're still there or not? I'm kind of thinking they're still there because the camera usually will go off if they come back out, the camera will go off again showing that they had exited. So I don't know if they're going into the state tonight or what's going on. It went off 2 times. One time when it was out at the edge of the road coming towards the garage, and one time as it was going into the garage. But it has a camera showing that it exited the back of the house or the front. I got cameras on the back. If it went out the back, it probably would have went off showing in the back. But it hasn't showed you what it left yet, so I'm not sure. Okay. Now, were you able to see the white female? Were you able to see like any hair or any tattoos on either person? No, not yet. As soon as I seen the video, I went ahead and I'll get somebody in the way as soon as possible. Okay. If you give me my phone number, I'll be looking at the video to see if I can give you some more details.
Okay, so you want contact by phone? Yeah, he said, once you give me a call, just tell me to call me. I'll forward it to the city. I'll forward this video to the phone. Okay, so whenever they call you, just tell me that the walk to restrict the number so that you can hear the answer to that, okay? I will. Is somebody going to be around? Yes, sir, we have officers in there, okay? Okay, all right, okay, well, okay, I'll be listening for one call, I appreciate it. Okay, is there anything else happens, give us a call back, okay? And we'll do that for you, the operators. Yes, sir, yes, just give us a call back. We'll get with you. And wherever you saw them, were you able to see they had any weapons or anything like that? No, I wouldn't think that maybe they had a bag or something, you know, they kind of would, I don't know, maybe they owned it or something, I don't know for sure, but I would like they might have some kind of bag or something with them, I'm not sure about. As soon as I saw the video, I got to call you as quick as possible, and I looked at it. I understand, sir. Okay, so you believe they are still in the garage though? I think they're still on the premises, yeah. Okay. We have a camper in the backyard, camper back trailer in the backyard. So I don't know, it's just, I don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, sir. All right, sir. Like I said, we have officers actually have arrived, okay? So, give us a call back if you see anything else, okay? All right, thank you. All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do as we collect these, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess and continue on. If you could just make sure that you give the deputy your transcripts as you walk out. And again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. During the break, we'll bring you back out for continuation of the evidence.
All right, for sure. Somebody want to hear it?
Mr. Rubin, you want to hand those out first?
Somebody that is going to deal with yours to go around. If you could talk to the officer there, I think the suspect is in the cabin type boat in the large garage area. They have some bag. I think they might be trying to steal the electronics out of the big boat in the garage area. And I'm scared that he went around to the back, officer went around to the back, and I'll give a chance to run out the front, so I don't really know.
Is that the correct recollection of whether you call back at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your voice on that 153B we just played?
Yes.
But this is not certain because it takes the 153B in the evidence.
No objection.
And we're saying be like boy,
B is boy.
no objection.
Same objection.
Your jury comment continue playing state exhibit 153, please. I'm sorry. This is state exhibit 153B.
Hold on just a second, okay? And what, is there more than one man on the scene or just the one boat?
There's a little boat and a big boat. The big cabin boat is the one that they sold us.
I apologize. This is not state exhibit 153B. This is state exhibit 154.
So for the record, 153B is not been admitted. 154, the objection is noted.
This is the second 911 call.
This is the second 911 call. State exhibit 154.
That's out of the park, and I get back with two bags still the electronics that was now in the boat. But he walked around the back, and I'm scared that maybe trying to run out front on him. They might be hiding in the boat.
How many are there total?
That was a male and a female. And they'll carry in a block off looking two bags. So I know that the first time they went, they sold everything. It wasn't fastened down. This time, they may be prepared to steal the electronics out of the big boat.
Okay, but did you see that actually take anything out of the little boat?
No.
Okay.
But the house is not finished, and when he walked around back, and it's not seen flashlight, they could run out the front, really hiding down in the cabin of that boat and the pool of that boat, back in up on the big garage.
All right, we do have to go see you. Have the dispatcher update and more information now. If you see anything else, you call us back, right?
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Rivas, you're next. Have we made any other calls that same night?
No.
If I played you a clip from a third call that night, would refresh your recollection about whether you made another call that night?
You could.
For the record, I'm going to play Stacy to 155.
Grandma, can you get Dr. 97? Yes, ma'am. This is Ray. He was, calling about, some big intruders on property at 220 Shores, still driving. They have an officer over there now. Mm-hmm. I think you called me right now, ma'am. I think I have. Thank you.
Do you remember making that call?
Yes.
And is that your voice?
Yes.
So at this time, they look to take it to the 155 and
No question.
same thing.
Is it?
So the rest of the play takes it to the 155. Mr. English, I have a few questions about those 911 calls. I think you said during that call that you had some stuff stolen about a week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago. Do you remember what you were referring to?
Yes, there was a Yeti cooler in the back of the boat, and it was called Heat Bird satellite.
And you said Heat Bird?
Heat Bird, yes.
How do you spell that?
I guess BRID.
Okay. You know roughly what all that cost? What the value of that was?
$2,500. There was a handheld mic that runs set station in the back of the boat, and some fishing gear.
And I think you might have referenced that I think you said maybe they had taken it and they're coming back. Do you know if it was them that took it?
No.
Okay. And do you know exactly when that stuff was stolen?
No.
You said roughly a week and a half ago. In that one call, you said roughly a week and a half ago. Is that when it was stolen, or maybe when you noticed it stolen?
That's when I was aware of it missing.
That's when you were aware of it missing. Okay. Where were you when you became aware of that stuff that was missing?
I was on the ladder looking at where they had vented the dryer out through the roof, which we normally go through the floor. They had to go through the roof, and I was up there inspecting where they had run pipe through top of the wall where the wiring, there's a lot of wires right there I was concerned about. And I looked down in the back of my boat, which was right there at the corner, and I could see the cooler basket, a metal basket that goes inside of it, laying on the floor, but there was no cooler. And that's when I got in the boat and realized some other stuff was missing.
And that was when you were at 220 Satilla Drive that you noticed it missing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that boat at that property for a continuous amount of time, or did you move that boat to and from other locations?
It had been moved back to Douglas, Georgia multiple times, at least 2-3 times.
Was it ever locked up in a closed garage whenever you moved it to separate locations?
No.
Is there any other locations where you believe those items that were taken from the boat could have been taken?
After the fact, studying it, my first assumption was HDSE guy had taken it. So I called HD, the owner of the company, and confronting him about it, and showed him the video of this couple thinking that the male might have been one of his workers, and he said he didn't know what he did. So that kind of ruled that out. And then I got to thinking, it couldn't happen in Douglas, because when we had it in the large parking lot where we were staying, and my brother-in-law's, his business had a place in Douglas to live, we were staying there. Outside, they had some street lights, but it was a dark area, and one had the boat park. It was kind of a dark area. One night, me and my son come in about 9 o'clock or so, and we saw 4 individuals going across the parking lot from maybe the ages 9, 10, or 15, or 16. And it dawned on me, maybe that could have been the guy, because there was no houses in that neighborhood. It was commercial district. There was really no houses there for them to be going back into. So then I thought maybe I had assumed too quick that I already accused the HVAC guys. And that's kind of how that happened.
Did you ever make a formal police report about that fact?
No.
And why not?
Well, didn't really 100% know where it happened at. I didn't make a formal police report, or I didn't try to collect on my insurance I had on the boat.
Do you remember maybe offhand telling police officers about this incident?
Yes.
You remember?
I'm sure I spoke with them. I don't remember all that details.
But you remember talking to some police officer about it?
Yes, and while I was calling back on the 911 calls, now I recollect out of those 3 calls, my camera was still working, and I could see when the officer arrived, I could see him walking around in the backyard with a flashlight looking. Maybe he went to the right or the left side of the house, and I was thinking maybe they was inside the house, and maybe he spooked them, maybe not. That's what that was about.
And one of those clips that we had up, did it look like they were moving across the yard somewhere leaving?
Yes, at one point you could see in the far top left corner, close to the porta potty, you just could see them walking away. I guess they got in the car, and then later you could see them on the far right corner at the top of the car. You could hear it crank up, and you could hear it leave.
I'm going to go back up on the screen, Exhibit 122B. That's been already admitted evidence. Can you see that through English?
It's not coming up yet.
It's not connected.
You sure the show is what? No.
Go ahead, take a short recess. Take calls there English.
The record, I'm putting up the second clip of the deposition, part 2 edited.
State ready to proceed? Yes, sir. Good. So, Judges, we have back up on the screen, State Exhibit 122B. And I'm going to go ahead and play that for the record. It's already been attempted and admitted. Up at the top on the mouse at the top left-hand side of the screen, can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what this structure is, the light colored structure is?
No, I'm not positive. I'm guessing maybe it's a porta potty. I'm not sure.
Okay. And then what about this right here?
Looks to be a car, but the male and female got it up.
And this light colored portion up in the arrow on the top of the screen?
That's the street light in the street.
Okay. And what about this right here?
That's Mr. Wade's pickup truck.
So what are these structures right here?
Well, there's a power pole, one's a temporary service pole.
Okay. And for the record, I put my arrow on 2 dark shadows at the top of the screen. And then what about these smaller shadows at the top of the screen?
That's mailbox posts.
Mailbox posts. There's 4 of them. Is there a reason why there's 4 of them?
One was neighbor across the street. I think they do.
Mr. English, is there a reason why there's multiple mailboxes on your property?
Yes, one was a neighbor across the street, the other one was Mr. Wade, and Well, Mr. Wade is actually to the far right, the small post. There's three other neighbors down the street that has theirs there, makes it more convenient for postal carriers.
Okay, so is that how many of the properties are set up on that street to have one property with multiple mailboxes?
But I've stayed vacant so long, I guess it kind of made it easier for the postal carrier.
Okay. So this camera, this is about as far as you'll get in terms of visuals from your camera into the street, is that correct?
Yes.
But you're trying to go back for a second and talk about you as a general contractor. Is it common, was it common in your experience as a general contractor to have people come in and out of construction sites?
Yes.
And in your experience, did you ever see that? Did you have names for them, anything like that?
Frequently during the daytime.
And these people that would come in and out, were they property owners or just people walking through the street, or?
Someone would just be people in the neighborhood might ride down a golf cart on the weekend and go through and check out the progress. Sometimes you'd have a potential home builder, prospect of home building, you want to come through and check the quality of the contractor out.
So that was a normal course of business when you're building either a structure or homes for people?
I'm going to object to leading questions. I'm so good.
Was it normal for people to come in and out?
Yes. Yes.
All right, Mr. English, I'm going to play for you another. We're going to ask you, were there more times that you called the police other than the ones we just played for you?
There could be, I'm not sure.
All right. I'm going to play for you State Exhibit 157. And I want you to tell me if you recognize what it may be, okay?
Okay. This is a lady from 220 Cecil Drive. I called last night, and there's somebody back over there on the property at the end of the night. I just talked about Officer Rack, and he said he's not on duty, so he told me to call it again.
And now one call that you made?
Yes.
So did this time state has 157 in its evidence?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. So for the record, on the play state 157, the rest of it?
Yes, ma'am. 220 Cecil Drive, and tonight it's a black male where not wearing a shirt, got tattoos on his arms, and a pair of maybe black colored shorts.
Okay, you said no shirt and black colored shorts?
So it looked like he has a black and white, same red camera, but it looked like black colored shorts. And tattoos, the same guy that was over there about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, sorry, can you tell what he's doing?
He was just wandering around under the carport looking in the boat. I'm going down the road with my camera off. I'm going down the road. He just kind of looks like he doesn't know good.
Okay. Okay. And this is your property?
Ma'am?
This is your property?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's, they had a situation with the same guy. We had 2 weeks ago. He was on about 3 different people's campers out there in that area. And the officer that goes out, if you could give him a message, if you give me a call, I don't know if you got my number, 916-218-9905.
If I'm being just one second, okay? And you said that you haven't had an official on time as well?
Yes, it was last night, it was white male and female last night. And I did send Officer Howard, I sent him a video of it. And I can send him a video of the same guy tonight. I can send him also, if they'll give me that number to send it to, I'll send him a video.
So you're watching this on a camera?
Yeah, I just installed it down today and picked up one of those to bring back to keep them stealing electronics off of it. And I put 2 more cameras up and a new camera I put up this morning today, this evening, calling up under the garage.
Yes, sir. Okay, what was your name, sir?
Larry English.
English. And verify that phone number for me one more time, Larry.
912-218-9905.
Okay, thank you. And you said that you do work.
There's a short little bill in the house down there that's not completed yet.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, so what I'll do is I'm going to head in there that you do want a phone call from the officer that responded.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir, absolutely. And you know, sir, whenever the officer calls you, may come in as a phone restricted private or unknown. Just make sure that you're prepared to answer, okay?
Okay.
All right, so thank you so much. If you do see anything, you call us back and let us know, okay?
Okay, if any activity happens before the officer calls me, I'll give you a call back.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I'm looking at the officer actually just arrived on the property, okay?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Mr. English, you obviously made a 911 call that night because you saw somebody on your property, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, I think in the 911 call, you said you sent the clip to Officer Powers?
What?
You said you sent the clip to Officer Powers? You ever doing that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen, state exhibit 123, and tell me if you recognize what it is, okay, sir? In 123, there are going to be 2 clips. A and B. I'm going to put A on the screen for you now, okay, sir?
All right.
Do you recognize 123A?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this a clip of?
It's a clip of a gentleman walking around in my garage.
That seems to be the correct copy of that clip. At this time, state moves to place 123A into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Mr. Reeves, I'm going to play 123A, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Reeves, I'm going to point to a few things on the screen. Can you tell me what they are?
There's a lot of plywood.
All right, there's a lag on this. A little slower. Okay, what is this a picture of?
Right, piece of plywood.
And I'm going to put my mouse up the left-hand corner of 123A. What is this right here in the corner?
That's my small boat.
On prior calls, you had mentioned things being taken out of a boat. Is this the boat that you were talking about? Okay, so this is not the boat.
No.
Mr. Reeves, I'm going to put on the screen 123B. And is 123B, you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is it, sir?
Looks like a gentleman approaching the back of the boat.
And is this a clip from your surveillance camera in your house?
Yes.
In the construction site?
Yes.
Okay. Does it seem to be an accurate copy of it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state moved to place 123B into evidence.
I'm sorry, no objection.
No objection.
No objection. During this time, I'm going to play 123B. Mr. Ernest, were you able to see more of what happened that night with this person on this clip? More than what's captured in those few seconds?
No.
Okay, so this is what you saw on your screen, or on your, well, let me ask you this. You remember seeing this clip?
You wanna?
You remember seeing this?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
how did you see it? I think in the 911 call, you said you were on the road?
Possibly.
Okay. How would you have seen this clip?
On the phone.
On your phone? Okay. Do you remember anything being taken from your house that night of this clip?
No.
Did you ever see the gentleman with anything in his hands?
No.
Okay. Or on his person?
No.
In the 911 clip that we had played, you said that it looks like he was up to no good. Do you remember why you said that?
No.
And in that same clip, you said that he was on about 3 different people's cameras. Do you remember how you got that information?
I don't remember making that accusation. I'm sorry.
In the course of your time down at Satilla Shores, do you ever remember looking at any other neighbors' surveillance cameras?
Repeat the question, please.
During your time at Satilla Shores, that you owned the property, do you ever remember looking at other neighbors' surveillance cameras?
You talking about footage?
Footage, yes.
No, no. Well, there's one instance, the first house coming in on the right. The best I remember, if I didn't dream it, it showed that he was supposedly had some guns stolen out of the truck, and it showed some individuals parking across the road, coming over, but they had hoodies on maybe, and supposedly stealing something out of his truck. That's the only footage I saw. And I don't remember where I saw the footage at. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
Okay. You said they'd come in a car?
I think it was a car.
And on this night, did this person ever cause any damage to your property or disturb anything?
No.
That you were seeing? And you never spoke to this person that night, right?
No.
Did you ever tell this person anything about whether you could come and go on your property?
No.
Do you know if the police ever found him that night?
I don't think they did.
Mr. Ernest, I'm going to put on the screen let me ask you this. Do you ever remember making any additional 911 calls?
No.
If I played an additional call, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
Probably.
I'm going to put on the screen State Exhibit 159. I want you to listen to it and tell me if it would refresh your recollection.
Out here, head to that room after paying.
Yes, ma'am. This is Lee from 220 Satilla Drive.
Yes, sir.
A week or two ago, I had some trespassers over the property in the middle of the night on cameras, and I talked to Officer Rash and some different officers. I can't remember who was on video that night.
Yes, sir.
And it looked like a car that might have been involved.
Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what this call was about?
Yes.
Okay, what was it about?
Was down after the instance with a white male and female was in the house, and I left my property to go to Brunswick, and I saw a car parked down close to the bridge, and it stayed there. It was still there when I came back from Brunswick, and it was kind of a rainy, overcast day. And, I was kind of suspicious of who it might be, thinking maybe it was the couple that had went in the house, and maybe they were staying under the bridge, because there was rumor that someone had been staying under the bridge.
Does that seem to be an accurate copy of the 911 call you made pertaining to that incident? Judge, this time stated in Tender States 159 evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. And then, Mr. Thomas, play case 159.
Whenever they come on the property, maybe parked over here at the bridge, Fancy Bluff Bridge.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering if there's a deputy that might could come over and check it out.
For one moment, you said 50 Bluff Bridge.
Yes, it's right here off of, at Cecil Shores, off Cecil Drive. It's, you actually come on, Cecil Drive, and then you go down beside the highway. I guess that's Highway 17 that goes to the car off. Go down beside it to right there where the bridge is at, where the cars are getting back. They've been bringing the neighbors, said they think there's some people, might be somebody living under the bridge.
Okay, so you said a Fancy Bluff Bridge, right? Is that before, it's around that line right about the Port Authority?
It's on the side toward the trucks come up toward the interstate. It's on that side, not on the Port Authority side.
Okay, now you pass the overpass right there?
Past where?
Did it pass, is it Love? Did it pass Love?
Yeah, you come by Love's, the truck stops. You come by Love's, and before you go up to the first little bridge, you turn to the right, Cecil Shores, and then there's a little grass area that you can drive down the side of the highway to get down to where they can park.
Okay, give me some intersection shoot. I'm sorry, because I'm trying to figure out where that could be. Where you said by Cecil Shores.
Yeah, they'll come to Cecil Shores and turn in to Cecil Shores, to be able to get down that little, access down the side of the highway to get to the bridge, up under the bridge where the vehicle's at.
Where are you there, sir?
At 220 Cecil Drive, in Cecil Shores subdivision.
Okay. You say turn to Cecil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when they turn in, they'll be looking, when they turn into Cecil Shores, they just need to look for that way for that full Fancy Bluff Bridge, and they'll be outside to pick up power and see the vehicle down at the end. Right at the time, when they turn in, right at the side of Cecil Shores, they can look down, I guess they see look at east, down the side of the power line, and they'll see it down there, right, kind of where you walk across the bridge.
And what you say was the Fancy Bluff Bridge?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is the car?
It looks to be a real dark blue, I need to go almost black with it.
And then someone working there, was on your property and they had it within the car?
I had some stuff stolen out of an offshore boat that I had under the garage where the other half were in the middle of the house. I had the boat stolen under the garage, and I had a bunch of stuff stolen out of the boat. And then, weeks or so later, my camera was tore up at the time they sold it. But I got it fixed, and now, a week or so later, they, showed up on the camera about 10-15 when I started the tool bag, I had to go back in there to steal some more stuff.
Yes, sir.
I sent a video to Officer Rash, I sent a video to one of the other deputies that was on call, other people.
Yes, sir. Can I have your name?
Larry English. Have you got my number there on your ID?
Can you give me the 05 for me, please?
912-288-9905.
Yes, sir.
And if Officer needs to give me a call, just tell him to give me a call. I was saying, I'll live in Douglas, I'll come down here to check on some stuff. And I know there's some people down there, so I wrote it down beside the highway in Wednesday, and it looks real close to what was in the video. A little bit of a video I had that night of the vehicle that I was driving.
Are you leaving at one, you already left there?
I was fixing to leave, but I mean, I can hang around if I need to, but it needs to talk to him. But I can see him, I can see him video with, to also to see what the people look like.
Did you see anybody when you were down there with their car?
I even go all the way down there to stop sign, I think it's down there, I just kind of look at it when I went to read, that's what I wanted to start off and look at it. I could see it from the side, and I did look real close before they tried, and with the neighbor said, they got somebody was living under the bridge, I thought, an I'm putting any boxes to come up to what's going on. Okay, all right, sure appreciate it. You're welcome.
Mr. Reeves, you know, there were figuring out those people were.
Yes, I was somebody fishing on the bridge.
Mr. Reeves, were there any times where maybe you saw something on your surveillance camera where you didn't call 911 at all?
They could be in, I don't recall.
Do you remember sometimes, or do you remember ever calling maybe neighbors or the police directly rather than 911?
I probably called Officer Ash's phone directly after he gave it to me when it first started, when I was there the first time.
Okay. And what about the neighbors?
I don't know, I think I might have called Mr. Kenny Wade one of the nights that somebody was seen over there, and maybe he told me that his girlfriend and her sister was there by the safe, but that's not all I can remember about that.
Okay. I'm going to put on for the screen for you safety exhibit 124. And it's 124, there's three clips, okay, A, B, and C. For the record, I'm going to put up 124A, and I want you to tell me if you can recognize what it is.
Yes, I remember.
All right. What do you remember this to be?
Just the code gentleman walking in the living room.
Okay. And do you remember if you called 911 that night?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? Does this seem to be an accurate copy?
Do what now?
Does this seem to be an accurate copy of the clip from your surveillance?
Yes.
This time state rule to 124A in evidence?
Objection.
No objection.
No objection. Then I'm going to play for the record 124A. This room is visible to the cameras. At nighttime, is this room visible to anybody? Or is it, what's the lighting like in your house, in this construction site at night?
There's no lighting.
So these cameras, do they pick up other sources of maybe small light and you can still see the camera footage?
If the camera's triggered, from inside the house, you may see a car go by. Other than that, you won't see anything.
I'm gonna put my mouse on the middle of the screen. What am I circling? This is state 124A.
It's a compound either side.
And what is this long thing sitting on?
Cutboard.
You said cutboard?
Yeah, that the saw sets on.
And the wood, the piece of wood I'm showing with my mouse, what is this?
That's the walls.
They're not finished walls or are they finished walls?
No, they're not finished.
Was this saw ever taken in any of, at any time during construction? Was anything ever taken from the structure itself, the construction site itself?
Not that I know of.
If you're going to put on the screen 124B, I want you to tell me if you recognize this clip.
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at in 124B?
Looks like a gentleman walking out of the garage.
Does this seem to be the same night, a connected clip with that same night?
I don't remember.
Does this seem to be a true and accurate, a good copy of the transcript? Your Honor, this time state move to put in safety exhibit 124B.
Okay.
No objection.
No objection.
Mr. English, on this left side of 124B, with my mouth is pointing, it's like a dark, long space. What is that?
That's an RV boat garage.
An RV boat garage?
Yes.
Okay, near the bottom of the screen, what are we looking at here?
That's a skid steer forklift.
A skid steer forklift?
Yes.
And what is this room here, to the right?
That's the double garage where you park cars.
Do either of these garage areas have doors on them?
No.
At this point?
No.
Is this part enclosed in any way from front to back?
The back of the house has plywood on the walls.
Does the back of the house have any doors at this time?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
If you're going to put up 124C, now tell me if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what are we looking at in 124C?
Gentleman leaving the house and jogging down the street.
And is this the front of your house?
Where you arrow that?
Where they are, that is this
What is, that's in front of the garages.
that's the front of the garage?
Between the street and the garages.
And you got a true and accurate clip
Yes.
of your house?
Yes.
One of the time state move to put 124C in evidence?
Objection.
No objection.
Okay. The record number 124C. Mr. Nick, it looks like something.
Objection, Your Honor, these.
Mr. English, do you know what the weather is during the time of this clip?
No.
Can you see something driven down from the video?
Yes, it looks like something moisture dripping off the house.
When did moisture generally drip off of your house?
Repeat the question, please.
Objection. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the relevance, and I'm not sure if you can identify what happened on this particular day, otherwise speculation.
We would call it question. Just 1 second. All right, Jimmy, I'm gonna put on the screen case 117. And there's one clip, it's case 117. Can you tell me if you recognize what this is? Yes. And how do you recognize what this is? And that's the inside of my living room in the kitchen. Does that seem to be an accurate copy of the clip that you had? Yes. Is the time 30, place 117 in the evidence?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor, to this. The record on playing 117. I'm going to pause it, Mr. English. Where my arrow is pointing over the top of the screen, what is this light coming from, and what is this up here? That's the street. And what is this right here again? Compound house home. Was anything taken from that night that you know of? No. Anything damaged? No. And at this point, did you ever have an opportunity? Yes, I would appreciate a general coverage over. I think you're referencing one of these two gentlemen. Okay, yeah, but that's the right. Yeah, please do that. And to your knowledge, Mr. English, did anybody ever, this person that we've seen so far on this list, did you ever have a chance to tell him anything? No. Give him permission or not permission to be there? No. All right, I'll put on the screen State Exhibit 120. For the record, there's 5 separate. 1 second. Mr. That last clip that we sent, that we put on the screen, do you remember sending that clip to anybody, an officer? I don't remember, but I could have. Okay. You're going to play State Exhibit 120A. I want you to tell me if you recognize it.
And Judge, if it'll save some time, I don't mind stipulating that all of the videos contained in 120 are authentic and from his Mr. English's video surveillance system. Just skip this step. It's okay.
Sure. I appreciate that. Dave?
I'm joining that, Your Honor, since they'll really be authentic and violate this is in file.
All right. I'll go for, let's just do a few phrases that you identified and we won't have to go through the presentation side. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Mr. English, in this clip 120A, do you recognize what this is? That's between my garage doors and the street. And is it a view from a surveillance camera in on your property? Yes. And it seems to be a daytime clip, is that correct? Yes. And you remember taking multiple clips from this same time frame? From different angles, different cameras in your house? I don't remember that day. Okay. I'm gonna put one more. I'm gonna put 120B to see if you Is that a different angle? I remember, yes. Okay, so there's multiple angles taken from that day? I guess so, yes. No, at this time, state moved to place 120 and the 5 associated clips in evidence.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor, but are they A, B, C, D, E? Is that how?
They are, and they're all through and having,
No objection.
no objection, Your Honor. The record, I'm running 120 B. And is this inside your house, sir? Yes. Where my arrow's pointing, what is this, a picture of? Car garage. And on the left side? Arbery boat garage. And does this look similar to nighttime clips that we saw previously? They're similar. So the record, I'm gonna put at 120 C. So we're going to put a 120 D. And 120 E. Do we see some of the same, or do we see some of the same items in this house or in this construction site in the daytime as the nighttime, and the nighttime? Yes. Okay. And to your knowledge, at this point, has anything ever been taken or disturbed? No, no one's taken. And do you remember if you called the police this day during this daytime clip? I don't think I did. Okay. Do you remember the date that this clip was taken? I may not be correct, but I think it's the day that Mr. Arbery got shot. Okay. Do you remember if you called any neighbors that day? I did. Do you remember who you called? I called Diego. Okay. After the shooting had taken place. Mr. English, at some point, did you send, you see a variety of surveillance clips today? Is that correct? Yes. Okay. At some point, did you ever send these to your lawyer? My lawyer? Your lawyer, yes. I could have, I don't remember. You don't remember? Okay. And who is your lawyer? Bill Gray. Okay. Do you remember whether your family had sent any clips to you to Ms. Gray? Not that I know of. My wife might have sent them for me, I don't know. Okay. But you remember her obtaining clips from you, is that correct?
Objection, on who, and it sounds like we're leaving them.
Sure, let's put that on the record.
Did you ever send any clips to your lawyer?
Not that I remember.
Did your security cameras, do they capture the date and time that things occur?
Repeat the question, please.
Sir. Do your security cameras capture the date and time when you're recording?
Yes, yes.
Do you remember ever looking at the date and time on these clips when you were recording them or sending them to officers?
No.
Do you know if the date and time was accurate?
I guess they would be, if they got my Wi-Fi, I'm assuming maybe the date was automatically recorded, that's all I know about that.
Mr. Rivers, I'm going to turn and talk to you about some of the relationships of people in your neighborhood that you may have, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Diego Perez?
I know of him, not personally, never met him in person.
How do you remember Mr. Perez? How did you first come in contact with him?
The best I can recall, the neighborhood had found out about some of these situations and instances, and I want to thank Diego reached out to me, and I want to thank my text, offering his help. If ever needed to call him, if I seen somebody on property and I wasn't there, our yards connect, there was one yard in between us, but there was not fences cutting his property off behind. He offered to go over there and check it out if I needed him to.
And so you communicated with Diego through text messages, is that correct?
I don't remember texting him very much. I don't know if I ever texted him, maybe once.
Okay.
Maybe a phone call or two.
Okay.
And the day that I called him might have been, second, third, I don't know. Might have been the first time I ever called him.
Okay. And did you give Mr. Perez permission to go on your property to check things out from time to time?
Yes.
And you remember showing some of these surveillance clips of anybody walking around in your house, just the two neighbors?
I don't remember showing anybody. I could have, I'm just saying I don't remember.
Yes, sir. And you're looking at your house at 220 Satilla. Mr. Perez, is he with you left or right?
To the left.
Do you know how many houses down?
There's one house in between us.
And who's that house between you?
Kenny Wade.
Kenny Wade?
Yeah.
Do you know a person by the name of Matt Albenze?
I don't know the last name, but I know Matt.
You know Matt?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you ever showed some of the surveillance to Matt?
Possibly. Matt would come, like he was pointing out the mailboxes.
Uh-huh.
Matt was one of the people that has a mailbox there. Matt usually walks over and checks his mail, and I know the garage a lot of times working, and Matt may come up there and talk to me, and I could have showed Matt that.
Yes, sir. And you remember a person by the name of Ronnie Olson or John Olson?
There's Ronnie across the street. I don't know the last name.
Okay. Is it Ronnie across the street from you?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that person?
I just know of him.
Okay.
Yeah, when he walked over also and spoke, but that's about it.
Sure. And he was directly across the street from you?
Yes.
Did you personally ever put any of these surveillance videos on social media?
No.
Do you know a person by the name of Travis McMichael?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that person?
Travis, Beth, I remember is the son of the youngster too, and when I had my dock under construction, I was down on the dock one evening, there's a big barge and crane on the where they were building my dock, and I was standing on my dock in a little small wooden boat with a gentleman and a small boy come up to where the job site was at, and we spoke for 15 minutes or so.
Was that your only interaction with Mr. McMichael, with Travis McMichael?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Travis McMichael lived?
Maybe, I don't know how many houses down it is. I mean, I know the house whenever I pass it by the trucks, but I can't tell you how many houses down it is.
And would that be to your left or to your right when you're looking at the
It was to the left on the further side of Diego, going past my house and Diego's house.
Do you know what sort of vehicle Mr. Travis McMichael drove?
The only vehicle I remember right off is a gray Ford truck. I don't know if that was Greg or if that was Travis's truck.
And that was a Ford truck?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Greg McMichael?
Yes.
And how do you know that person?
Greg came to my house one evening out in front of my garage. We had a conversation. A few minutes after we had started talking, his wife came up and he introduced her. And we talked. Couldn't tell you anything specific we talked about, just kind of small talk. I don't remember any of the details. Well, that's the first time that I had ever met Greg McMichael.
Yes, sir. Did you ever have any other interactions with Mr. Greg and Michael?
I did.
And tell me about that.
I know it was after the shooting, and I was putting tools in my job trailer, and he approached me that day, and we was talking, and some of it was talking about what had happened, and he made a comment that he wished people wouldn't be talking about it on social media.
And at that point, had you talked to the media at all about the shooting?
I think I had one, maybe two, I'm not certain, but I had talked to somebody.
Okay. Did you give TV interviews or audio interviews?
I knew that I had done an audio interview. I'm not sure if it was a TV interview that had been done at that time or not.
At some point, have you given a TV interview to anybody?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chris Cuomo on CNN.
On CNN, Cuomo on CNN?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember any other TV stations?
I'm going to say Jack's Ford, but I might not be right on that. I'm not sure.
You said Jack's?
Whoever it was came out and interviewed me. They did in a video, I moved into that. But I don't know exactly what channel.
Yes, sir. You said that was Jack's Ford?
I think so.
Okay. And you said it was at your BR?
Yes.
Is that a different property?
Do what?
That was at a different property?
Yes, that was another story.
And at any point during your interactions with the McMichaels, did you ever give them permission to go on your property, express permission?
No.
Did you ever tell them they couldn't go on your property?
No.
Did you ever personally tell the McMichaels about any prior incidents at your house?
Probably, I'm not sure.
During the course of your conversations with police officers that responded to your house, over the course of the times that you called 911, did you ever tell any of those police officers whether anybody took anything from your house?
Not that I remember.
At some point, did you learn that somebody had been shot near your property?
Repeat the question, please.
At some point, did you learn that somebody had been shot near your property?
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I was in the big yard working. I wasn't working, but I had two men maybe that was working.
Okay. Do you remember ever calling the police about any incident like that day?
No.
Do you remember talking to any neighbors about it that day?
Yes.
And who was that?
Diego.
And at some point, did you check your surveillance camera?
I did.
About that day?
Yes.
And did you see anything?
I saw part of the clip, the last clip that you showed.
And you remember emailing those clips to anybody?
No.
Do you remember receiving any sort of video from anybody that day?
Not really. I don't recall. Well, I believe Diego sent me a short clip. I think he might have sent me, it was probably a text.
Do you remember what that was of?
It was a distance from where the scene was of the shooting. And I think I may remember a fire truck being in the background. Fire truck van, I'm not sure.
At all the times the police came to your house, were you generally satisfied with their response?
Yes.
Did you feel like they did a thorough job?
Yes.
At some point, you remember giving interviews to any law enforcement regarding anything?
Interviews?
Interviews, yes. Do you remember if anybody from the GBI ever went to your house?
Oh, yes.
And you remember talking with them?
Yes,
Do you know how many different DEI agents you talked to?
3 or 4, maybe more.
Do you remember speaking with somebody named Seth Hollander?
No,
Do you remember speaking with somebody named, the last name Seacrest?
I maybe remember that last name a little bit, but that's all.
And you happen to remember the dates that they came out?
The days?
Yeah.
No.
Just 1 second, Ron. At any one time, did you authorize the Michaels to ever confront anybody on your site?
No,
Or to act on behalf of the police on your site, on your construction site? And other than Mr. Perez, did you ever give anybody else express permission to confront anybody on your property?
no,
Do you know somebody by the name of William Ryan?
I know of him from videos, not personal.
Do you know if he goes by a name named Roddy?
I've heard that.
Have you ever spoken with that person?
No,
Have you ever communicated in any way with that person?
no,
Do you know what that person looks like?
I can't remember. You showed me a photo of it.
If you could stand up briefly, and you could take a look around the courtroom. I know it's hard because people have masks on. That's right. You see Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, I think.
And what is he wearing?
White shirt with gray tie.
And Your Honor, this time, the state would show the ID, Mr. Ryan.
No, not understanding. He's identifying the person he's never met, never spoken with. Objection.
I asked if he knew who he was, and he's,
Yeah, he got up and said that if he saw a photograph, he could identify him. And he was asked to stand up to see if he could identify the person. But you're objecting to the identification.
I'm objecting to the identification. Objecting to what the relevance is. Did he can identify him today based on things that happened after the shooting? What would that be relevant to?
We should have done that before we got into the whole identifier, but as far as the identification, state's request is that the record reflects that he had identified. That's the state's request.
Mr. You stand one more time?
He had in fact identified this one of the individual, I'm sure that the tie in the corner.
Thank you. Do you see Mr. Greg Michael in the courtroom today?
I think that's Greg in the corner, I'm not sure.
Does it look similar to him?
I don't know other than the mask yet.
And what is he wearing?
It's a black suit, black tie.
And you spoke with Mr. Greg Michael in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, state asked that let the record reflect that Mr. English has identified Mr. Greg Michael in the courtroom today. Second, does the record reflect that?
It does. Thank you, sir. Good question. Which is what he's responding to.
And Mr. English, do you see Mr. Travis Michael?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Cherry shirt with a dark blue jacket and black jacket.
Have you spoken with him in the past?
Yes.
Does the record reflect that he has identified Mr. Travis Michael in the courtroom? And that's the person you know is Mr. Travis Michael?
Repeat the question.
That's the person you know is Mr. Travis Michael?
Email?
Well, Travis and Michael.
What about?
That's the person you know.
I guess I, yes.
You got a seat, sir. Thank you.
Mr. English, have you ever spoken in the past to Mr. Bryan?
No,
You never communicated with him?
no,
And have you seen him in the neighborhood?
never seen him, no,
Ever seen him on TV?
yes,
Do you remember what you saw him on TV from?
I would object to the relevance of this line of question.
Because I'm just trying to show how we would be able to identify him.
Again, relevant, what's the relevance of the identification?
First is first, I mean, sure you got the.
Judge, at this point in time, no further questions subject to redirect.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good breaking point for lunch. We'll go ahead and break for an hour. Just please plan to return at just after 1:30. During that period of time, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't go looking for any information about the case. And if anybody is talking about the case around you, please let me know, and we'll go ahead and see if we need to get that addressed. So with those instructions and all the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in an hour. Thank you.
All right, for adjourned.
No, Judge, I wanted to let the court know that we do have one more stack of transcripts for one call that didn't get played in direct that we'll pass out.
I think we're ready.
We are, if your question was, are we good, or ready to go? Yes.
We're ready.
I was reminded of one matter that I wanted to address. My understanding, while I was cross-examining Investigator Lowry yesterday, is that the Right Reverend Al Sharpton managed to find his way into the back of the courtroom. I'm guessing he was somehow there at the invitation of the victim's family in this case. And I have nothing personally against Mr. Sharpton. My concern is that it's one thing for the family to be present. It's another thing to ask for the lawyers to be present. But if we're going to start a precedent starting yesterday, where we're going to bring high-profile members of the African-American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury, I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure, could be consciously or unconsciously, an attempt to pressure or influence the jury. To my knowledge, Reverend Al Sharpton has no church in Gwinn County, never has. Hasn't been here since Elaine Brown ran for mayor, to my knowledge. But we have all kinds of people. We have school board members. We have county commissioners. We have all kinds of pastors in this town, over 100. And the idea that we're going to be serially bringing these people in to sit with the victim's family one after another, obviously, there's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine. But then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here, or other Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week, sitting with the victim's family, trying to influence a jury in this case. And I'm not saying the state is even aware that Mr. Sharpton was in the courtroom. I certainly wasn't aware of it till last night. But I think the court can understand my concern about bringing people in who really don't have any ties to this case other than political interests. And we want to keep politics out of this case. So I'm asking the court to take appropriate steps to make sure that the gallery, which is already limited in this case, isn't being utilized for a purpose that could be viewed as improper. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other defendants?
We're doing that motion. I don't know if it's a motion. It's not really a motion. It's a reminder of the court's previous instructions to keep outside influences outside the courtroom.
From state?
It's a public courtroom, and I have no idea how the Reverend Al Sharpton appeared to be here. So the state had no part in that whatsoever. So the state is unaware of how that occurred or how he came to be seated with the family.
If a bunch of folks came in here dressed like Colonel Sanders with white masks sitting in the back, I mean, that would be.
So let me tell you what I had heard at lunchtime today what I had heard yesterday before lunch is that there was going to be, that the Reverend Al Sharpton was going to be appearing on the courthouse and appearing with the family. I was asked at lunch whether the court had any objection to Reverend Al Sharpton coming into the courtroom. And I said, as a member of the public, there are certain limitations on what we can do here, what is going on. And what I was told was instead of having someone from the family sitting in the courtroom, that he was going to be sitting there instead of somebody else from the family. And my comment to that was simply, as long as things are not disruptive and it's not a distraction to the jury or anything else going on in the courtroom, so be it. But if it violates the court's rules with regard to the conduct of the trial or violates my orders with respect to how people are to conduct themselves in this courtroom, I will take it up with whomever I need to take it up with. Well, I will tell you that I noticed him once and that was it. And the fact that nobody else even noticed that he was in here means that everybody complied with this court's rulings on sitting in this courtroom and listening to the evidence. I don't hear a motion, and I will tell you this, I'm not going to blanketly exclude members of the public from this courtroom. If individuals, based on the limitations that we have in the courtroom, end up sitting in the courtroom and they can do so respectful of the court's process and in compliance with this court's orders with regard to the conduct of the trial, and they're not a distraction, then I'm not going to do anything about it. And I did not hear from anyone that there was any distraction whatsoever. In fact, what I just heard is nobody was even aware that he was in here, except Mr. Sheffield.
We were aware. It was not a distraction.
Yeah, but not a distraction. So again, I'm not sure what the motion was. Well, and I will point out there's a large barrier that sits. You're sitting in the back corner of the courtroom. I'm not even sure the jury would have seen him sitting there. Nobody has brought it to my attention other than what was just presented as an observation by Mr. Goff. I am not making a blanket rule about attendance in this courtroom. And let's not overstate what's going on here, Mr. Goff, because this will become a distraction that we're going to waste a bunch of time on. If you weren't even aware of it until later, I'm not sure what we're doing.
Your Honor, what we're doing is, the question is not whether the lawyers are aware of it, the question is whether the jurors are aware of it. 10 or 12 jurors are sitting in the box and see a big part of the gallery. And we do live in a small town. That's what we're trying in this case. And we have 12 jurors who are trying to maintain their anonymity here. Several have expressed concern about it. When we allow people in this courtroom who are not part of the case but have interest in it, and the jurors can eyeball them and recognize that it's people they know from TV, then that is intimidating. I'm not making a motion at this time, but if it becomes a problem, as it has been a problem for me in other cases in this courtroom, then we're going to bring it back up. And I just don't want anybody to say, we had no idea this was an issue. It's an issue for the Bryant defense.
No motion for the court then. All right. I believe.
Oh, hi, yeah. So Mr. Goff this morning raised the issue of referencing a polygraph test without mention of the results of that polygraph test. For the record, I just wanted to give the court the citations if you were interested in looking at those cases. The first one is Stack v. State, and that's 234 Georgia 19. I think the actual pin site on that one is 23, and it's a 1975 case. The second one would be White v. State, 255 Georgia 210, 1985. And the last one is Norman v. State, 278 Georgia Court of Appeals. 278 Georgia Court of Appeals, 497, and that is a 2006 case. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have the third part of the deposition ready to go. All right. And everybody's ready. All right. I'm saying there's nothing further than for the court. Not hearing anything. Let's go get the panel.
You can explain whatever you need to, but let's move forward with this questioning, and when we get to it, it's not, I'm sure it's going to be
The same as Mr. Camarillo mentioned Beth Grady as your lawyer.
Yes.
And Ms. Grady came in court today, right?
Yes.
She's sitting behind the prosecution table.
Yes.
You know, she was passing notes to the prosecution.
Yes.
She doesn't work for the prosecution.
No, no.
She is related to your wife.
Yes.
Your wife's name is Amy.
And yes.
How is Ms. Grady related to your wife?
I think they're cousins.
Okay. You've had a horrible couple years.
Yes.
Health-wise, you're suffering from sarcoidosis, you mentioned.
Yes.
And which affects your lungs and your heart.
Yes.
Stress makes it worse. It exacerbates the symptoms.
Yes.
Right. And then, of course, nothing can be more stressful than what you went through after the shooting of Arbery.
Yes.
Right. It affected you personally, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were times in the months following the shooting where you yourself felt like you were in danger of being killed?
Oh, yeah.
You had someone who actually threatened to bomb you.
Yes.
And you took that to mean that you wouldn't get to use your house at 226 Hill Drive, you were going to be killed.
That's what I thought.
You actually had to call 911 on multiple occasions because people you felt harassing you, harassing your property. right?
Yes.
And that caused a great deal of fear in you and your family.
Yes.
You weren't sure you were ever going to be able to use your property at Secula again.
There was a point when I didn't like it.
You were scared for yourself, you were scared for your wife, right?
Yes.
You had 2 children below the age of 18, you were scared for them.
Yes.
You were even so fearful, you worried about a drive-by shooting as something that was potentially possible.
Yes, I've had those thoughts.
And as a result of that, you have taken it upon yourself with the aid of Ms. Grady, your wife's cousin, to talk to the press, right?
Yes.
And try to explain your actions, even though you weren't ever charged with anything.
Right.
You felt like you yourself were being accused of something you felt like you never did.
Yes.
You didn't have anything to do with the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, right? You were a homeowner whose home just happened to be the home that he entered upon.
Yes.
And when this thing blew up, you yourself became harassed, right?
Repeat what you did.
When this thing blew up, when the social media and the national media all of a sudden started covering the case, you yourself became a target.
Yes.
Of people harassing you. And you needed the help of Ms. Grady to navigate through this terrible ordeal you were going through.
Beth
Yes.
reached out to me, the best I remember, Beth reached out to me and explained that I was going to need some help.
Okay. And you were grateful for that help.
Yes.
And she has, in fact, helped you interact with the press, right?
Yes.
Interact with investigators, right?
Yes.
Interact with me.
Yes.
Right? Remember, we had a Zoom call about 1.5 years ago.
I don't recall that, but I'm sure we did.
And Ms. Hogue was on the call. You remember that?
I don't remember, I don't recall it.
Okay, you don't disagree that we had.
I don't disagree that I don't recall it.
And your memory, there's some effect from your illness, I take it, on your memory.
I'm sure everything I went through for the last 6, 7 years affected it.
Okay. Now, Mr. English, you, on the day of the shooting, you found out about the shooting from Diego Perez.
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to Glenn County investigators on that day or within a couple hours that day?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if you talked to them the next day?
I don't remember.
You're not saying you did, you just don't remember?
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Camarillo brought up the fact that you talked to a couple GBI agents. Do you remember that?
I did, I talked to you guys.
He mentioned one, Seth Hollander. You don't remember that person by name, but you do remember meeting with GBI agents.
I remember meeting with 2 or 3 different ones.
Okay. You met with one, and I can refresh your memory if you need it. You met with one on May 6, 2020. Does that ring a bell?
No.
If I showed you a transcript and let you read a couple lines, might that refresh your memory?
Probably.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Good.
And I don't want to cause any concern. How do I approach Mr. English?
Why don't you do this? What you just pass here, I'll pass it around.
Okay, what I need to read.
Yeah, use your glasses. We just read a few lines of turn that cover page over, and there's a few lines of your conversation. See if that refreshes your memory of meeting with Mr. GBI agent Hollander.
You can read it out loud, or you don't read it?
Just yourself. Just see if it refreshes your memory, because I know it's a long time ago. Does that refresh any recollection, Mr. English?
I remember having some of that conversation with somebody, but I don't know exactly what it was.
Okay. And you wouldn't disagree with me if I told you that conversation took place on May 6, 2020, right?
If it took place, I can't tell you what day.
Okay. Subsequent to that date, you called 911.
Do you remember calling on May 8th, 2020?
No.
Do you remember calling about a man in a maroon Jeep with custom wheels walking around your home?
No.
With looking at the call detail report, refresh your memory?
I don't remember a room Jeep.
Okay. Do you remember calling again on the 9th and complaining to the dispatcher about people driving up on your property and asking the Glenn County Police to check on your property on the 9th?
I know the day of one of the protests, some people went in the yard with a motorcycle and they took some donuts, and then there was also some people walked up to the front door and looked in the windows.
Did you call 911 once you noticed that they were on your property?
I may have, I don't remember for sure.
And you also, in fact, had a recording of you holding your cell phone, and on your cell phone, you were watching the protests in your neighborhood. You remember that?
No, I'm not gonna say I did, but I don't remember.
You remember watching the protests in your neighborhood?
I watched them walk by.
In Satilla Shores, you were watching while they walked by. This is when the man said you're going to be popped.
Yes, that particular day, I had HVAC guys there, and they was going to be paid when they got through, so me and my son stayed in the backyard away from the protest.
It's pretty frightening.
Sorry?
It was pretty frightening.
I couldn't understand.
It was pretty frightening.
Yes, yes.
Do you recall calling the police again when trespassers were turning water on and off on your property?
I don't remember it. I mean, I don't remember having any issues with water, not that I know of.
We're looking at your call detail report, refresh your memory.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me that, I'm going to get me with that.
Only if it would help refresh your memory.
It won't help. I can't remember. I apologize.
That's okay. When did Ms. Grady call you to talk to you about helping you?
I don't even remember what brought it about. I don't know if she saw it on TV. I don't know how she found out about it or what brought it on.
Well, after your first meeting with the GBI, you had a second meeting with Agent Sechrist on the 15th of May, correct? She was with you at that meeting, right?
She was with me at the one meeting, yeah.
Okay.
I think that was the meeting, maybe if I remember right, that they were requesting mine was on, and maybe she was supposedly supposed to download the information that was supposed to relate to this rather than taking all the information.
And in that meeting with Agent Sechrist is where you walked through with the agent where your boat was at different times. Does that ring a bell?
I could have. I mean, I've told so many people the story, I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, let's go back then to the beginning of all of this for you.
Okay.
You testified earlier that you bought the property, I think, 4 or 5 years ago.
Something.
And about a year later after that, you started building your dream house, your vacation house on Satilla Drive.
No.
You're going to live on the water, or at least have use of a house on the water, Satilla River, and enjoy that as you got a little bit older. I know your health was a concern at that point, right?
Yeah.
Initially, you had, I think you said 2 cameras out there or 3 cameras out there?
They come in a bundle. I can't remember if the first bundle had 5 or 3. I can't remember, but they come in bundles. I had either, I want to say it was on 3 of them that we can get connection on.
Okay. Initially, you had a camera on the dock, right?
Yes.
Now, we watched some surveillance video earlier where we saw an intruder walking across the metal plank. Is that the camera that was initially up?
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 1.
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that you had a second camera on the back of your house. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you. Photograph that I'm marking as Travis McMichael exhibit number 1. Okay.
Okay.
May I approach?
Easiest way, I thought it would be doing this, if it was me getting involved in it, I think it'd be easier if you could just stay as far from the witness as possible, and just hand it to.
Mr. English, take a look at Travis McMichael exhibit number 1. Try to orient yourself. I use your red porta potty to do it. Does that, you understand what you're looking at in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what you're looking at?
It's an area of my property and the guest property around.
And do you see your particular property on there?
Yes,
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate representation of your property?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, tender Travis McMichael, exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Mr. English, I'm going to hand you a pen. Again, I don't want to do anything that's going to upset you if you have a pen. And do you have a pen?
No.
Can I hand you a pen?
You what?
Can I hand you a pen?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no document camera in this courtroom, is there?
I can pull them?
Yeah.
Not that word. Mr. English, would you mark on that photograph, directly on it, where the camera for the backyard was and for the dock? I know the dock's not shown because there's a metal roof, but approximately where it would be.
The one back of the house is the best of my recollection.
The one in the back of the house?
Yes.
You just hang on to that pen if you want, just for now. Anyway. And so, you marked, if you're looking at the back of your house from the dock, the far left corner of your house, right?
Sure.
If you're looking at the back of your house from the dock,
Far left corner.
far left corner and on the dock, on the left-hand side of the dock.
Yes.
You testified that you put those cameras up because of concerns about liability.
Partially liability.
Right. I mean, Kenny Wade, your next door neighbor, had told you about kids coming around, and you thought it would be a good idea. It was dangerous down by the dock. It would be good to have a couple cameras.
Right.
Not only that, but you did have valuables at your house at that point, right?
Yes.
And so cameras, of course, would help protect you from any intruders that were stealing things off your property.
Yes.
And that was another reason to have a camera.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, we'll talk about it a little bit more detail, but eventually you added 7 more cameras?
Me 5 or 7. I don't remember. It was, they come in bundles and I add them. And some of them we didn't even use. I think we had a couple we didn't use. I'm not sure.
Okay. You had 3 cameras in the front of your house, is that true?
Yes.
You had 1 camera in the garage?
Yes.
You had 1 camera in your living room?
Yes.
You had 2 cameras on the back of the house?
Right corner, left corner, yes.
And 2 at the dock?
Yes.
Those last bunch of cameras you installed in November after the white couple came in and then the black male came into your house, correct?
I don't remember exactly what day it was.
Okay. May I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. English, I'm handing you what the mark is Travis and McMichael exhibit number 2. If you'll look at that for a second. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Do I?
Do you recognize that photograph?
Oh, yeah.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's my house.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your house?
Yeah.
As it existed back in May of 2020?
Couldn't tell you what it looked like in that 2020.
Okay, fair enough. Your Honor, at this point, I would tender to evidence Travis McMichael exhibit number 2.
Can you get a few more information, a little bit more information about timing of when that photograph was taken? If possible.
Mr. English,
Who took the photograph?
that photograph was taken by my investigator.
You legitimately?
It would have been in May of 2020, May or June of 2020.
Did they agree or disagree with whether that would be what it looked like at about that time?
Okay. Mr. English, does that sound accurate, that photo depicts what your house looked like in May or June of 2020?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
At the stage, I know that's my house, but I can tell you what stage it was in at that point.
Did that photograph allow you to depict on the front of the house where your cameras were located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would tender that photograph to Travis McMichael number 2 for the purpose of allowing Mr. English.
I didn't mark it, and then you're contender. And then what you're tendering is just the locations of the camera. It doesn't have anything to do with this.
Okay. Using your pen, Mr. English, will you mark on that photograph where your cameras were located?
would tender to evidence Chapter Michael did number 2 to show where the photograph, where the cameras were located as depicted in the photograph.
No objection, Judge, and I know you'll have that witness will be able to send the date that was taken.
Well, at this point, it's been for that purpose for location of the cameras.
Mr. English, you noted on here with your black circles, 3 cameras in the front of the house. One by the RV boat garage facing the house at the far left-hand corner, right?
Yeah.
One on the right-hand side of the 2-car garage, right?
Yes.
And then one near your front door.
The one near the front door, probably marked in the wrong location, should be on the right-hand, very right corner of the house.
Should be further over?
Yeah, those cameras were moved a time or two. When we were doing construction, doing the siding, they had to be taken down and put them back up. And I think I may have even at one point added an extra one at the front.
So you might have had actually 4 at one time.
No, I don't think it was 4. They would have been, probably wouldn't have been more than 3 the whole time.
Okay, but the one that's depicted on the right-hand side might have been even further to the right at different times.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay, to the best I recall.
Fair enough. In going through all the videos that you watched today, cameras at the dock, cameras in the back of the house, cameras in the front of the house, at no point do you see anyone stealing any items, right?
Stealing anything? Right.
At no point do you see someone carrying out of your house items that belong to you.
No.
And yet you know that items are missing from the boat that was parked in your house, right?
Yes. Well, no, I don't know for sure if it was in the house when it happened. I don't have video, and I assume that it happened at the house, but I can say it for sure happened at the house.
And as we sit here today, you don't know where the items were taken or who took them.
No.
But at the time, and I'm talking about October, November, December 2019, January and February of 2020, you knew items were taken, you knew the boat had been parked in the house, correct?
I knew the boat had been at the house at one point, but I had also moved it back into the Douglas multiple times.
Right. But you knew the items were taken, and you knew the boat had been parked at the house, correct?
At one time it had, but I don't know if I was taking models at that.
But that's not what you told the police, is it?
I don't know that.
Okay, we're gonna walk through it then.
Okay.
The state showed you a video of children coming into your yard during the daytime and taking some plywood.
Yes.
Are those Subi Lawrence's kids, do you know?
Is it what?
Are they Subi Lawrence's kids?
Yes.
Okay, so Subi
Looking
Lawrence.
at the video, I assume that that's what she is.
And you know Subi as the woman who lives across the street, who has 2 boys, right?
Or 3.
Or 3 boys?
I think so.
Okay. When did you meet Subi?
I can't recall exactly when. As already was stated, there were multiple mailboxes there. One of those mailboxes is hers. And when she stopped and checked the mail in the evening, I was thinking there. And she may introduce herself, but I think that's how it come about.
But the video depicting the boys coming onto your property, that's not the first time you saw people coming on your property, right?
Probably not. I don't remember.
The first time you saw someone coming on the property was at night, and it was that first 911 phone call.
Yes, on video, yes.
Okay. You didn't have any problem with those boys coming on, right?
No.
It's daytime, and boys will be boys.
I knew that it was.
Better for them to be playing in the street, like you said, than on video games.
That's the way I feel about it.
You didn't have a problem with gawkers in the neighborhood coming to look at your new house, right?
Repeat that.
You didn't have a problem with gawkers in the neighborhood.
Gawkers?
Let me use a different word. People who were curious about your new construction. As long as it was daytime and they were just not hurting anything, you were okay with it.
Not really okay with it because the time we live in, the liability is so great, and there's so many attorneys looking for a liability suit. So I really don't welcome it, but it's not out of the ordinary.
Kind of comes with the territory of building a house.
Yes.
And as a contractor, as you testified, that's fairly common.
Yes.
It's different when someone comes on your property at night.
Yes.
It's scarier.
Yes.
You don't know why they're there, right?
Right.
You don't know what they want.
No.
You don't know if your valuables will still be there in the morning when you come to your house.
Right.
It's pretty scary. Let's go to October 25th, 2019. That's the first time you called 911 because of something you saw on your cameras, correct?
The best I remember, I'm not sure about the dates.
That's the first time you actually interacted with Officer Rash. Is that true?
I'm not sure exactly when me and Rex had our first conversation.
Communications Operator, can I help you?
That is in evidence as State's Exhibit 149. We listened to that call earlier, Mr. English, correct?
Sure.
We listened to that call on October 25th, 2019, earlier today.
I don't recall exactly my day.
Okay. This is the call, sir, in which you notified 911, or not 911, the non-emergency number dispatcher that you had a trespasser on your property, right?
Yeah.
And you described him, tattoos down the arms?
Yes.
Black male, curly looking hair, plundering around?
Yes.
Okay. You told the operator you needed him checked out?
Yes.
He looked like he was drunk or on drugs?
Yes.
Now, let's be honest, Mr. English, you weren't concerned about his safety at that point, you were concerned about your property.
But.
Well, that's not what you told the operator. You wanted him checked out, you wanted him removed from the property. It didn't look good, right? That's what you said.
I don't remember saying the word remove, but I guess if it's in there, I said it.
Do you recall the operator saying to you, do you want us to go find out what he's doing and have him removed from the property? And you responded, yes, ma'am, if you would, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It didn't look good because there's no reason for this intruder to be on your property at 10:04 p.m. on a Thursday night, right?
The part of it looked good to me was he looked unstable and was going down the walkway down to the floating dock.
And you didn't know what he wanted, why he was there, right? In fact, you called again a few minutes later. That was not played for you on direct examination. We're going to play it now, right?
Don't do that. You go to the channel. Yeah. Click on this. This. Right here to the left. Now. How do you do it? But I'll switch stuff real quick. What you gonna get to? You want a second one? Yeah. That's 25. We don't object to that. That's the talk. Reason city did.
It's movie that. It's S-150.
Communication number,
Yes, ma'am, this is Larry English. I had called earlier about a trespasser on property at 220 Cedar Drive.
227, yes, sir.
My cameras are going off and I seen that he has made it there, but the guy has left, he walked off the property and went across the street. So I don't know where he, apparently wasn't driving anything, he was walking, but he did walk off the property.
Okay, and can you tell which way he went?
It looked like he went away from the house toward the street and went over towards, there's a kind of whitish yellow brick house over on the corner. He kind of went in that direction towards the whitish looking brick house across the street.
Okay.
And is there a way I could see if I can get this picture off my phone, blown up, but is there a way I could email it or text it to you, a copy of a picture of what I'm looking at, and doing good for down the road or any purpose down the road?
Well, what I can do is I can get the illustration or a call, and they need to work something out with you to try to get pictures to them.
Okay, if you can do that, I appreciate it. Maybe you just kind of patrol the neighborhood at their convenience if they did what who they was looking for, then I could at least confirm about it. Maybe you wouldn't come back.
Yes, sir. All right, what I'm gonna do is like, if you pull in, okay, when the officer calls you and they come to the phone security card or no number, just make sure your phone is able to accept the phone call and that you answer when he calls you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Mr. English, you told the operator that that this intruder was walking across the street to the yellow whitish house, correct?
Yes.
That's Susie Lawrence's house.
Yes.
Did you call Miss Lawrence to alert her that there was a strange man in the neighborhood coming towards her house?
I don't recall.
Did you call any neighbor, to your recollection, to notify her about a strange man being in the neighborhood?
Did I notify anybody to call her?
Yeah.
Possible, I don't remember.
Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Lawrence about the fact that this man came from your property and was heading towards her property?
I could have, I don't remember.
On October 25th, if you'll accept that that's the date of this call, this man who comes at 10 o'clock at night, he looks suspicious to you, right?
Yes.
There was no reason, no legitimate reason in your mind for him to be on your property that late at night, plundering around as he could.
No.
Okay. In fact, it was concerning. What struck you is you have a 16-year-old daughter at that time.
Yes.
And what if she had been on that property, maybe in the camper, and she stumbled upon this guy, and then who knows what could have happened?
Judge, objection, speculation.
Well, that's what you told the agent, isn't it?
I think I remember something like that.
So you're asking questions based upon his statements to agents, or to an agent. Okay, good.
That was a concern of yours.
Yes.
Not only the property that was in the house or on the dock, but the safety of your child, right?
Yes.
That's something that went through your mind back in October, November of 2019.
Yes.
A couple weeks later, a white couple comes onto your property, right?
I guess, I don't know that kind of answer.
If I told you the date was November 17th, would you disagree with that date?
I couldn't disagree.
Now let's back up. So October 25th, an officer did respond and you heard your voice, you offered to send a clip of the video to the officer.
Yes.
That first officer who responded, that would be Officer Resch.
Okay.
Is that right?
As to my recollection, yes.
Okay. You said in the 911 call, when the white couple was there, that you had stuff stolen 1.5 to 2 weeks prior.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
1.5 to 2 weeks prior is about when this black male came onto your property, right?
I didn't look at the timelines.
Okay. Looking at a calendar for 2019, 2020, if the first phone call is the 25th of October, right? Yeah, right? And if the second phone call is the 17th of November, that's a couple weeks later, right?
Looks to be.
Okay. So that's the first call in November of 2019 is this white male and female coming on your property, correct?
Yes.
They're in your garage and you say to the operator, this is where stuff was stolen.
Yes.
So sometime between October 25th, where that first phone call was made, and November 17th, you realized that the stuff from your boat had been stolen, right?
Yes.
Do you know when you realized it had been stolen?
Like I said, it's when the HVAC guys were there putting in a drive in. And a few days later, I went to look at work and like I said, it was on the ladder and I noticed the pool was gone.
So, but it was it must have been in that time frame, right? Given what you say on the 911 call.
It was in that time frame when I was aware that it was missing. But I don't know
when it was actually taken.
I don't know when it was taken.
The EPIRB the satellite, thing.
Yeah.
It's smallish, correct?
It's about 12 inches tall, maybe about 6 inches wide. It was in a box.
Okay. And someone could obviously just pick it up and haul it off.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see who did it.
No.
Right? Could have been that white couple there.
Yes.
Could have been the black male who had been in on the 25th.
Yes.
Could have been when the boat was stored somewhere else.
Yes.
You didn't know.
No.
Okay. But what you're telling the dispatcher on November 17th is they're in the garage where stuff was stolen. That much you knew.
Repeat that, please.
What you told the dispatcher is they're in the garage where stuff was stolen.
Yes.
That's what you did know.
That's what I said.
Okay.
And at the time, that's what I believed.
And you thought maybe they're homeless?
Yes.
This couple?
Yes.
The guy's belt was unbuckled, right?
Yes.
He come from the direction of the porta potty. Maybe he had just used your porta potty.
Yes.
Right? In fact, in May of 2020, May 6th, when you met with the first GBI agent, you actually told that GBI agent it wasn't that couple. They're homeless. You're 100% sure it was not that couple. They were in and out so quick.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. We're looking at your transcript, refresh your recollection.
I don't recall saying 100%. I don't recall that discussion.
We're looking at the transcript of that interview with the agent, refresh your recollection.
It wouldn't do any good. I don't remember that. If I read it, it wouldn't make any difference.
It wouldn't make a difference.
I mean, I wouldn't remember any better.
Okay. Do you have that transcript, sir? Do you have it with you? I have that. On November 17th, for the second call, called twice, and we've listened to those calls, right? You need your memory refreshed about that second call?
I don't.
Okay. You told the operator that a couple was, you thought, in the cabin of the boat trying to steal electronics.
I was concerned about that, yes.
Because electronics were missing from your boat, right?
The EPA.
The EPA. You said the big boat had stuff stolen. It looks like they're doing it again.
I could have said that possibly.
When you say again, though, but you've never seen them steal it the first time.
Right.
Could have been them.
Yes.
Could have been the black male that was coming in your house.
Yes.
Right? You don't have been there once by that point, right?
Who had been in one?
The black male.
I'm not sure about the time and the
Well, the very next night, that same black male came back to your house, November 18th, right? We listened to the call. Do you remember?
I remember listening to the call, but I don't know the date, no time.
Would you disagree if I told you it was November 18th, the very next night?
I would disagree.
In fact, you told the operator, he's back. We just had somebody here last night, now this guy's here tonight, right?
I probably said something to that nature.
You said it looks like it's the same guy from 1.5 to 2 weeks ago. That's what you told the operator, right?
Best I remember.
With looking at a transcript of your call, I'll refresh your memory.
Listening to a transcript will help me.
You're listening to the call?
Yes.
Okay, we can put it up. Thank you. It is case number 157.
Purpose communication number 7. Just for purpose communication.
Yes, I need this is a lady who 220 Seville Drive. I called last night, and there's somebody back over there on Cross Vivian tonight.
Mr. English, you called last night, that would be the white couple, and now there's somebody back here tonight, that would be the black male, right?
Yes. I just talked about Officer Rash.
You said you just talked to Officer Rash.
Yes.
So you already had met Officer Rash, right?
Okay.
And that would have been the only other time you called before the first, well, it would have been the time before you called the night before. Bad question, I'm sorry. You already knew Officer Rash by the 18th, right? You just said, I've already talked to Officer Rash.
I already knew Officer Rash. I don't know about the date.
But you already had a cell phone by that time.
Yes.
Okay.
He said he called to, because he called again.
Yes, I just said this was 220 Satilla Drive.
Yes, ma'am, 220 Satilla Drive, and at night, it's a black male, not wearing a shirt, got tattoos on his arm, and a pair of maybe black colored shorts.
This is November 18th. The black male has no shirt on. Did that concern you?
No.
You normally walk around without a shirt in mid-November at night?
I don't know.
Okay, you said no shirt and black colored shorts.
It looked like, yes, the black and white infrared camera, but it looked like he black colored shorts. And tattoos, the same guy that was over there about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
So you recognize him as the same guy there the first time that you called 911?
He was very similar.
And in fact, well, he had tattoos, right?
Yes,
Twisty hair?
the best dark call.
Yes, sir. Do you know what he's doing?
He was just wandering around under the carport looking in the boat.
You describe him looking in the boat. It's not the same, it's not the offshore boat.
No.
This is now another boat because you've already removed the offshore boat.
Right.
Okay. Did it concern you that he was looking in your boat?
A little bit, but when I seen him kind of turn and walk off, I wasn't long about it.
You'd already had your boat vandalized once before.
Yes.
And now this guy's looking in your boat. You can actually see him looking in your boat.
Yes. I'm going down the road with my camera's long, going down the road. He just kind of looks like he doesn't know good.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay. This is your property?
Ma'am?
This is your property?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's, they had a situation with the same guy 2.5 weeks ago. He told me about 3 different people's cameras out there connected to it.
That's pretty alarming, isn't it? Same guy back again?
Yes.
At night?
Yes.
After dark?
Yes.
For no legitimate purpose that you knew of?
No.
In fact, you say it looks like he's up to no good. I mean, what other conclusion could you have drawn, right?
Right.
You said he is seen in the neighborhood on 3 different cameras, and you testified on direct exam. You're not sure whose cameras those were?
I don't. I really don't remember saying that or where I got that from. I knew there was some people in there with a track camera.
And you're not lying to the dispatcher when you say that, right?
I don't consider myself being lying.
You never intended to lie to the police, right?
I have no motivation to.
To a dispatcher, right? To a neighbor about what was happening at your house?
No.
You never purposely said anything untrue?
No.
Okay. The morning before this guy came, the black male on the 18th, you had removed the boat and installed more cameras, right?
I don't know about those days.
Okay, it's on the call.
And if the officer that goes out, if you can give him a message, if you give me a call, I don't know if you got the number, 922-218-9905.
Yes, I'm good. Just 1 second, okay? And you said that you haven't had this issue last time as well?
Yes, but it was good last night. It was like male and female last night. And I did send Officer Powers, I sent him a video of it. And I can send him a video of this same guy, and I can send him also that even if I'm the same, because I'll send him a video.
Okay. So you're watching that on my camera?
Yeah, I just installed, went down today and picked up one of those, I was running back to keep them still electronics off of it, and I put 2 more cameras up, and the new camera I put this morning today, this evening, about under the garage.
Yes, sir. And what was your name, sir?
Does that refresh your memory that you put up more cameras that day?
Yes.
Okay, now that day is the 18th of November. You wouldn't disagree?
Whatever the date was on that conversation.
Okay. You were sending the videos, Officer Rash, Officer Powers, clips of your videos. You were calling as soon as you can, as soon as you got alerted on your phone You were concerned.
Yes.
Now your house was being broken into, intruded upon by someone you didn't know and hadn't authorized to be there.
Yes.
Right? It was concerning to you. Concerning enough that the next day after this call, you talked to Diego Perez about it on the 19th.
Possibly, yes.
By the way, on the 18th, you don't know where this guy went. The black male that came on your property kind of disappeared without you really seeing where he went, correct? So just because you have the cameras doesn't mean you see everything around your house when someone's in there.
Right.
And the frustrating part was at this point now, 3 times, your property's been violated, people have been coming on your property, and you still couldn't get the police officer there in time to catch him, in time to talk to him.
Yes.
Or give him a trespass warning or anything.
Yes.
Right? And so you talked to Diego Perez. You remember that?
I guess we talked, I don't remember if it was a talk or text, I can't remember that.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of the text messages between you and Mr. Perez. See if you recognize it.
You're wrong. I'm going to pull up my good thing.
There you are. You'll just use your number. Mr. Can you see what's in front of you? On your screen, can you see this exhibit? I'm going to name it in a second. Do you see it on your video? On your monitor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 118. By agreement, we're going to call it that. Take a look at it, see if you recognize it. Mr. English, you recognize States Exhibit 118 as a text thread between you and Diego Perez?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender to evidence States Exhibit 118.
No objection. I'll see if you can clarify something for me. Who contacted who first?
I just did have the court have a question for me.
You said you had a question, I was admitting the document.
Okay.
It's in, so you go.
Okay. To give you some direction, Mr. English, your responses are in green.
Yes.
And Mr. Perez's are in blue.
Okay.
So he reaches out to you first.
He did reach out to me first.
I'm asking you.
No, I don't remember. I'm asking you by the phone records who contacted who first.
So the first contact is on November 19th, 2019 at 6:28:12. And that might not be an accurate time, but it's what's depicted in this exhibit. Okay?
So who contacted who first?
That's Mr. Perez texting you.
So he contacted me first.
That's what it appears to be from the exhibit.
That's what I thought, but I wanted you to clarify that, get mine.
And you have him in your phone as Diego Satilla Shores.
I don't know if I put the last name in there or not, but I probably have him here in Diego.
Well, look at the exhibit.
Oh, Diego's Satilla Shores, yes. I thought you were saying his last name, yes.
No, his last name's not Satilla Shores.
Well, I didn't understand clearly what you said.
I understand. That's how you have him in your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And that's his phone number next to it?
As far as I know, yes.
And he's texting you. And it says, goodness, if you catch someone on your cameras, let me know right away. I can respond in mere seconds. Right?
Yes.
Now, he's responding to before I go to bed.
Yes.
And you received that message, and you were aware that Diego Perez was offering to essentially be a neighborhood watch for your property.
Yes.
And if he saw something, he offers to pen the guy up until the police could arrive.
I don't know if that would be the way it would happen.
Well, he says, you say, thank you very much. He says, yes, sir. Thank you for sharing the information. Is there a usual time they're around, or is it at different random times? I have night vision goggles, and if they come around at a certain time, I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. I can't stand thieves or people who disrespect property.
Yes, I think I remember reading that.
And then you tell him what times they come, twice around 10 o'clock, once around 6 o'clock. And he says, good to know.
Yes.
And you say, okay.
Yes. But I didn't ask him to pin
No, you didn't, but he offered and you were fine with
them. I
that.
just want to clarify, I don't ask him to do that.
But you were fine with that. You didn't tell him not
Yes,
to.
yes. I said, thanks. I said, fine, you have permission, yes.
Of course, because you're an hour and a half away, 2 hours away, and he's right there. Why wouldn't you accept that offer, right? I mean, it's the neighborly thing that he's offering. He's trying to look out for you, and you're grateful for it.
Yes.
He's being a nice guy.
Yes.
Nothing wrong. You don't really know Diego.
Never met him.
Never met him, but he was nice enough to reach out, and you reached back, you sent him clips, and he was going to do what he could to protect your property.
Yes.
And that sounds like a good deal.
Good night.
Okay. He's not law enforcement, right?
Not that I know.
Or he's not even ex-law enforcement, as far as you know. He works in the VA, right?
Not that I know.
Did you understand him to work at the VA?
Diego?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Okay. And so Diego kind of became your contact to the neighborhood. Other than the police, he was the person you were most in touch with when you had intruders on your property.
I usually call it Officer Rash or the other officer.
Officer Powers.
Yes.
Is that so? Either Officer Rash, Officer Powers, or Diego Perez.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, sometimes you even call Diego when you didn't even call the police.
Possibly, I don't remember.
Okay. Well, we'll refresh your memory just 1 second. So up to this point, we're talking about mid-November. You've had a black male on October 25th, the same black male on November 18th, and you had a white couple on the 17th of November, right? According to these.
According to the dates you say, yes.
All these things, okay. The state played for you your 911 call on December 1st, 2019. That's where you see the car parked near the bridge. Remember that?
I remember Carter Bridge.
Okay. You say to the dispatcher that the neighbors think it's someone living under the bridge who's responsible for things happening in your neighborhood, right?
Something that I think, but that's something.
You know who you heard the rumor from?
I do not.
Were you aware that Greg McMichael had called 911 in July about the homeless guy under the bridge causing problems?
No.
Do you know if it was Diego who might have mentioned this homeless guy?
I do not know.
You said that stuff had been stolen out of your boat, so you're still telling the dispatcher as of December 1st, stuff was stolen out of your boat while the boat was at the house, is what you're implying.
I said that, yes.
Okay. You sent Diego Perez the video on the 19th. You authorized him to stop any individual who was on your property till the police got there. Not anything improper. You thought that was the proper thing to do, right?
Yes.
And you then called or texted with Diego on the 11th of February, the night that Travis McMichael called 911.
I don't remember the date.
Okay. Do you recall a time when Travis McMichael encountered a black male on your property?
I remember that. I remember that there was a few people, I don't know who was involved, some people that tried to find out who it was, and he was supposedly on the property, and Travis had went by on the street and saw him.
Okay.
That's the best I remember of it.
You weren't there. You don't know exactly what happened. These are things you heard after the fact.
Yes.
Okay. That night, though, you got alerted on your video, on your cell phone, right?
I don't remember. I got alerted that night or not, so I don't remember.
Well, we saw the video. It's in evidence. States Exhibit 117. That's the black male intruder on your property on the 11th of February, right?
It looks similar, yes.
And that's what you told the police, that this guy looks similar. It's the same guy on the 25th of October, 18th of November, now the 11th of February. That's as best as you could tell, it's the same guy.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't call the police when you got alerted. You called Diego, right?
I don't remember. I guess I did if it was in there. I don't remember.
There's no 911 call from you on the 11th of February. Is that true? You've not been shown one today.
I don't remember. Repeat the question, please.
You did call the police on February 11th when you got alerted on your phone of this intruder. You called Diego.
Possibly, I guess, I don't remember.
And you sent him the video.
Okay.
Is that right?
If he had video, I sent to him, yes.
Okay. And you called Diego because you wanted a quick response to this guy.
Yes.
It's now the third time he's on your property. He's yet to be caught. He has no business being on your property, right?
Right.
He's not there for any legitimate purpose you know of, right?
Right.
You want him gone.
Yes.
And Diego was the quickest way to get him gone. Because he could get there quicker than Rash or Powers or anybody else in Glenn County.
When you say gone, I want to clarify that. I went,
You didn't want to hurt.
apprehended, find out what he's doing, ask him not to come back.
Off your
But
property.
as far as gone, I wouldn't use that word.
Okay, I apologize. I don't mean anything harmful to him, but you wanted him off your property.
Yes.
Now, this was frustrating to you.
Yes.
We just, stuff was being stolen. You didn't know where it was stolen, who stole it, but he had no business being on your property.
Right.
The reason, besides that he could get there quicker, that you wanted Diego to know is because he's got 3 girls.
Yes.
And again, you're thinking like a father. You have a girl. At the time was 16 years old, right?
Yes.
You have a son who's 11 or so.
Yes.
Diego's got 3 girls, right?
Yes.
Subi has 2 boys across the street.
Yes.
You don't know what this guy's doing in the neighborhood, right?
Right.
You don't recognize him.
No.
You don't know why he's in a dark house at night, plundering around, as you put it, right?
Right.
You don't know if he's a danger or not. You just don't know.
Right.
So you're calling Kenny Wade. You're calling Diego Perez. You're letting people know that he's going over to Subi's because it doesn't feel good to have this guy lurking around.
Right.
You texted Diego on the 19th of November, on the 11th of February, and again on February 23rd, the day of the shooting.
Yes.
You're communicating with Diego about what's showing up on your camera.
Yes.
And that's the 4th time that you know of that this guy's in your house 3 times at night, right?
The best I can recall.
Except we've seen a video today from December 17th, 3 different clips. Same guy at night at your house. You want me to refresh your memory, show you that?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. This guy's back on December 17th. It states, I'm sorry. States Exhibit 124. A, B, and C. Do you recall getting alerted to this video?
No.
There's no 911 call. Are you aware of any 911 call on this night?
No.
Is it possible that he came on your property, you didn't even know it?
Yes, it's possible.
Were you in the hospital around late December 2019?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know that you received a text message from Officer Rash around the same time period, right?
It brought my attention that there was a text message from him that hadn't been opened.
Hadn't been opened. It was to your phone, but you hadn't opened it.
Right.
Is it because you were sick at this time period that you didn't open it?
I don't know.
Okay. You just know you never saw that text message.
Exactly.
And do you know if you ever saw this States Exhibit 124? Do you know if you ever saw that?
I don't know.
You know how the GBI got this?
I heard that they subpoenaed my camera records. I mean, that's all I know.
Do you know that your lawyer sent videos from your Blink camera or from your phone to the police or to the GBI?
I think so, yes.
We talked about it earlier. In order, because the Blink camera loses videos, they don't stay on there forever. They drop off as they get older. The videos that we have from this earlier time period, 2019, are the ones that were saved on your phone and texted to people, correct?
Repeat that, please.
The videos that we had that we looked at this morning and this afternoon are videos that were texted to Diego, to Rash, to Powers. They were saved on your phone, right?
Possibly in text form.
In text form. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the, I think, the final portion of the video, I think. Again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
That would allow someone to identify them either to or from their homes in this case. And I could say that as someone who's actually been in a situation where a litigant was actually killed on their way to court because they were intercepted before the deputies could escort them here. So that was a civil case. That kind of thing can happen. And now that this concern has been expressed, particularly when they're not sequestered, maybe this would be a case for the court to enter an amendment to the order that is more restrictive in terms of the descriptions of the jurors.
Anyone from the defense?
Greg McMichael joins in that motion.
Chad McMichael as well.
I'll consider it. Once y'all figure out specifically, instead of me trying to figure out what that means, y'all let me know what you are asking for additional restrictive language from the court. I'll go ahead and consider it. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Again, I'm open to that. I'm just trying to work through the problem. I don't need it now. But if there is something from the defense that we can further tailor the court's instructions in a way that takes into consideration the constitutional rights that this court needs to take into consideration, understanding that the defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount for the court. I'm willing to take a look at it. I just need to think through exactly what it is you're asking the court to do, because I put a relatively fine point on it. I just want to see how much finer you're asking the court to go.
Yes, sir.
But I fully respect and understand the concern.
My wife's mom is in a memory care unit, and she just got a text that there's an emergency. May I check on her real quick to see what that is?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
There are pool reporters in the courtroom who are reporting on what's happening in the courtroom. Those individuals may put non-personal information in there. For example, if jurors are taking notes, they're not going to hopefully do that by number, but whatever their observations are. But as far as personally identifying information, that is not to be released under the court's order. So that's how we're proceeding. But there's obviously interest in this case, and it's being reported on. All right. We're keeping an eye on that to the extent that we can. All right. I believe we.
Mr. English, I'm handing you what's been marked as Travis McMichael's Exhibit 3. Take a look at it and see if you recognize it. I'm sorry, did you refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Do you recognize Travis McMichael's Exhibit number 3?
Yeah, I think all of them I sent to Ultra.
I'm sorry?
I think I sent all those to Ultra.
Okay, tell the court what those things are. What is that exhibit?
I think what it boils down to is I sent him clips of what's going on.
Okay, and is the exhibit number 3, is that a memorialization of your text messages with Officer Rash?
Yes.
Okay, and in the text messages, you text him on the 25th of October, 2019, right?
Best I can recall. I know the date. I didn't study the date.
Let me do this. Does this accurately depict your text messages with Officer Rash?
The best I can recall.
At this point, I would tender Travis McMichael exhibit number 3.
Objection.
Mr. English, if the exhibit states that you texted him on October 25th, 2019, right here, would you disagree with that?
No.
And that would have been coinciding with the first time you saw the black male coming on your property at night. Right?
You saying the video clip that I sent Officer Rash would coincide with what?
With the first time that that black male came on your property at night.
I guess so. If the dates in the video dates line up, I guess so.
Right. You have no reason to text him a video clip from October 25th if the black male hadn't been on your property on October 25th.
Exactly.
Okay. You text him again on the 18th of November. Correct?
If it's on there, I did.
And you text him several clips, both from the white couple and the black male on your property.
The best I can recall.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Mr. English, that through 2019, all the way into 2020, you didn't know who had stolen your electronics, your Yeti cooler from the boat that was parked at times at 220 Cecilia Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you talked to your neighbors, right?
Yes.
You talked to Diego.
Yes.
You talked to Matt Albanzi.
Yes.
You talked to Kenny Wade.
Yes.
You talked to Ronnie Olson, the guy across the street.
I don't talk to Ronnie very much. I don't remember any conversation about any of this with Ronnie.
Did you know that he had surveillance cameras on his house?
Not for recent.
Did you know Diego had surveillance cameras on his house?
I knew, yeah, after we had some text conversation.
Okay. You made your neighbors aware, the ones we mentioned, that you had stuff stolen out of the boat, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you wanted your neighbors, if they could, to help you catch the guy that had done it.
Diego, yes.
Diego in particular.
Yes.
You never told them at any point, and it wasn't stolen while the boat was on the property, it was stolen while it was parked at Stalby's Heating and Air.
Never told them that.
Never announced it on Facebook for the neighborhood, right? Never announced it on the next door neighborhood page, right? You have to answer on that.
No.
You didn't. You never posted any kind of alert to your neighbors, hey, never mind, wasn't stolen from this neighborhood, it was stolen from somewhere else.
No.
Therefore, Mr. English, to your knowledge, they were left with the impression that stuff had been stolen from your boat at 220 Satilla Drive.
I guess so.
You were aware of other crime in the neighborhood besides what had been taken from your boat, right?
Yes.
You were aware that Travis McMichael himself had a gun stolen out of his truck, right?
Yes.
You were aware that Diego Perez had tools stolen out of his truck, right?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that there was a neighbor at the front of the neighborhood who had some stuff stolen, right?
Yes.
Were you aware of any other crime in the neighborhood?
Not that I can recall.
Mr. English, you had a camper on the property, right?
Yes.
I don't know if any of our pictures depicts, Travis McMichael exhibit number 1. If I could hand that to you. Does this photograph depict a camper on your property?
That's it, correct.
Okay. Is that where you slept when you came to work on your property? In the camper?
Sure.
Is that where you slept?
Yes.
Did you bring your kids with you when you came to work on your property?
And sometimes on the weekend.
And they would
In
sleep,
summertime, maybe more.
they would sleep in the camper as well?
Yes.
Okay. As of February 23rd, 2020, the same black male had been on your property now 4 times at night, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Been chased off by the police, by a neighbor on the 11th of February, right?
Yes.
Officer Rash, Travis McMichael, right?
Yes.
And yet he came back
in the daytime on February 23rd, right?
Yes.
When you got that alert and you were working with your beekeepers,
yes,
you didn't even think to quickly get to your phone to catch the guy because it was daytime, right?
Right.
You were less concerned about daytime, right?
Yes.
But this turned out to be the same guy that had been on your property previously, right?
Yes.
And that was concerning.
Yes.
You called Diego.
Yes.
Contacted Diego. And by the time you contacted Diego, it was too late.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Take a short recess. So,
No, Your Honor, I will have no questions.
no questions. Consider your recommendation.
Mr. Rivas, we first started that. You had mentioned you wanted to clarify something.
Yes.
Could you go ahead and tell me what you wanted to clarify about any previous testimony we talked about?
It was the last of the discussion that we had there. I wanted to clarify that I was in the video working my hands. I had me on my hands. I heard the alert, but I didn't answer it immediately because it was my time and I didn't know how to stop and wash my hands off. But as soon as I did wash my hands off, maybe 30 minutes later, between VRs, I did call Diego to let him know that I saw the gentleman on the property, and that's whenever he let me know that he had been shot.
Okay. And Mr. Rivas, the note that your lawyer passed to me, that was about you needed a food and a break. Is that correct? You needed food, correct, you needed a food break?
Okay.
No, I'm talking about, Mr. Rubin asked you about a note that was passed from your lawyer to me while I was talking to you, and that was about food and a break that you needed.
Okay.
Do you know what that note was about?
No. Other than it said, I think I recall seeing it. She had notified somebody.
But she
I took medication. I took my medication earlier, thinking this would be done by about 12 o'clock. I took my medication from an empty stomach.
Yes, sir.
And I think maybe my wife did it.
Gotcha. For the record, I'm not sure we tendered that second 911 call into evidence, but if we do, we'll go ahead and tender the second clip from October 25th. I think we played it, but I'm not sure you moved to tender it.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's fine. If we did not, we'll go ahead and move to tender Safety Exhibit 121. I'm sorry, not 121. It was 150. We haven't tendered it in.
Thank you. We would not object to our own tendering.
Just want to make sure the record's clear. Mr. Rivas, when the protesters came by your house after, or the street after Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was shot and killed, and you had mentioned on cross that somebody had said they were going to bop you to some, or use the word bop, you were going to get bopped.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
You're not sure what they meant by that. Is that correct?
I wasn't sure until at that time, I guess he was up there, so told me what it meant.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we ask Mr. English to speak up a little bit? We're having a hard time now.
Yeah. I think it's getting a little late, tired, and max. So, Mr. English, you just trust me a little bit.
Okay. Speak up. Speak up. Yes, sir. Okay.
About how many protesters were out there at any given point that you know?
The street was constantly, people walking by.
And you didn't know who they were, where they're from, or anything like that, is that correct?
No.
Because you don't know who made that comment?
Yes, that was his cousin. He stated that that's the reason my cousin's dead.
Okay.
That I was the reason.
Has any of that information, or I'm sorry, any of that event that happened, the protesting, has that caused you to come in here and alter your testimony or lie in any way?
No.
And so you're not lying or altering any testimony for or against the state or for or against any of these defendants, is that correct?
No.
when myself and Mr. Rubin were questioning you about the 911 call where you said that the same guy was on 3 different people's cameras, you don't know whose cameras those were, do you?
I don't recall.
And do you know, you wouldn't know whether those cameras were inside or outside of any houses on that street?
No.
That trailer that you have on your property, from the time that you, well, let's say from October of 2019 to 2020, how often were you coming down to stay on the property?
Could you start over, repeat that, please?
Yes, sir. From, I would say, fall of 2019, like October until 2020.
You said fall.
Fall.
Okay.
Yeah, FALL, or autumn.
Okay.
Do you know how long or how many times a week or month you would come down to stay in that RV?
No, I didn't keep up with that one. I've had so many episodes, I'd be gone, and I'd be back out of them.
Do you know just in general, since you bought that property, how often you go down there?
I try to go a couple times a month, a couple weekends a month.
Okay.
Back when I took it at the point, tried in stage until the windows and doors ended, I was there more often. I stayed almost about a week, and then at one point when Corona was at peak the first time, I was quarantined down there 3 or 4 months by myself.
Okay. So you use it pretty often?
Sorry?
You use it pretty often?
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Green, if I'm gonna put on the screen, take you to the 127. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
That's the porta potty in front of my house.
Okay. And does this look like Satilla Drive to you?
Yes.
At this time, state tender state to the 127 evidence?
Okay.
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 Mr. So have you ever seen people use this porta potty?
Yes.
And is there a water source right around here?
Yes, one of those white pipes right there close to where the cups at.
Have you ever seen people use that?
Do what?
Have you ever seen people use that for?
Yes.
Okay, for what purpose?
I guess whenever they get out of the porta potty, they wash their hands off.
Can you tell us what this object is?
That's my job trailer, carpet trailer. I keep my tools and supplies in.
And the yard right here, you know whose yard this is?
That's Ronnie.
Ronnie? And what are these right here?
That's no box.
No. Is this a light pole?
Yes.
Mr. English, when you came down to visit your property, were you by yourself or did you bring your family with you?
Different situations.
Around the time that this was going on, was your family with you when you came down, usually?
What you mean by when this is going on?
When you were having the person that was in those videos and surveillance clips, the black male, when he was coming on the property, and the black couple from fall and early winter, fall of 2019?
That was there at that time too.
Did you know who would use that porta john in your property?
They ain't got to worry about anybody that come by. They use the bathroom and use it. They've been there for 2 or 3 years.
Okay. So that would be maybe subcontractors?
Subcontractors, other contractors, and yard maintenance people in the neighborhood.
Whoever.
Trash truck people.
Okay.
Mr. English, at the end of the day, out of all this, you just really wanted Mr. Arbery to not come back on your property, is that right?
Yes.
And you wish no harm on him?
No.
And that's what.
Mr. Ruth. I don't have anything else, John.
Nothing, John.
We are back on.
Thank you.
Judge, we're tendering in the deposition under State's Exhibit 132 at this time.
The transcript?
No, the actual files.
Okay.
Just coming in for the record. Understand. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
At this time, Your Honor, at this time, the state is seriously considering calling Officer Rash. However, Officer Rash also has a 25-minute long video, and we may not get through all of his testimony today. Given the jury has just spent 7 hours looking at a video, I leave it to the discretion of the court as to whether to proceed.
So the 25-minute video is within the direct, and then we will have cross from, yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're at probably a good breaking point for the day then. Thank you for your attention. Sometimes videos are hard to get through. Checking on you occasionally. Everybody's
Other witness who is not here. So that's what we're going to do.
So we are ready to proceed with a witness.
With a witness, indeed, yes.
Anything from Travis?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've been asked to address some comments the other day. The court hasn't asked me to do that.
I say I'm do that, quite honestly. I think whatever you've been asked to do has not been asked by the court.
Very well. I will let the court know that if my statements yesterday were overly broad, I will follow up with a more specific motion on Monday, putting those concerns in the proper context. And my apologies to anyone who might have inadvertently been offended.
All right. Okay. Say Ray was first witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking three things, and I meant to say, let's go get the panel. Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Just got to bring the panel in.
RT, Rash, R-A-S-H,
All right, and how are you currently employed?
with the Glenn County Police Department in Brunswick, Georgia.
All right. How long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
I first started in May of 2011. I left in 2016 for a year and came back in February of 2017.
All right, tell the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a post-certified law enforcement officer.
I attended the Georgia Post Academy in Savannah, the Regional Academy in Savannah. I got my basic peace officer's certificate from there. Since then, I have taken several different classes beyond advanced classes and stuff.
All right. And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the Glenn County Police Department?
I'm a Master Patrol Officer 3. I patrol the county area, an assigned area of the county. I am primarily assigned to Baker 9. That is the area that I patrol on a daily basis. And I answer calls for service and out there, traffic enforcement, anything that I see while I'm out on normal patrol.
All right. So how long have you been assigned to Baker 9 as a Master Patrol?
I've been riding that area for probably 5 or 6 years. I can swap around. I have occasionally been swapped to other areas, but primarily Baker 9 is where I ride.
Right. Now, you're in a suit today. How are you normally dressed when you are patrolling Baker 9 or other areas?
Normally, at this time, our current uniform is green pants with a black polo shirt, and I have an outer load-bearing vest, black in color. That's my body armor, and it carries some of my equipment.
And when you say some of your equipment, is that body cam?
That is my body camera. That is my taser, my handcuffs, tourniquet, and various items. That is carried on that vest to relieve weight off of the belt.
And what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2018 Dodge Charger police car.
How is it marked?
It is marked with logos representing the Boone County Police Department.
Easy to read and identify.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now, what kind of shifts are you working when you're working Baker 9 as a patrol person?
At this point in time, we work 12-hour shifts, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to take you back to 2019 into the first part of 2020. What kind of shifts were you working then?
I believe we were also working the 12-hour shifts at that time. We've been switched back and forth between 12s and 10s and back to 12s.
All right. So what are the 12-hour shifts? What are the time frames?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
How many days a week would you work?
At that time in 2019, we were working a schedule where we worked, it's like 2 days on, 2 days off, 3 days on. It rotated around. It was 3-2, 2-3, 2-3, 3 on, something to that effect.
Okay. So there was a schedule.
Yes.
All right. So it wasn't 4 days in a row or 5 days in a row?
No, ma'am.
And were you the 6 a.m. shift or the 6 p.m. shift?
On the 25th,
how about this? Let's go ahead and talk about October 25th. What was your shift that day?
okay, well, for our shifts rotate. We work days and then at 2 months of days, 2 months of nights. On the 25th, I was evening shift that day, or night shift, excuse me, night shift,
So starting at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
All right. So are you familiar with the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with that neighborhood?
I grew up down the road from that area. All during high school, our bus went through there, picked up students for school. Lived out in that area, not in that particular neighborhood, in that area since 1980. And then as being a patrol officer, riding that Baker 9, which encompasses Satilla Shores, I patrol that area on a daily basis.
And Satilla Shores is in which county?
Glenn County.
Right. And Satilla Shores, that neighborhood, public roadways.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us about the neighborhood composition. Based on your experience in Satilla Shores in 2019 into the first 2 months of 2020, what kind of population lived in Satilla Shores?
I don't have hard numbers, but I would be willing to bet that it's primarily older, more retired people. You see very few children out playing in the yards and in the street.
Okay. All right. And being that this was your Baker, and did you work it from January 1st, 2019 through February of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Violent crimes out there? Any?
Violent?
Violent crimes?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Property crimes?
A couple.
So I'm going to direct your attention now to 2019. Had you, prior to October 25th of 2019, known Larry English?
No, ma'am.
All right. So how did you encounter Larry English?
A call came in to the 911 center, and I'm not sure if that came in via 911 or the direct number. The call came in reference to a trespasser on his property, and I was dispatched out there to that call. And after arriving out there, I asked for the number in our system, our computer system. We can access the caller's phone number. I made contact with Mr. English and asked him to send me the video. At that time, the quickest way was him to text me the video, or by email. It took a day or two to get it, be able to see it, even if I had a viewer on my work computer there where I could see it. So I contacted Mr. English and asked him to text me the video so I could see who we were looking for.
All right. So you get dispatched. What's the address you get dispatched to on October 25th, 2019?
220 Satilla Shores.
And describe that location.
It's at that point in time, it was a house under construction, no doors, no windows, partial siding on the house that you could see through the house all the way through, looking through the front window out through the back into the river area.
Okay. And when you arrived on October 25th, 2019, did you encounter anyone at the open unsecured construction site?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you meet Larry English there?
No, ma'am.
All right. So how did you contact Larry English?
Via cell phone.
All right. And you gave him your cell phone number?
Yes. Well, he had it when I called him, so he could text me.
And did he in fact text you some video?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And just describe generally what that video was of.
It was video of his property. If I remember correctly, it was on 2 outdoor cameras, one on the dock, one on the front corner of the house, showing what appeared to be a light-skinned black male walking around on the property, walking around on the dock.
And that night, did you ever see that light-skinned black male again?
Never saw him again.
Right. And at that point in time, was there a report of anything actually taken from Mr. English's property?
No, ma'am.
And when you saw that video, the young man that you saw on the video, did he have a backpack or any sort of bag with him at that time?
No, ma'am. He had nothing in his hands.
And did you recognize him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm going to take you forward now to November 17th, a white couple on Larry English's property. Did you respond to that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did Larry English call you that night or anything?
I don't recall if he called me that night. He sent me the video from the 17th, but I received that video on a later date, not on the 17th.
Okay. Do you even know if you were working the night of the 17th?
I do not recall.
Okay. So the next night, November 18th, 2019, were you working that evening?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So on that evening, was that another trespassing call to the same location?
Yes, there was another call there.
Okay. So this is about a month later, you get a call. Did you respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's once again the open unsecured construction
Yes.
site at 220?
Yes.
What'd you find when you got there?
Same house in the same state, nobody in sight. No, the unidentified black male, same one from the previous October 25th incident, was nowhere to be found.
All right. And at that point in time, did you see the unknown black male have a bag or anything with him?
No, ma'am, nothing with him.
Did you see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him take anything?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, at this point in time, October 25th and November 18th, you're talking to Larry English over the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that Mr. English wanted you to do?
Find out who he was and why he kept coming onto the property.
And if you, I'm going to rephrase that. I don't want you to speculate as to what you would have done. Okay, it's not talking about speculation.
I had talked to Larry English about trespassing him from the property, and I explained to Larry English how we trespass someone from the property, but that was never done because we never made contact with him.
Okay, so what did you tell Larry English about how you trespass somebody from a property?
Once we make contact with the person on the property, we explain to them that the homeowner, find out who they are, we identify them. The homeowner does not want them there. He has no legal reason to be there. And the property owner, then we put them on, the way I do it is I put them on speaker. If they're not there in person, I put them on speakerphone. And I would say, Mr. English, I'm here with whoever the person is. So you're saying they have no right to be here and you don't want them here on the property. And he would say that so they could be heard. And we would document it in our computer system. So if that person was ever back on the property, and I explained to that person, if you ever come back on this property for any reason whatsoever, uninvited, you will automatically be arrested for trespassing.
Okay. And you told that to Mr. English that was
Yes.
your standard procedure?
Yes.
Okay. And not speculation, but was that your intent if you encountered this young black male?
Yes, to find out who he is, identify him, why he was coming up there late at night, and then ultimately it's Mr. English's decision if he wanted him trespassed or not.
Now, after you received the doc video from October 25th, I think you said you received the November 18th video.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action to see about finding out who this person was?
I would ride around the area. Working night shift, it's hard to canvass. I mean, I patrol the area on a normal basis, but it's hard to go up and find people at night. There are not many people out moving around in the darkness. Once I came back to day shift, I switched from nights to days. As I rode around the neighborhood, patrolled the neighborhood, I would see people out walking. Any interaction I had with anybody in the neighborhood, I would stop and say, "Hey, have you seen this male?" I had a screenshot from that video, and I would ask people, "Did anybody know who it was?" There were a couple residents that I saw. One, I believe it's the address of 210 Satilla Shores, that has a Ring doorbell camera I could see. Went up, did not make contact. There are a couple places that I actually did go up and knock on the door and talk to people, some that I have dealt with in the past and kind of knew, and but nobody had recognized him.
Okay, so nobody knew who he was.
Nobody knew who he was.
All right. So, and I want to kind of get a sense, was this I'm going to put this, a methodical door to door to door to door?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so this was sort of hit and miss.
Random hit and miss, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and move forward now to December 1st of 2020. Did Mr. English make contact with you December 1st of 2020 about people under a bridge?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so now was this actually on December 1st or was it December 2nd?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
He called me about the people under the bridge, and I was off duty. The next day when I returned to work is when I went under the bridge and checked, and that's when I texted him back without looking at the transcript of that, what date that was. I sent him that text. I went and looked for the people under the bridge, and I sent him a text of my findings.
Did you find any white couple in a car under the bridge?
No signs of life. There were some four-wheeler tracks under there. There was nothing typical of a homeless camp or someone living under the bridge. There was no trash, debris, anything left behind that would indicate someone was living under there.
So I just want to back up a minute. So did Larry English call you directly first about this rumored couple under the bridge?
Yes. He saw a car. He saw a car parked in the area, and he felt like that car was associated to a car that he saw on his camera the night that the white couple was on his property, and he asked me to go check for him.
But you're off duty this day.
I was off duty.
What'd you tell him?
Told him that I would check on it when I was back on duty.
All right. Did he inform you that he'd already called the non-emergency Glenn County Police Dispatch?
I don't recall that, no, ma'am.
Okay. And is that when he sent you the video of the white couple going in with the bag?
I have to look at the date on what day that video was sent to me.
But it was after the second time you made contact with Larry English?
Yes.
All right. So moving forward to December 20th of 2019, did you encounter Greg McMichael that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, had you known Greg McMichael previously as someone who worked at the district attorney's office as an investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where did you encounter Greg McMichael on December 20th, 2019?
He was in his front yard of his property at 230 Satilla Shores.
Was this daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime.
What happened?
I pulled up to him. I was in my patrol car. I stayed seated in my patrol car. We spoke through the window. He walked over. We spoke, talked to him in reference to the unidentified black male down at 220 Satilla Drive. We talked about him continually to come onto the property, not being able to figure out who he is. I told Mr. McMichael that I had somewhat canvassed the neighborhood, talked to different people. Nobody knew who he was. And at that time, Mr. McMichael asked me to pass on his phone number to Mr. English, and that he lives right down the road if he needed him to call him. And that's when I sent the text to Mr. English that Greg McMichael was a retired police officer and an investigator from the district attorney's office.
All right. So it's daytime. You encounter him outside his house, and you're talking about what's happening at 220.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any knowledge of what was going on at 220 prior to this?
Any knowledge as in?
As in, did he tell you, I've spoken with Larry English all about
No,
this?
ma'am. He never told me that.
Okay. But you're telling him, hey, I've had these two encounters
Yes.
at 220. And he asked you to forward his information to Larry English.
Yes.
Now, not talking about speculation, but I'm talking about what was your intention in making contact with Greg McMichael that day?
When I rode around, I saw him, so that's when I stopped and spoke to him. And are you meaning that what was my intention of forwarding the information, or?
No, well, did you deputize Greg McMichael?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Did you give him any authority to act as a police officer?
No, ma'am.
All right.
My goal with sending that text was Greg McMichael had, to my knowledge, about 30 plus years of law enforcement experience. Who else to be an expert witness? Call 911. And, I've watched shows, I've seen things where you have 10 people witness a crime, you get 10 different stories on who the person was, what they looked like, what they were wearing. Greg has training and experience. He would be, in my opinion, would be an expert witness to be on the phone with 911. He's running north, south, he's wearing this. He would know the pertinent information that the officers would need to know once they arrived on scene to possibly catch the intruder or the trespasser.
So you wanted him to be a witness?
Yes.
To get this guy identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Travis McMichael there at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you even know Travis McMichael?
No, ma'am.
All right, moving forward to February 11th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift were you on?
I was on evening shift or night shift.
All right. What happened within Satilla Shores that day?
We get the call of I believe it originally come out as a burglary in progress. And so we ran what we call code lights and sirens. We were just getting out of briefing. So I came from the area of our police headquarters, and I was the first officer on scene. And upon my arrival, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael were on scene, and I stood by, waited for additional officers to get there before I proceeded to check the property for the unidentified male that they called about being on the property.
Okay. So when people call 911, they're reporting what they think is going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So have you ever had experiences where people call up and they say they've been robbed?
Yes, ma'am.
And it turns out it's something completely different?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this case, you got burglary in progress?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was it when you got there?
It ultimately ended up being a trespassing.
And when you got there, was the unidentified black male present?
No, ma'am, it was not.
And at this time, both Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were on scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they armed?
I cannot say for sure if they were armed. I know there was, I believe they told dispatch something to dispatch about having guns, but I did not physically see them openly brandishing guns.
Do you recall them telling you that they put their guns up?
It may have it. Yes.
And the 911 call came in from Travis McMichael, is that right? If you don't remember, it's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you eventually make contact with Mr. Larry English while on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I called him on the telephone, cell phone.
Okay. And did you speak to him about what was going on?
Yes, I did.
Right. And at that point in time, did he send you video of what had happened inside the house?
Yes, I asked him to send me the video to see if it is the same person that has been there numerous times or the times before.
And while on scene, were you able to review that particular video that Larry English sent you that very night, February 11, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. He sent it to me while I was on scene.
And who'd you show that to?
I showed it to, I'm almost certain I showed it to both Greg and Travis.
All right. And when you saw it, was the young man, did he have a bag or backpack or anything on him?
No, ma'am.
Did you see him take or steal anything?
No, ma'am.
What did Larry English tell you?
That nothing had been.
Object to hearsay unless it's impeaching Mr. English or somehow admissible under the rules of evidence.
It's a prior statement of a witness who has already testified, and he's been subject to extensive cross-examination like we saw yesterday, and it's prior statement of a witness.
Prior statement of witness is not an exception to the hearsay rule. It's either a consistent statement after he's been impeached, or it's a prior inconsistent statement under 801.
Well, it's a hearsay, so you're not asking him, I'm explaining why you're using the statement.
Because it goes toward the defendant's knowledge of what was going on because they told it to this officer in front of the two defendants. I maybe need to ask some better questions and lay some foundation.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll lay some foundation. Were you talking to Mr. Larry English on the phone? Do you have him on speakerphone?
I have him on speakerphone, yes.
And who is standing right there with you while you have him on speakerphone?
The McMichaels are standing there in close proximity along with other officers.
Right. And is Larry English talking to you about what he can see on his video?
Yes, he is.
And what did he tell you about things being stolen inside the house?
Nothing had been
Still
taken.
gonna object unless you can tie what Larry English told him to one of the McMichaels or somebody else that's relevant.
It rebuts the assertion from opening statements that they had all this knowledge and what they're asserting they knew. And it goes to show exactly what they didn't know.
Look, I don't mind if she can show the McMichaels heard, it's on video. We have the video. But for this witness to testify what he said with Larry English and somehow he knows what they heard, I think would be improper.
What's the statement?
Okay. So were you wearing your body cam that evening?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to review your body cam video prior to coming in to testify today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And was it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything added or deleted?
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition, did you have the opportunity to review the transcript from your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 231, which is the body cam video, and 231A, which is the transcript of the body cam video.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, we are going to publish States Exhibit 231, and we have copies of the transcripts for the jurors. I didn't know the court wished to give a similar admonition along for one of them.
Are we using the transcript the same way?
Yeah, same way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as with yesterday, we're going to provide you with transcripts. I gave you the charge yesterday on how those transcripts are to be used. The evidence in the case is the body cam footage itself. The transcript is simply being used to aid you, as we explained yesterday, and we're going to collect these transcripts up at the end. Please do not read ahead. Thank you.
And Your Honor, may I approach? And Officer Ash, there is State's Exhibit 231A. All right, so Officer Rash, take a look at your screen right there. You can see that. Is this your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So first off, I'm going to ask you at the top, I don't know if you can explain this to jury or not, how it says 2/12/2020 and the time looks like it's 34 minutes after, midnight.
Yes.
Do you know why that is that time and date as opposed to 2/11, about 7 hours earlier, 5 hours earlier?
No, ma'am, I do not know.
Okay. All right. So when we first see this, do you know who this person is?
Now I know him as Diego Perez, I believe it is.
All right. What's he have in his hand?
Flashlight.
The state will this time publish the exhibit, State's Exhibit 231.
The owner of this house has caught this guy on video.
Oh, yeah.
You know about that?
Yeah. He's called him several. I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, motherfuckers. Yeah. They've been watching. They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything. Pitt County Police, anybody in here? Clear here. I just don't know if he's. No, it's just an attic. They don't have there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but. Huh? Well, I mean, there's a ladder right here. We can stand up, but they don't have the attic. Right here now. Doing this next row. We may be down on the dock in the boat or something. We got to push you up here. All right. You already checked the doors on this camper? Yeah. See, he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff.
PD had one hit the bridge, flip over in the river.
Man,
they got DNR out there trying to see if they can find him.
So they're missing a person, huh?
Well, they got it right. First time hit the guardrail, him and the bike slipped over down the river.
Huh. Well, this guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling me, texting me video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight, somebody in here. So. Oh yeah, man, that's good quality stuff too. He sends me the video of it. We don't see him back there unless he jumped the fence here.
Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard and check back this way.
Okay.
He's armed, by the way.
Okay. I think all our guys are walking.
But he said he had, I think he said, red shorts and a white shirt.
I wonder if it's the same guy if he's got the sleeve. So Travis actually saw him?
Yeah, he said he turned around right here, put the lights on him. He said when the lights hit him, he hauled ass inside the house.
So don't.
Yeah. Just want to let y'all know I can light this up by daylight if y'all want.
Did you you have a camera in your window, right?
Yes, I do.
Have you?
But at night, it don't look through the glass.
I
don't have any vision out here after dark. I'm
okay.
on the eve and I'm lazy.
Okay.
The rest of them are on the eve, so it's not going to look.
Well, get with it, man. Get with it, man. Chop chop.
Okay, but like I said, I can light this whole place up by daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras and.
Yeah, because he's got.
Nah, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to ID him. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We've called him on.
This guy right there, he's got video too.
We've called him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he's. And he usually goes this way, straight down that road.
I got video right here. If he goes down that road,
yeah,
I'll go check.
Okay,
yeah. Check, see if he finds it.
See if you see, because that's usually the way he goes.
Okay.
Let's get that around the neighborhood real quick.
Let me call the owner, see if they can access his cameras. Hold on. What's that now? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a. No, not that one. That's from the dock out there. This is videos from before they called him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So that's the area with no shirt on.
So he ran in the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me, and I ran out front. He was looking for a flashlight, all that kind of shit. And so I was watching down here the whole time. I didn't see anybody come across the street.
He had to go behind the backyard.
That or else when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him, and he wouldn't have seen him.
You live out here?
Me?
No,
This guy?
we don't know. I've tried and tried. I've been door to door. Nobody knows him. Mr. English.
How you doing, Officer Rash?
Good. How you doing, sir? I guess you see.
Hanging in there. I'm sorry if it's a false alarm. I sent a video. I don't know if y'all was able to get it or not.
Okay, you sent it to me?
I sent it to Diego, but I will send it to you. I didn't know if you was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, send it to me. I'm on duty tonight. No,
we've, there's 5 or 6 of us here along with the neighbors, and we haven't seen him. We've searched everything. So thinking of, I think Travis here said he went run into the house. So he went out back. He's jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left. But we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. An officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was on top of around the air handler, any of that up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street's going to look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's going to look at it and see if he's seen him where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was going to see. So yeah, send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? Yeah, I lost him. I've been talking to nobody. Hold on. I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello. Hello, sir. Okay. Does it look like the same guy as always? The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back over there and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in your yard, put the headlights on him, and he saw him run through the house. So we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video. He sent it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty. That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we don't.
You haven't seen Lee Roll?
No. This is video.
It is being built.
Oh, that one? No. This is the video
I think it's
from one of the prior.
Same kid. Yeah, that's him. Yep, that's the same guy.
He's got sleeve tattoos.
He was wearing a red shirt, white pants.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the tattoos.
But he's got like twisty hair.
Short.
Yep.
Probably about 3 inches.
About
dreads, maybe.
Yep. Yeah, dreads or twists, whatever they call it.
Yeah. I was watching the hands.
But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from.
He's coming down this road. I mean, he was straight up coming down this road. I don't know if he's coming out 17 or he's probably going across from that neighborhood. He's only got 2 black people living in this neighborhood.
Well, I've been up there. Down here at the corner of Jones and Selwood, you have the family there that have the adopted and all foster kids. Yeah. I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's Bear. He's got something wrong with it. As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant. Blah blah blah.
He just kind of shovels.
Yeah.
The old black lady right at the corner there.
Yeah, and then when you turn on Selwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I don't come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house.
Well, I've been there for a report of an alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English just sent me, one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything. I said, so
it's criminal trespassing.
Yeah, very least. So loitering and prowling.
I had it reported. It's stolen on the 1st, right down the road.
Now we did have I took a report down the road here, the house on the corner. The guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car that people that come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, bud.
All right. What's going on? Damn, same dude breaking in. I just called him, but he got off. Got away. In the river?
This is tonight, I'm sure.
This is facing out in the road?
Yes.
I think there he is. Yeah, dreads on.
Black boy, kind of a lighter skinned black boy. Go walk back across here in a second. He's got like twists or dreads, 3-4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms.
Was he down there, y'all place, Jerry?
No, he's right here. I come driving by and saw him walk across the yard.
And I couldn't do anything. When I pulled around to talk to him, he started reaching in his pocket. First time in my life, I didn't have a goddamn gun on me, so I could, but either way, I was going to back the hell out anyway, If I would have had it, I would have sat right here and called y'all, I had to run back up and grab a phone. So who knows where he went after that point. somebody's walking across right there. Actually. Somebody down there behind.
I see there's two brothers on the right side of the street. That's probably your mom. I'm gonna walk them back.
Okay.
Good to see you,
Right there around that van or that's parked there on the side.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. Appreciate you catch that stuff. I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
About the week.
Yeah, the house. Yeah, the house over on the right, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And, I'll tell you something's been happening on the far end of Jones Road. I come home early yesterday, work on the tree I cut Sunday, and people park down there at the end of the road. And another car will come up. I guarantee you they're making deals down there. But neighbors across the street said they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures of all the.
We busted a house.
Rob Wade's place.
Rob had a guy.
Back in December.
He had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy? Gene that used to own Tackle Shack.
Yeah.
Lives around there. You know where he lives?
He's got a great 2-story with a white picket fence, chickens and all.
Well, boy, the Tash Bowie, which is Gene's. I guess that's Gene's
son or girlfriend's kid or something.
Yeah, girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid.
At this point, the state and the defense have agreed to pause and stop the recording at 18-14 seconds.
No, this is, you can stop, that's fine, there's no agreement, you can do whatever you want with it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm fine with you stopping it.
Okay, I meant the defense is fine with the state stopping this at 18-14 seconds. All right. At this point, has Greg McMichael left?
He's walked away, yes, ma'am.
All right. And the remainder of this is all, I'll just characterize it as chatting and talking with the neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So who's Rob Way?
Rob Way was a resident that lived around on Zelwood Drive. I do not recall the numerics. A few weeks earlier, I don't know the exact date or time, I assisted the U.S. Marshals in serving a warrant over there. Mr. Way lived on the water, and he had I guess what you call a roommate, someone who was renting a room from him. And the U.S. Marshals had warrants on that individual. And at the time of them serving that warrant, they located some drugs on the property within the room of the individual that they arrested.
Right. And was Mr. Rob Way and potentially this roommate person or anything a potential suspect in what was going on in Satilla Shores?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
They did not fit the description.
All right. And you mean the description of?
The black male with the short dreads and the sleeve tattoos.
Gotcha. But I guess I asked a really, really bad question. Rob Way is a white guy, right?
White guy, yes.
Okay, so he's not going to match Larry English's description.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. But I'm asking you, was he a suspect in any of the other theft property crimes that were going on within Satilla Shores?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back and ask you some questions about what we saw on the video. Did you ever interview Diego Perez out here?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at the beginning, when you and another officer were out by the dock, I think they were talking about a missing person and a motorcycle hit a guardrail and a bike flipped over.
Yes, that was Officer Smith, and he come up and he also works part-time at a Darien Police Department, at the Darien Police Department, and he monitors their radio. So he was telling me about something that McIntosh had been in a high-speed chase with a motorcycle. The guy crashed and hit the side of the bridge, and the bike and the guy both flipped over into the river.
Didn't have anything to do with this?
No, ma'am, nothing related to this.
All right. And I think you used the word plundering around in there. What do you mean by that?
Just looking around. I know growing up, my grandma used to say, quit plundering around in my kitchen, and they're looking for something. Plundering as in pilfering, looking, opening, just being nosy.
All right. And you recall Greg McMichael telling you that Travis was now armed?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated, I think, we've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he usually goes this way, straight down that road. So what did you mean by that?
A couple times, Mr. English said that when he leaves the property, it looks like he runs down Jones Road, which is not directly across the street, but off to the right. If you're standing with your back to Mr. English's house, it'd be off to your right a little bit. Jones Road runs straight down, and it appears from the camera that's the direction he would run.
So when he'd leave the property, he would take off running?
Yes, according to Mr. English.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that from what you can understand, Travis McMichael didn't have his cell phone on him at the time he saw Mr. Arbery in the yard. He also did not have a weapon on him.
No, ma'am.
So he left and went down to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when he got his dad
Yes, ma'am.
and his gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, the two of them came back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you all are talking about, so he went out the back, he jumped the fence somewhere and went right or left. Was that actually, you saw him do that, or was that?
I was going to ask for a page number if you're reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 9.
Okay.
Lines 2, 3, and 4. Oh, at this time, sorry, let's go ahead and collect the transcripts. Thank you. All right. So when you were out there saying, so he went out back, he jumped the fence somewhere, went right off, did you actually see?
No, ma'am.
Was that speculation?
No, ma'am. Travis said that he did not see him come back out, that he ran through the house. So if he didn't come out the front, he had to go out the back. So
Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked and already admitted as the state's exhibit 117. What date do we have here?
February 11th, 2020.
All right. I'm going to back it up. Why don't you take a look at this? What do we got over here?
This open walls, and that's the, I believe that, I can't remember if that's a window there or open garage door there.
Okay. So looking out here, when I ask you,
See headlights from a,
that's what I'm getting at. What do we have here?
headlights from a vehicle.
All right. And they're turning which way?
Look, appear to be coming off of Jones Road and turning left.
And would that be towards the McMichael house?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what do we have here?
The male now identified as Mr. Arbery walking in.
Is he running through the house?
No, ma'am.
Is this the only video that Larry English sent you that night?
I do believe so, ma'am.
All right. So Larry English never sent you any video showing how Mr. Arbery actually left the location?
I do not recall any additional video.
So while you were standing and talking about Mr. English, Mr. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were both standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you indicated that Mr. English has sent me, he's sending me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
What page are you on, ma'am?
We're on page 14. And we're looking at lines 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He hasn't actually seen him take anything. You say this to Greg and Travis McMichael.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's Greg McMichael say?
His response was, it's criminal trespassing.
And what do you say?
Yeah, at very least. Or so, I don't know what those little dots there mean, or dashes. Loitering, I also mentioned possibly loitering and prowling.
Now, with regard to December 7th of 2020, okay? I'm going to keep looking at that page. Did you respond to an entering auto at Renee and Bubba Herndon's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the next thing, when you talk about the house on the corner, the guy with the Jeep, all that, is that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you respond December 7th to an entering auto?
Was it December 7th or 8th? I think, did I respond on the 8th and it happened on the 7th?
We'll go.
In that time
In
frame.
that time frame.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go ahead and say it happened on the 7th. We got your call on the 8th. Did you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to both the Herndons?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did they have some video from the front of their house?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And did you watch that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the person who went into their Jeep and stole their guns? White, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Appeared to be, based on the video they provided, it was grainy, it appeared to be a white male.
And was that image of a white male then posted to Facebook?
I believe Miss Herndon or Mr. or Mrs. Herndon, one, posted it to Facebook.
And after that, December 8th, entering auto, did you respond to the next entering auto on January 1st, 2020 at Travis McMichael's house?
No, ma'am.
So do you have any idea when Larry English says, he's been captured on video at other places, whether they're talking about Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook or something else?
I'm going to object on speculation unless you have a better foundation. How does this officer know what Renee Herndon's talking about or anybody else is talking about unless there's a foundation for it?
Just rephrase it. Yeah. Do you have any idea?
Did Larry English tell you that he had seen Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook?
I don't recall him saying he's seen that specific posting of.
And I believe in your police report that's related to February 11th, 2020, I think you indicated that Mr. English had posted these videos to social media.
Talking as I canvassed the neighborhood, talking to people, people would say, I've seen video, I've seen stuff on Facebook about it. My understanding was that the videos were posted, but obviously I don't know that I'm guessing learned now that they were not. So they must have seen the video.
I object. This is all a lot of speculation.
He can testify to what he understands was posted, but not what he thinks may have happened.
And what he learned now or from talking to Dave.
Okay, so at the time you wrote your report on February 11th, 2020, did you believe, because you put it in your report, that these videos, what we just saw, had been posted on Facebook?
My belief were that at that time, yes, that they had been posted.
And you were a member of that Facebook group, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you check to see if they were posted, to see if people were posting comments and had knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm a member of that group, but I do not follow that group on a daily basis.
Gotcha. All right. And so you don't have any idea what it was that anybody had seen on Facebook?
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 327. However, I'm only going to show you pages 327A and 327B. Okay. So take a look at 327A and 327B. See if you're able to recognize those images.
Those are the images from Renee Herndon, and those are, I see the top bed, that's from Facebook.
All right. This time, the state would tender into evidence states 327A and B.
No objection. It's okay.
No objection. May I look at it? No objection.
Mr. Scott?
No objection.
They're admitted.
State's Exhibit 320, oh, that's out of focus, 327A. Is this a still shot from the video you saw when you responded to the Herndons on December 8th, 2020?
It is.
And is this also another still shot from that video showing the car that was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to be clear. When you put in your report on February 11th, 2020, that you believe Larry English had posted to social media, did you ever verify that he'd actually done that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Do you even have access to Nextdoor?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And directing your attention to February 23rd, 2020, were you at work that day?
No, ma'am, I was not on duty.
All right. Did you have anything to do with the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And one last thing. Have you been named personally in a civil lawsuit in relationship to this case?
I have.
All right. Has that in any way impacted your testimony today?
No, ma'am, it has not.
And directing your attention to May 19th, 2020, did you actually speak with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that day in relationship to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was prior to any lawsuit being filed?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I will go ahead and pass the witness.
Maybe a good time so I can get set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We'll continue with the evidence in this case at 10:30. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves during the break.
All right, Taylor Gang. So we will wrap it up today at 3 o'clock. I need to finish up a little bit more work today. They really actually had me doing my job. Apparently, they said they paying me to do something, so I have to work today. But I just want to thank you all for chilling with us today. We will pick back up on tomorrow at 9 a.m. What's tomorrow? Yeah, we'll pick back up tomorrow at 9 a.m. I think our calendar is updated to reflect. Well, it wasn't updated for today, but it'll still show that we're watching the Ahmaud Arbery case throughout the remainder of the week. I'm actually going to check and see how many days we actually have left on this case, just to kind of figure out or get our calendar ready for next week. Just remember that Jackie Johnson has jury selection on Tuesday. So regardless if we make it through this trial or not, come Tuesday, we will definitely be watching with Jackie Johnson. If it's streamed, whatever is streamed. So we'll do that, and then we'll keep it moving. I will tell y'all next week on Tuesday. Next Tuesday, I have my visit at my first pick law school that is actually here in St. Louis. So we will not stream in the morning. We won't stream in the morning at all. I'll come back and we'll start around noon, but that'll be reflected on our calendar. I'm so excited, y'all. I get to sit in on a contracts class. So I'll get a tour and I'll get to sit in. So I'm really excited about that. And then 2 weeks later, I'll be visiting my second choice. So we'll have a half day of streaming a day as well. But again, it'll all be reflected in our calendar. Well, I want you guys to have a good, happy, and safe Wednesday. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.